Kelly on now. They got some pipe hitters on there.
Damn.
What's up, guys? Welcome to election night. Hey, is my can you hear this if I play this?
I don't hear anything.
Oh, you couldn't hear that, huh?
No.
Interesting. I pulled up I wonder how I share the audio from a look at this Donald Trump soundboard. I wonder if I now can you hear this?
Yep.
You are fake news. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs.
Wait, what's that site? It's just Donald Trump soundboard.
I just type like you can type in any soundboard you want. What about now? Can you hear that?
No. I'm wondering if we could download them off there.
I'm sure you could. I was too fucking lazy to do it. I was just
Those are great.
I was just in the gym. Wow, they're already coming in. 3 electoral votes for Kamala, 19 for Trump already. Jesus Christ, that was fast. I mean, cheese and crackers. That was fast. Welcome, everyone. Today we'll have Patrick Lang and Rich Froning on the show. I'm excited to see Justin V. What's up, dude? Taylor isn't a special guest. I think he's very special. Rich Hawes, how are you, buddy? Here for the standees.
Miss Pugface. Haven't seen her in a while.
I want to show you. Oh yeah, I haven't seen her in a while either. You saw her? Hello, everyone. Let's go.
Yeah.
Hey, do you know how to do polls?
Yeah.
We should fire up a poll. Who are you voting for? Donald or Kamala?
Kamala.
Donald or Kamala? I saw this clip. Hi, Matt. Good to see you, dude.
Oh, good to see you. I was like, who are you talking to? Talking to me.
You know, there's times in your life when you feel like a baller. And I ordered some Born Primitive shoes, the yellow ones with the black shoe with the yellow.
Yep.
And then I got a text from Claire over there, you know, the tall, hot chick.
Yep.
And she said, hey, did you order a pair of shoes? I said, I did. She said, oh, we're going to send you another pair of shoes too.
Oh.
I said, all right. Sounds good.
It would be an even greater story if the same thing happened to me, because I also ordered a pair of shoes.
Okay, check this out. This is interesting. Here we go.
The most important election in American history. Democracy is on the line.
Great. Our next question is for $300,000. And here to ask it is the man himself.
Hi, I was Hillary Clinton's vice presidential running mate. At the time, you said it was the most important election in American history and that democracy was on the line. It's been less than 8 years. What's my name?
Hi, it is an honor.
You voted for me to be one heartbeat away from the Oval Office in an election more recent than the release of Zootopia. What's my name?
It's not my fault if he was a more memorable guy like Tim Walz.
This is very much a guy like Tim Walz. Let's see them side by side. Wow. Not only does he look exactly like Tim Walz, his name was also Tim.
Really? His name was Tim?
My name is still Tim. I exist. I'm a senator representing Virginia.
I have no fucking idea who that is.
Me either. I was thinking that same thing, and I was like getting nervous you were going to ask me who it was. I was going to have no idea.
I have no idea. I don't even remember her. I don't remember her having a vice president.
Yeah, I don't remember her running mate at all. At all.
I remember Kamala debating Mike Pence. Hillary's guy, Tim Kaine. Wow. God, that doesn't even ring a bell.
No.
You do not want socialized Medicare. I am Australian and I cannot get an MRI scan without getting a referral from a doctor, and I'm not allowed my results directly. I must go back to the doctor afterwards. I think we have some shit like that too. You have to jump through hoops. But socialized medicine is a nightmare. Basically, it just completely stifles innovation. It takes away all competition. It just serves it's a race to the bottom. I hate to use the cliche, but you're circling the bowl and you're racing to the bottom. The hard-hitting election coverage I need tonight. Thank you, Morgan Freeman. He's voting for Trump
From X. That's cool.
Yep, you don't see that too often.
No,
that's
not at all.
Twitter used to be. That used to be Twitter.
Yep.
Did you vote?
I voted. Yeah.
Have you heard any stories yet of people having issues voting?
I have not. No, at least not any personal issues.
Indiana 11 electoral votes. Donald Trump projected the winner. Trump now at 19 electoral votes. Harris at 3. The polls closed 7 minutes ago around the country. I heard that they can start even with only as few as 7% of the votes in. They can start telling us who the winner is. I have no fucking idea how they do that. I'm hearing all sorts of crazy stories. Even Taylor called me today and was telling me about one of his friends in upstate New York who went and voted. And they're like, hey, you already voted. And they're like, what do you mean I already voted? I didn't already vote. So but they signed an affidavit saying that the original vote wasn't their vote. Someone voted for them. And then they got to vote again. And the friend also told Taylor, hey, there were 12 people in the voting center when I was there. Mm-hmm. And me and one other person who I'm not related to and didn't know had the exact same issue. That's very unsettling.
Yeah.
But what a smart tactic. Just vote for everyone, right? And then the people who don't show up aren't going to speak up. So you're not going to know it wasn't them who really voted.
Yep. Which unfortunately might be a lot of people, even though it seems super important to us. Like there's still a lot of people who are like, oh, I forgot, or I didn't have time, or just didn't get out to vote. I don't care. That's one you hear a lot too.
I never hear, I'm never hearing the Democrats concerned or about cheating. In any way. It's always coming from the right. All the movies, it's all, you know, all of the stuff that James O'Keefe, Project Veritas, all the things that they're exposing where you're seeing cheating or people who are voting who aren't citizens or all the ballot stuff. Yeah, not since Al Gore, right? Al Gore and Hillary Clinton. Sousa, did you have to show ID to vote? Did you vote in person, Sousa?
No, I did the fill-in ballot and I went and dropped it off at City Hall. They didn't ask for ID or anything like that, dropping it off either. Which is convenient, but is crazy. I don't think that we should actually be allowed to do that, even though I did it that way.
Trump is winning in North Carolina currently, 281,000 to 171,000. That's an important state.
Where are you looking at it from? I think it'll be interesting if we get like different sources to see if there's discrepancies.
I have Fox on over here that has the Democrats with 29 electoral votes. God, Fox Online is so crazy. It looks like it's 1970s news. Have you ever watched it? It's crazy. No. Fox Online, it has none of the stars on it. The guy's even blocking, so you can't even see how many Republican electoral votes there are. But I have Fox over here, and then I have NBC up on the big screen.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I got both of them. Kentucky, 71% of the votes for Trump, 38% for Kamala Harris. Vermont, with 3 electoral votes, Kamala Harris is the projected winner. The score is still 3 blue, 19 red. 270, I guess, makes you the winner. I can't get any confirmation if we're going to know tonight. Everyone says different things. I've been watching TV all day. Dude, I've been watching liberal media all day, and there's this show that I watched that's called, I heard Will mention it. And so I started watching it.
Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Joe. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. They'll say anything.
Yeah.
They said, the guy said, and how could anyone vote for a man who said he wants to line Liz Cheney up and have 9 guns pointed at her and shoot her and kill her? I was like, what the fuck? I want to sit my kids down and have them watch all of these clips that people are lying about and ask my kids what they heard. See if my kids can decipher it better than the Dems. It is absolutely crazy. The other thing that all of these I've been watching left media all morning. All of these left media people keep talking about how democracy's on the line. And, we've paraded the people here endlessly, but the democracy is irrelevant if we don't have someone who can defend the Constitution. Even if we had a dictator, as long as we had freedom of speech and the right to carry guns, we're fine. The democracy is not what's on the line, people. I wish it was what was on the line, but it's not. It's our liberty and our inalienable rights that come that are protected by that piece of paper that is the Constitution.
Yeah, and the liberties that you're granted, the individual liberties, are made to protect you against the masses, because they had the foresight to know, like, hey, this information network could be flawed. We weren't that far away from the witch trials where they all voted, hey, you're a witch, and now we drowned you, right? So those were put in place to protect you against mass hysteria and the way that the masses think sometimes, which wasn't it John Kerry, dude, that said, hey, the First Amendment is getting in the way of misinformation or something?
John Kerry, Hillary Clinton, and Bill Gates have all echoed that sentiment, that it's our First Amendment that's a threat to our democracy. Letting people speak freely is what's a threat to our democracy. It's truly frightening. I'm looking forward to having Patrick on. I wonder where people draw the line with the issues. I remember Patrick Lang saying in the comments that, one of his friends was saying, why do you listen to that trash, the Sevon podcast? And the thing is just imagine this hierarchy of what's important to you. Mm-hmm. Women being able to kill babies in the stomach, freedom of speech, access to your kid's medical records, people giving your kid hormone drugs without telling you, hormone suppression drugs. Illegal aliens getting special protection even when it comes to raping women in the state of California. I'd love to see this hierarchy. How does and abortion rights aren't even being threatened, which is what's crazy if you put it into perspective. But at what point, when you see men in women's sports or illegal aliens raping women and doing 2 years in jail and getting out, at what point Twitter kicking President Trump off of their platform, at what point are you like, and the head of Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Taliban still being left on, how aren't you like, okay, I'll take freedom of speech over abortion? Mm-hmm. Even though that's not what's at hand. I don't I don't get it. I guess these are the same people who think January 6th was truly an insurrection, and I'll look that, and they use the word fascist without knowing.
It's just a label to say basically you're bad and we're correct. And I would be curious to piggyback off of your thought there, like how do you prioritize what's important to you as far as the political issues go? I would even take it a step further and say, how many of those are actually your real thoughts? Like how often have you like sat down and really wrestled, like, hey, where do I stand versus like, am I just saying this to make sure I fit in with Sevon? Right? Am I making sure to sit in when dude, because you're out here in California, how extreme parents are willing to go to make sure that we fit into our social circle, make sure that we're holding that identity together. And I think that most people, if you really boiled it down, that they probably haven't put enough thought to even separate what truly is their opinion versus what are they doing to be accepted socially.
Sousa, I saw a poll today that said 25% of the people lie who they vote about to their friends and family.
Yeah,
25%.
Hey, do you feel that? Do you feel that in certain situations, or are you just like
not anymore? Not anymore. But I remember being in the kitchen in 2020 and telling my dad I'm going to vote for Trump. I whispered in his ear, "I'm voting for Trump," and he just fucking walked outside, like pissed in the backyard, like to fume. Like someone's like angry, so they walk out like he was going to hit me or some shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like he just got some space.
Yeah, and I think my dad's probably going to write me out of his fucking will because I'm voting for Trump. No shit.
Wow.
Because like, wow, I have a fucking really good son who fucking talks to homeless people, takes care of people, is exceedingly generous. Not only puts his shopping cart away, but everyone's shopping cart away, picks up trash, just a great contributor to society, raising strong boys, holding doors. I mean, I hate to suck my own dick, but I'm a shining example of fucking humanity everywhere I fucking go.
Yeah. How plugged in is your dad to these, local news channels and the MSNBCs and,
He's
NPR radios and stuff?
They're not. My dad, you know the story. I've told it on here before, but I told my dad about the project they were doing in San Francisco where they spending $20 million a year. No, sorry, $5 million a year to give alcohol to homeless people.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a project. They have doctors and nurses at a hotel that the city has taken control over to give alcohol to homeless people as some sort of project so they don't go through withdrawals. And my dad told me I was batshit crazy. Where do I get my news from? And then I pulled up I said, hey, you choose the news source. He said, San Francisco Examiner. We pull it up. Not only is it a real project, but it's only for 20 homeless people. And I'm like, because my dad thinks that I don't want to pay taxes, right? And it's not that I want to pay taxes. I'll pay all the taxes. You wouldn't hear a fucking peep out of me about taxes if everything was great.
Right. You'd be happy to pay it.
Yeah, be happy to fucking pay it.
It's the inefficiency in which they're utilizing the money and the resources that's frustrating.
Absolutely. Georgia, 16 electoral votes. Donald Trump is winning by 51%, 48.5%. Too early to call. Here's something I keep hearing over and over, that the longer the polls, the longer we go into the night, the better it is for the Republicans, because usually the Republicans get more votes towards the end of the counting. But I don't remember that last time. I remember it being quite the opposite.
Dude, I was going to ask you about that because you were like, I wonder how long this thing's going to go. So I remember specifically sitting outside and kind of like looking at it. Grace and I got back from a walk and I was like, damn, this thing's over. Trump is like so far ahead. And it was almost done. He had like whatever it was, 213 or something. And Biden was super far behind. So I went to bed. It was like maybe like 11 o'clock and we woke up and the whole thing was flipped.
Yeah, crazy, right?
So that definitely doesn't, if you're thinking that's, Republican votes are coming in late, definitely didn't work out that way last year.
Yeah, not at all.
Hey, and one other thing, just to piggyback off your
please.
thought about the fair and free election and how one side is accused of cheating, one side's not. And also too, I think, how much of it do you think that is a strategy just to polarize the topic? Because in reality, nobody should be against tightening up the election. Right?
No,
right. Nobody in their right mind. First off, I think you had already said this, and I completely agreed. Is like the fact that we don't have that day off as a national holiday is absolutely insane. And the fact that you don't have to physically go into a place to vote, show your ID, and then be able to vote without some sort of exceptions, where you have to maybe even apply for those exceptions to then receive it, is beyond me. And then they'll say this is the most important thing you could do for America. It's like, what?
But the answer is that it's racist.
Which is great. So that's like that's such a like the weirdness that the mental gymnastics you have to go through to actually accept that answer is just crazy.
Hey, this is not hyperbole. This is nearly verbatim. The answer is that blacks don't know where the DMV is and they don't know how to use computers.
Yeah, think about saying that and not being just completely racist.
That is the, I mean, it definitely is indicative of what they think. It doesn't prove, but it is for sure part of the, we are better than them. We have to help them. We have to feel sorry for them. It's where all the guilt comes from. It's the story that they're telling themselves in order to justify these things. African-American Smithsonian said being on time was white supremacy. Now that is actually that's a psyop, right? So
being on time?
No, to say stuff like that, that's a psyop.
Yeah, for sure.
So if you're I mean, that's for sure a psyop. That is now that is that's implicit, that's planting the seeds of racism right there.
Yeah, and it's doing the ultimate curse, as you call it, is placing limitations on other individuals. So what is it that's happening to that individual that they're unable to be on time? It's a part of their culture. It's because of like their skin color. It's like, no, none of that has anything to do with it. It's crazy to think that way.
Starwin, minorities can't get ID, ranks up there without slaves, immigrants. How will we pick the cotton, pick the fruit? The argument in Congress during slavery that the South gave is that they said the North lacked compassion and empathy, and that if you let the slaves free, this was the cornerstone of their argument for keeping slaves, was not that they were inferior in any sense other than the fact that they couldn't take care of themselves. Not that they were bad, not that slavery. They told the narrative that they were keeping slaves in order to help them. They were keeping them like fucking pets. And they not only thought that about the blacks in the South, they thought the northern farmers who are white should also be kept as slaves. They wanted to enslave basically the whole farming community. And you can read about it in you can see it's all written down from transcripts of shit that was said in Congress. U.S. Indiana, Trump's got the victory, like I mentioned, 62%. Harris 27%. I don't see how many electoral votes that is, but Trump is up 19-3. For those of you, I saw someone say, "Why is Pennsylvania such a big state?" Basically, I think in the last 30 years, every single president who's won Pennsylvania has ended up becoming president of the United States. And some of the states, you know, there's that they call these states that are swing states, and the states that are non-swing states, they feel so comfortable with making the decision ahead of time. They know, wow, this state is going to vote for Trump. They're sure of it. So they wipe all those states off, and it just comes down to those swing states. But it doesn't mean that your vote doesn't matter in the non-swing states.
Right.
It does not mean that. Your vote still matters a lot. Another interesting thing I heard is that a Republican hasn't won the populist vote since Reagan.
Oh, wow. And Trump's on track to win it here, huh? That's what they're saying.
Are they saying that?
That's what I heard.
Georgia, Trump 52%, Harris 48%.
I'm trying to zoom in so we could see our poll here. Oh, wow. Surprising.
What is it?
Not surprising at all. No, don't unpoll. Why isn't it
95% Trump.
Yeah.
Oh, we have some Kamala people. Thank you.
200. Hey, that means half you lazy people didn't press the button and vote. See? Look, they won't even press a button. Hey, you know what's crazy? Somebody said in the comments, why is it only letting me vote once? You mean tell me this little poll right here is more secure in terms of results than it is from the ballots? That's crazy. Keep voting. We're gonna keep checking in with that thing.
Pennsylvania is down 700 Dems early voters from 2020. So here's my thought on that. Hi, Jenny. By the way, your videos are killing. Thank you so much. Your contribution to the channel is amazing. I hope it's a long and growing relationship. Pennsylvania's down 700,000 early. The reason why I don't think that there's anything there other than the fact that there was COVID. And we know that the Dems were afraid of COVID. And so they were doing tons of early voting in 2020. And I think this time they're just not. And so they feel safe going out with their masks now, whereas before they didn't feel safe going out at all. So I don't get any real.
Hey, the other big push, which was
Go ahead.
The other big push that was coming from the Democratic campaign at that time was that, hey, we need some sort of change. Trump is so polarizing and we're not going to get anything done. And he's such the bad guy that you just have to vote for Biden just so that way we could calm everything down and get back to normal. Remember, that was kind of the whole deal. It wasn't like they're going to do anything great. It was like, hey, Trump's so bad and so polarizing that like we have to get back to some sort of quote unquote normalcy. And it's funny because even though they came after him with everything after that, tried to put him in jail, strung him up in all these court cases and everything else, the information as it continued to come out and as people looked into how bad he was over the course of the last 4 years, realized, oh shit, all that was just complete bullshit, from the laptop thing to all this other interference that came with the election, that it's really hard to put that genie back in the bottle coming into it this time around, especially if you're one of those independent voters, as I say, or somebody who's still undecided, right?
I'm hearing someone is saying that the poly market is going crazy. Let me pull that up. I do think that we are going to see a lot of places where there are hundreds of thousands of more votes than there are registered voters. I think we are definitely going to see some very bizarre shit. Wow, look at this. Oregon. Oh, these are just bettors. 98% of the people think Harris is going to win Oregon. Oh, this is awesome. California, 98%. Washington, 97%. Nevada, 54% think Trump's going to win. Let's see the graph. So the bets are from the people who've bet 62% in Vegas, 62% think Trump's going to win, 39% Harris is going to win. I think it even says how much money's been betted somewhere.
Like just the total accumulation of money on the presidential bet.
Yeah, where did I see that? Somewhere on there. Somewhere on here, it actually showed you it was like $138 million have been bet for Trump to win.
Holy shit!
Oh, look at, and what are these called? These are the prop bets. I've learned this from the Heat One app.
Yep.
Trump
Yeah.
wins every swing state. Interesting.
All the proposition bets.
North Carolina poll closes in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. NBC has Trump up 19-3. Caleb's in the house. What's up? Hey, do you guys have a place to vote on campus, Caleb?
No, it was all supposed to be done remotely. I guess the absentee ballots, unless you're a resident of Florida, then you could do it here.
Okay. Did you vote?
No, I didn't get a chance to.
All right. Fair enough. All right.
It's going to come down to one vote, Caleb, and we're going to
know. I know, dude. It's all fucking me, dude.
He's from Pennsylvania, guys.
Caleb, what state are you?
Florida.
No, but what state?
Nebraska.
Nebraska.
Yeah, that's pretty sealed up.
Why does Nebraska have like this?
They have like a third electoral vote or something. They have like a third. I don't know how it works, but there's 3 portions of the state.
What do you mean? It's different than the rest of the it's different than the rest of the states?
I thought
What's going on with Nebraska? It's got something weird going on there. It's the only state that has some sort of you see this thing in the middle there? This thing that's like pink.
Yeah.
And I heard someone talking about, wow, Alaska is blue.
That's Hawaii.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
No,
It has three congressional districts. That's what it's called.
And Maine also has that thing.
Split electoral votes. The candidate winning the popular vote normally receives all of the state's votes. Maine and Nebraska have taken a different approach. States allocate 2 electoral votes to the state popular vote winner and then 1 electoral vote to the popular vote winner in each congressional district.
Oh, based on who wins the most districts, not by population?
Seems that way, yeah.
Wow. So they could give it could be 2 and 1.
And do those little things have anything to do with prop bets too, or are they just showing it on the map to designate that?
Probably just showing it on the map that
okay.
Those 2 states have the split.
I wonder where I click to see the betting. Here? Oh, okay. So the total number of bets already is at 3,300,000. 1,366,900. Oh no, is that 1 billion? Dude,
it's too fuzzy. I can't see.
It's $3,346,791,000 have been bet.
What?
Holy shit,
That's
dude.
Insane, dude!
Are you kidding me?
Holy shit, dude! $862 million have been bet that Kamala Harris wins.
Do you think it's people that are just Trump supporters that are voting just in case they win a shitload of money? Like at least
like
they can
hedging their bet.
Yeah, they're like, well, if it doesn't work out, at least I'll win a bunch of money off of it.
Damn,
I'm seeing that right? That's 3,346,790.
Yeah,
$3,346,791,092.
That looks like a B.
Yep.
Big old billion.
Dude, that's insane.
Oh, and it's updating in real time. You see the numbers moving.
Fuck, that's wild.
Donald Trump just won West Virginia. Another 4 electoral votes takes him up to 23.
Oh, really? It's not moving on Google. I have it up on Google, and I keep refreshing it, but nothing's really changed.
I'm watching Fox News. That's where I'm getting all my news.
Fair and balanced.
Election. That's right.
Fair and balanced. I got Trump in Florida 53% with 65% of the reporting.
Says 19-3. 19-3 Trump right now.
Can you guys hear?
Oh, it just updated 3 to 23.
Can
Sorry.
you hear this? Listen.
No.
Negative.
All right, here's Google's live presidential results.
Yeah, there we go. That's one that I had up.
All right.
Oh, that's Google's?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Google.
And what is that? What is that on the? Oh, that's Florida. Okay, those are the states broken down already.
Yeah, and then it'll give them how much of the reporting, how much of the votes are in. So, like, if you look at Florida, it's like 65%. He's got it by 53%, so that's pretty much done. But 57% in Georgia and only 6% of the reporting's in. So that's still got a long way to go.
And Kentucky's in.
Yep, Kentucky's in.
20% of the reporting, but he's already way out in front.
Oh wow. It actually like is live updating the votes, the vote count itself.
Oh, and Barry said it's no, it's the Associated Press. Yeah.
Oh,
which
they're
it
the
says,
one.
like, yeah, it looks like it.
That's who Fox News said they were piggybacking off of. Fox News said that they were piggybacking off of the Associated Press. They're getting all their information from the Associated Press.
And I think
it's Google's
pretty
animation.
Right. I think that's pretty standard, right? The Associated Press always calls it, which is kind of weird too.
This show, I have been fueled by Paper Street Coffee.
Hey guys, we're gonna make my favorite. Hey guys, we're gonna make my favorite.
I'm literally having a great time right now.
My favorite drink. Grab a cup, a bunch of ice, and of course.
What do you think about the rim on that glass?
Oh, is this a trick question?
No,
Not
I'm just
ideal.
you don't think so? You don't like that? I mean, for the big nose guys, you don't want the cup to come in. I'm just saying.
It's like a glass can, right? I don't really care
Yeah,
for
for
that.
the big, but it looks good, right?
It does. It looks fancy. The coffee looks great.
Cold brew. Hey guys, we're
The building looks nice. Is that the one inside Proven?
Yeah. Hey, it's so funny how media has changed. It used to be like hide the mic no matter what, or you're unprofessional. Now every fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry's hanging a fucking mic from their hat. Interviewers just hold the fucking transmitter, like you know what I mean? Like no one cares. Popular vote, 6% in, 55% is for Donald Trump, 43% for Harris. That's nationwide. The Senate currently sits at oh, that's gone. I would really like to know tonight before we go to bed.
That'd be great.
Yeah, who wins? It looks like Georgia's under a lot of scrutiny. I just keep seeing updates and PR press conferences coming from Georgia.
They're a cosmopolitan state.
I guess they had a lot of issues in the past.
Of what? Like counting things correctly and reporting correctly, or?
Yeah.
It's a little weird.
Hey, the Barbell Spin did a
Poll?
who are you voting for? Yeah, poll.
I wish we could know the results of that poll.
I think you can. I think you can go to their Instagram. And you can't see it. Oh, click on one of them.
Vote. Yeah, vote. And
This is my vote, guys. Nobody look. This is my vote.
Okay, I won't look.
Hey.
Oh,
You click Kamala.
it's not letting me. It's not letting me vote, dude. It's not letting me vote.
Here, I haven't voted. Have you voted already? Have you voted already?
No.
It's not letting me vote, dude.
That's hilarious.
Here, okay. Here we go. Let me do it.
All right.
Let me do it. Let me see what happens if I'm allowed to vote.
Oh, sorry. There.
Okay, here we go. Oh, maybe it's because it's paused. Oh shit, I can't vote
See?
either.
Wow. Oh my god, dude!
Wow.
Damn. Spin's election is rigged.
It's fucking rigged, brother.
Oh, but I can maybe is it closed?
No,
Now,
because if it's up
let
there,
me pull it up on my phone. I'll do it on my phone.
Oh, you can't do it from a computer, McCockiner says. When I did it, it was 58 Trump to 42 Kamala. Sevon, did you see Ivanka's nipple pic? No, I would love to. Where do I go? Ivanka nipple. Ivanka nipple pic.
oh, we're just doing this live. Whoa. Okay.
The goot.
Is this mine? Oh, the shit.
Yeah, that's sounds like we're doing this live, huh? We're not gonna vet these photos.
Is that it?
Is.
Ivanka Trump, the nips. Oh, those are nice. I don't think that's her. I don't think that's her.
It's
You think that's her? Oh, you pulled me down.
Yeah. Yep. That's enough of that.
Kale's got quality control on it, man.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make it through this show.
Don't. Hey, Rosie.
What's up? Let's go, Trump 2024, baby!
Pretty excited. Did you vote?
Oh, hell yeah, you bet. Absolutely.
And did you go to a polling station?
Absolutely.
And how was the experience?
Oh, it was great. It was perfect. I literally was in line not even 5 minutes.
Awesome. Well, 7% of the votes in nationwide, or 7% has been counted nationwide, and Trump's up by a million votes.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. We just got to turn Wisconsin red. Let's go.
Is that where you voted?
Yeah.
Did they ask for ID? Did you have to show ID?
You betcha. You bet I did.
All right.
Yeah.
You got that green
I'm a
card?
little pumped up. I've got a lot of pre-workout in my system,
Okay,
just ready to rock.
I just got a screenshot of who's Sprague, but oh wow, there are some polls on Taylor Self's Instagram account where you can guess who the athletes are voting for. 71%.
Oh my gosh!
That James Sprague is voting for Trump and 29% Kamala.
We're not going to be able to see these either because we got to vote for them.
That's amazing.
Hey.
Oh yeah.
People
I'm
are
pumped.
Rosie, let me ask you a question. People are saying that we're going to go on two different roads depending on who becomes president. One will be the Green New Deal and more windmills. One will be oil.
Screw those freaking windmills, bro. Dude, they're all over where I live. All over the place.
Do you think that this is an important election, or do you think that we're just sucked up into the nonsense?
No, this is important, man. This is the most important election that I've ever had to vote for. And honestly, it's we've got nothing else but we got to vote. We got to turn our country back around. Let's go.
Yeah. I feel that too. Sometimes I want to take a step back and be like, oh, maybe it doesn't matter, but I really do think it matters.
Oh, it matters. 100%.
We are
100%.
With all the crime and what we've seen happen in the last 4 years. I've never seen so much change in the country so quickly.
Yeah,
and,
100%.
I would like to put the brakes on a lot of stuff and rewind it a little bit. Start having to go back.
Yep. I mean, there's a reason why the Amish are voting, right? Like, let's be honest.
That's true.
I wonder if those numbers are right. They said 80,000 Amish voted in Pennsylvania.
Yep. There's a reason why the Amish are voting. You can't tell me that they're not, there's not another reason why they're not why they're voting. So, yeah, I don't know. I just had to call in because I'm just so freaking fired up. Let's go.
Good. All right.
Me and Taylor Self, man, we would rock. We would kill it. If we would be hanging out, we'd be just going balls to the walls, man. I'm so pumped.
Oh, Wad Zombie just sent me the nipple pic. I guess that is her. She has a beautiful nipple. Wow.
Jessica sounds like she's about to call WWE Monday Night Raw. Yeah, dude, let's go. Freaking
reading the comments.
No, but no, today voting went great. Everything went great. The only thing that was kind of odd, I will have to say, is so I went with my parents, and they went through whatever, and they gave them their paper ballot and everything. But they asked me if I wanted to vote electronically or use paper, and I said I want to use paper. And they were like, "Oh, but electronically is so much faster." And I was like, "No, give me the paper, please." Like, I'm sorry, paper. I'm just,
Oh,
so,
interesting. So they
I thought that was kind of weird.
Right. Wow. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, but they never asked my parents, so it's like, okay, because I'm young, but like still.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
thank you. I'm glad you voted. Thank you.
Heck yeah, man. Let's go. Trump 2024.
Photography. Good to hear from you, girl.
Adios.
Lily.
Peace. Fired up.
Fired up indeed.
Here's a poignant video circulating on Instagram.
My opinion. Trump is coming in for one reason. He wants to rebuild this country beautifully. Can't bribe him. I know that as a kid growing up. I was in the mob. I tried to bribe him. Never worked. What's on his mind is to straighten the country out. And I don't care if it's a man or a woman, whether they're good looking, ugly, skinny, fat. I don't care about none of that. What color they are. I care about their policies. Trump is a businessman. His policies are great. And I know one thing. He's a tough guy. I'm going to call him a gangster. We need a gangster. We need somebody against Putin and all of these they're gangsters. And if you're not one, they'll eat you up and spit you out like they did to Joe Biden.
There's the story that he told where he sat down the head of the Taliban and they'd been shooting at our soldiers. And he said, "Hey, you need to stop doing that." And then he asked his assistant, "Hey," he said, "give me that piece of paper I have." And he hands the head of the Taliban a picture. And it was a satellite photo of the head of the Taliban's house.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "Just remember this." And that was the end of the meeting. He didn't say anything else. And not a single U.S. soldier was killed, for 18 months after that. They stopped shooting at U.S. soldiers. And the implication is like, "Hey, dude, I'm going to fucking bomb your house. Here's a satellite photo of your house. I know exactly where you live."
Yep.
And it is that I truly cannot see Kamala or Biden or anyone else being able to navigate, you know what I mean? The different personalities that are in this global, hierarchy for control and safety of the planet.
Yeah, well, number one, they don't have the negotiating skills or the competency to do anything like that. But number two, is like they don't have any interest in doing that. Their interest is to appease their lobbyists and all the corporate interest. And for them, it's just another way to siphon off American tax dollars and send it to foreign lands. I mean, we've seen them do it time and time again. And it's not America first. It's the parties first and the party's interest first.
They won't even acknowledge the 12 Marines and the one sailor who was killed at Abbey Gate 3 years ago. That happened 3 years ago, and they haven't said anything about it.
Yeah,
when they tried to pull out of Afghanistan. And
that
here you have Trump and JD Vance within 2 weeks of a guy getting killed from a Marine getting killed by a cartel member in Mexico. They have him at a rally, and they talk about him and they show their support.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yep.
That's crazy. And they were invited to the Arlington Cemetery, Biden and Kamala, and they didn't show up. Caller, hi.
Hey, BIRTHFIT Dallas here. I believe if Trump is elected, they'll do everything to get him out through the courts. He's a felon. They'll find every reason to get him out, and he'll be in court for another 4 years, like his first presidency.
So you think it's going to be what Raskin says? You think that they're going to try to not even to sign? They're going to. Do you think it'll be right away? You think they won't even verify the election? They're going to say that he's guilty of insurrection and therefore he can't. 14th Amendment, Section 3. You can't have a president who is involved in an insurrection. You think they'll just right away just start it up? They won't certify the election. You think Kamala won't certify the election? You think it'll start that soon?
I never thought about that.
That's what the Senator Raskin is already
gonna,
saying that. Senator Raskin's already saying that.
Yeah.
Like, hey, man, he's not.
Yeah, I saw a video of some of them. I also saw a video that they're going to get him on a whole bunch of different things, not to get him in office as well. But vice versa. I think no matter what, people are going to court. They're not. People aren't, whether Kamala or Trump, they're going to delegitimize this whole election, one or the other.
Oh, so you think either side? You think either side?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, but if Trump gets elected, they're going to try to kick him out for the whole 4 years. They're going to try to get him out.
NBC poll says young voters are 48% for Trump, 40% for Kamala. That gives me hope. Hey, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, and feel free to just completely be honest. When you just do the anecdotal math, whatever the fuck that means, and you just think about how he lost last time versus who you see has made the jump this time, does it seem impossible to you that he could possibly lose? I mean, think of all the people that historically were against him who we've seen over the last 4 years come to him, whether it's the Jews, the blacks, the young people. They're making the shift, don't you think? Doesn't it seem mathematically impossible for him to lose?
Well, what the difference is, like you said, there's so many people have come out of the woodwork, especially in these last couple of years, who have started to support Trump, and which I have not seen before. So I hope that is what takes him over the top. Hopefully, for the highest percentage of minorities vote for him. And they say more men are coming out to vote because they just totally don't even respect Kamala. Or
let me pose this to you. All of a sudden, it's okay to be gay. So it's not that more people are gay. It's just that more people are comfortable saying it. So we went through fucking 4 years of just being terrified of being a Trump supporter. And now we're like falling out of the closet. All right. Okay. I'm one. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like me, I've been posting a little bit more on Facebook, but I get worried about my job. So I kind of backtrack, delete. Yeah. But I'm getting more courageous. But I just don't know why Joe Rogan at the last minute. There's a lot of last minuters too. It's like, dude, why didn't you do this 6 months ago?
Hey, I think it's because he's trying to get Kamala on.
I've heard of a lot of people
He
losing.
did that 2 days ago, though, right?
No, but if he would have came out and endorsed Trump sooner, if he was still trying to work that deal, we don't know what's happening on the back end of getting her scheduled. Like maybe he was trying to hold out on that endorsement just to try to still say, hey, my vote's still open. I want to talk to both of them.
Hey, but the guy believes in socialized medicine, dude. He's not a clear thinker.
Dude, but he's one of the people that have flipped. I mean, 3 years ago, him and even Elon said on that show, like, dude, I was a Democrat 3 years ago. Like, the party has changed, dude.
But I agree. But I don't think Joe's a clear thinker. I don't think from one libtard to another, I think his mind is clouded with some shit.
Well, if you got millions of people to vote, I don't care.
Oh yeah, me neither. Hey, dude, I'm disgusted by the people who the reason why they're voting differently is the fact that they say, are things better 4 years ago than now? But I'll fucking take them, because for me it's a values thing. For me, it's just all about like, hey, can't chop penises off of kids, can't let fucking men and women sports, you can't censor freedom of speech, no matter fucking what. So so yeah, I'll take them too. Don't get me wrong, I'll take them. But I hope that. I hope that more would switch based on values or a little bit of soul searching, or just understanding how economics works, just understanding some basic economics.
True. But again, in solidarity, people have more power in solidarity. If there's a group of people that are saying the same things, then more people have courage. So there's strength in solidarity.
Yes,
so
sir.
That's what happens with that.
Yes, sir.
So you hear the big party in Mar-a-Lago. Elon Musk is there, and they're having a big old party down there. So,
hopefully we'll get.
That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for calling.
Okay.
Someone said to check out Matt O'Keefe's Instagram. I don't see anything, or maybe they meant O'Keefe Media. But I don't see anything.
You want to see this video real quick?
Sure, please. Yes. Yeah.
So this is just an exit interview from a guy getting for voting, I guess.
I'm joined now by a voter, Brian Flores. You just voted.
I did.
And who did you vote for?
For Harris.
And tell me about how you came to this decision.
So I wasn't going to vote at all until my girlfriend was blowing up my phone telling me to go vote. And if I didn't, she was going to break up with me. So now I'm here.
I'm joined.
Is that real? Is that real?
Yeah, dude. Listen to his voice, dude. Listen to his voice.
So I really wasn't gonna go vote, but my girlfriend, she just blew up my phone. And, yeah, she said she wasn't gonna blow me tonight. So
Yes, Caleb. That dude's never had a blowjob, dude.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point.
He sucked Uncle Charles's cock, or fucking Uncle Jorge's cock, but he never.
But he gets pegged for sure.
Yeah. Wow.
Damn.
Wow. Incredible. God damn.
And so yeah, that's why I'm here.
You did that was a great impersonation.
Thank you.
2 of the voting machines, voting equipment breaks down in it says 1 county here, but I think it was 2 counties. And they were both historically Trump counties. He won the election both times in those counties. Several election ballot scanners are currently inoperative at multiple polling locations in Cambria County in Pennsylvania. The Pennsylvania Department of State said that it is in contact with officials in Cambria County to resolve the technical issues. Voters are continuing to vote by paper ballot. We are working with the county to resolve this technical matter and remain committed to ensuring a free, fair, safe, and secure election. Wow, that's the tagline, right?
Mm-hmm.
Free, fair, safe, and secure election.
Orwellian, as Elon would say.
Cambria County Board of Elections learned earlier this morning that a software malfunction in the county's electronic voting system has prevented voters from scanning their ballots. God, how many software malfunctions are there?
Oh, man.
In a separate incident, voting issues plagued a limited number of tabulator machines. How can you say that? Plagued a limited number. Isn't that counter? It's not. Anyway, issues plagued a limited number of tabulator machines in neighboring Bedford County. Bedford election officials also resolved the issue with the affected Dominion voting machines. Former President Trump won both Cambria and Bedford County in 2016 and 2020. Of course, that happens in Trump country.
And have there been any reports of mostly Democratic states having any issues?
I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any yet. I also saw that somewhere, I didn't even understand the story, but somewhere the 13 machines were open. I don't know what that means by open, like they were hooked to the internet or there was a door open on them, but somewhere in one of the states, maybe it was Nevada, they're doing a recount already of 30,000 votes because they saw something suspect with the machines. All right. His girlfriend has a giant dong.
Big booty bitches.
Fair enough. Sevan, are you really going to cover the entire election tonight? I mean, I'm not going to cover the entire election, but I am going to be up all night. 5-hour lines in Jersey, says Rich Hawes. I would love to get updates. Oh, that was a great clip you found. I'd love to get updates on Taylor's. If anyone from the locker room is listening, please continue to send screenshots of the polls on both Spin and Taylor Self's Instagram account.
Oh, wow. Did you see that total number of votes on Spins?
Wow, 4,053.
That's a lot.
Here's the results of Spin. Doesn't show how many voted, but that's pretty tight. It's close.
Yeah, so that's based off 4,000 votes.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
How are you a CrossFitter? How are you a black CrossFitter in voting for Kamala?
Well, the 41% is probably all the strong women that watch Spin.
Makes sense. And all the power lifters pissed off at John.
I was tripping on this one today. Imagine being 6 months pregnant. Nikki Brazier posted something negative about Trump, the blonde girl who does the reporting for the CrossFit Games. She posted something about basically showing her love for Kamala, and I was thinking, how could you be, and I don't know if she is, but how could you be 6 months pregnant or just had a baby and have any thoughts about abortion being okay? I'm not, or even more so, that being your issue. I could see being like, hey, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. But like, to stand there and make that you're like, you just had a live baby.
Mm-hmm.
You've witnessed the fucking miracle. Now you have this thing. It's like the same reason why I'm struggling to watch Dexter. They kidnapped a little boy in Dexter, and there were like 5 or 10 scenes with him in a basement with this fucking creep, and I couldn't even fucking watch it. I was like going like this because I start empathizing with it. I start thinking that it's me, and you know what I mean? Me, it's
Yeah.
like my kid. How? I'm not saying you need to completely flip the script, but how could that be your issue when you just had a kid? Like, I get it. You're an 18-year-old girl and you're in college and you're fucking like crazy and you're like, fuck yeah, I want to be able to abort a baby. But now you had one and you're holding that thing, or you got one inside of you kicking. I don't understand. I need that fucking explained to me.
I honestly think that we're, meaning like the collective group in the United States, are actually probably all of us are probably a lot closer on the abortion topic than we would like to admit. Because at the end of the
left
day,
and the right? You mean the left and the right?
yeah, and just the normal citizens. Because I honestly think, like, so if you go back and you listen to the Democratic argument, they immediately go into the fact of like, you're not going to have healthcare in these like certain situations in terms of abortion. And then they wrap it in the healthcare package, right? And then when you listen to what Trump had said, as far as the policies that he wants to bring in, he's like, hey, we're going to keep them at the state level. So all the states could choose what they want to do, which, by the way, that's what you want, because if you blanket everything just as much as they agree with it now, they could not agree with it later and you don't have any options. But on top of that, he said right in there, like, hey, if there's some sort of crazy issue where you have a situation where somebody was abused and then showed up pregnant, that he's still for allowing abortion in that circumstance, right? Or if it comes down to the mother's life or the baby's life, and a lot of people are. And then he backs into the, okay, now here's where the line is acceptable for the policies that I have. And I would think that majority of the people, when you sit down and have that conversation, fall somewhere right within there. I don't think it's as extreme as people think it is. And the reason why I think Nikki thinks that is because she feels that she's part of this like cohort that's standing up for like women's health care and can't separate like that in the social status that brings and where she belongs in that versus like actually the act of like killing a baby.
Gotcha. And so also you think that the left you think the vast majority of the left misunderstands because they hear the people on the right who it's either no abortion. They have a no tolerance abortion policy.
That's right. And they can't say, oh, well, actually, if you listen to it, you know, there are all these exceptions that they're making, because then it would completely fold their argument. Right now, we know that Harris is running off of that as a strong argument. Like the probably strongest endorsement she got was Taylor Swift in the women vote backing the healthcare issue, right? Like even the guy we saw on the CNN interview was like, my girlfriend was pushing me here. I guarantee you, if you go and talk to that girlfriend, she's not going to roll out Harris's economic plan to save us from inflation. She's going to talk about the fact that she's trying to save women's rights and that this is the biggest issue to her.
And the boyfriend did have a feminine affect.
For sure. He also looked stoned too. He was like, yeah.
Like if you told me that, I would guess that if I had to bet, I would say that guy's gay.
Just doesn't know it yet.
Or he does, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
he hits the gay porn on PornTube. I'd like to see his search history on PornTube. Sevi, I flipped my little sister and made her go stand in line in Nevada right now. Will you give her a few words of encouragement? First time voter. Yeah, girl. Thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. The thing is, you just have to remember just go back, and anytime someone tries to demonize Donald Trump, go back and just watch the video yourself, and just watch it yourself and realize he is an East Coast man. They have a different way of expressing themselves, but just look at the facts of what they're saying about him versus what he actually said. And you will see that the stuff that they twist is absolutely nuts. The classic example, the one that really flipped me, is I had people over at my house talking about how he was disparaging Mexicans and was saying that all the people that come from Mexico are bad. So I went to the CNN website and I pulled it up and I read the transcript, and he said, Mexico's not giving us their good people. They're giving us their bad people. They're murderers and they're rapists. And this was in 2020. or 16, I can't remember. And at that point, I was like, holy shit. They will fucking lie to you about anything. So anything you hear where they're demonizing them, just go look. Or when they call them a fascist, just go look what a fascist is. The definition is basically it's taking away rights from individuals and giving them to groups. That is not the Republican Party. The Republican Party is not interested in taking rights away from individuals. It's all for individual rights. The Democrats are the ones who want to take away individual rights and give them to groups based on race. I'm not saying this in even hyperbole, but that is textbook what Hitler did. I mean, that is what he did. He took away rights from individuals and gave them to groups. Caller, hi.
Hey, Stefan, this is Rosie's little sister.
Hi, Rosie's little sister.
My name is Katie.
Hi, Katie.
Yeah, sorry, she's a little hyped up on some pre-workout tonight. I apologize on behalf of the podcast.
I love Rosie. I love her.
No, she was good.
Quick break. Kamala Harris 35, Donald Trump 95. Go on.
Nice. She's just as loud in person as she is on the phone. So
I got to hang
pretty
with her.
character for her.
Yeah, I've got to hang with her. Yeah.
She's a passionate lady.
Yeah, I was in the narrow photography pit with her where bodies were bumping and grinding. I know Rosie.
At the games. Yeah, that was a super cool experience for her.
Yeah,
she loved that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, I wanted to call in. I know RFK, obviously, he's got the slogan to make America healthy again.
Yes, ma'am.
And I wanted to take just like 2 seconds to talk about this really cool thing some schools are actually doing. It's through the Undeniably Dairy Grant, which means that they can get a bulk tank of milk, like white and chocolate milk, for students to have in schools. Apparently, students are not super in favor for milk in cartons anymore. It tastes like cartons.
It's so gross. I got my kids some milk the other day out of a freezer somewhere. It was like, it was in a plastic bottle and they're like, this is disgusting. And I drank it. I'm like, I get you.
Gotta get that.
It's like it's like orange juice. Right. Orange juice that comes in cardboard is just ridiculous too.
Yeah, it's disgusting. And so a lot of schools are having an issue where kids don't want to drink milk anymore because it tastes bad. But this grant is called the Undeniably Dairy Grant. So if there's any teachers listening or people who have kids in schools, you can apply for this grant and it will connect you with a local farm to supply milk to your school through this like bulk, like self-service kind of
what's the website?
Dispenser, I guess you could call it.
What's the website?
MidwestDairy.com.
Yeah, Undeniably Dairy Grant. Yeah. So I married a dairy farmer. I grew up on a dairy farm and I worked for a dairy paper, and we covered this story based out of Minnesota. It first started, which is kind of ironic considering how messed up Minnesota is.
Does your husband have huge forearms?
Yeah, his grip strength is pretty good.
Crazy, right? The greatest female arm wrestler of all time was a dairy farmer. I'm trying to remember her name. I did some filming with her. Yeah, she was amazing. But anyway, she fucking milked cows, and her forearms and grip strength were just crazy. And yeah, she was. You know who else has big forearms? Guys who cut meat. Like I knew this guy who was a butcher.
Oh, butchers, yeah.
Butcher, man, his forearms were crazy.
Yeah, they're a little messed up in the head, but yeah, they got some crazy forearms.
Butchers or dairy farmers?
Butchers. I mean, dairy farmers have their own mental health issues too, but
dairy farmers are squeezing tits all day. Butchers are cutting up dead animals.
Yeah, in layman's terms, yeah. Stevie, do your kids drink a lot of milk?
Not a lot. They go through phases. My wife goes through phases where she thinks, I think my wife is against them drinking milk. I'd have to ask her. I can't remember. I haven't talked to her about it, but I've seen it in the house more and more. She'll go, there's a gas station by my house that sells raw milk. So she prefers to just give them raw milk from there.
Right.
So
they
go through phases. But it's not a, I think we've been like on a 6-month terror of milk, but before then I think we went like a year or two without milk. But I love milk.
Yeah.
When we filmed the NorCal Classic, Bryson Del Monte got a couple gallons of milk in the house, and like
raw milk.
Yeah, raw milk, and we went
Yep.
crazy on
It's
it.
just some
we were
JY
going.
Ovaltine time.
Yeah.
John Young's probably the biggest like milk pusher on the team. All his Ovaltine.
But I think my taste buds changed as I got older.
Yeah.
Oh, Tennessee, 11 electoral votes. They're already giving him to Donald Trump with only 1% of the vote in. Oh, because he's winning 75% to 23. Wow. With only 1% of the votes in. Wow.
Wow. Well, like Froning said, I mean, Tennessee's a pretty red state in the Bible Belt there. So does that really surprise you?
Shit, I don't know.
I don't know either. Anything's possible.
Here's the thing.
That's right.
Straight up, I don't trust the election.
Yeah.
I don't. I think like anything is fucking possible. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I was reading on Facebook today. So, whatever credibility that has, a kid or a guy that I went to high school with, he got deployed to the border just like very recently. I don't know what branch of the military he's in. And Caleb, you can roast me all you want because I don't know shit about fuck when it comes to this. But this is what I read on Facebook, that he got deployed recently. And it was too short of notice for him to do an absentee ballot or for them to send his ballot to him. So now he can't vote.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell the story about the kid who died. Wow. Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah,
No.
yeah, dude. There's hundreds. There's thousands of stories. As I scroll through my Instagram, every story is like, "Hey, someone voted for me. Hey, I didn't get a vote. Hey, they didn't send me stuff. Someone voted in my name." It's kind of nuts. It's kind of nuts how many stories there are.
Right. So like as I was going through Instagram today too, so many people are posting about how nervous they are or they're super anxious about the election. And like you said, I don't know if I really trust it. And Froning said in his podcast too, like the sun will still come up tomorrow. I mean, hopefully, unless it's really cloudy. And like life will continue to go on to a certain point, and like it's very, very important and I take it super seriously, but like life will still continue. It might look different.
0% of the votes in Alabama, and yet Donald Trump's projected to win by end.
It's already said.
Yeah, hey, completely. You know what? Life will 100% go on, and at the end of the day, I'm a strong believer in that you have to breathe. You have to meditate. By meditate, I mean you have to watch your thoughts. You have to let the thoughts go that aren't making your life happy. You should not fuel those thoughts. And regardless if Kamala wins, like tomorrow, it's not a bad day for me at all. I will not be in mourning. I will not be stressed out.
Nope.
I will. I'll do my podcast in the morning. I'll laugh and giggle with my kids. All that shit. So
yeah,
right.
I'll still get up and I'll go to the gym in the morning and carry on about my day. I'll be a lot happier if Trump wins. But it's still just, it is what it is. And we can't do anything to change it right now. Everything's kind of in limbo.
For me, here's the thing. The experiment that is our humanity, I really want to see what's going to happen if Donald Trump gets in power. I want to see what's going to happen when you fucking put someone in charge who's gonna push Big Pharma's influence out of the CDC, the NIH, the FDA. I want to see Ron Paul come in and cut $2 trillion from the government's budget. I want to see the Department of Education completely go away, and the states be able to. I mean, they have the financing already and the power to, it's not going to affect education at all. I'd like to see all the DEI stuff become illegal. I'd like to see people feel comfortable saying like, hey, this is just straight up fucking racism and discrimination instead of it being something that we're socially beaten down with. I'd like to see, as conservatives, we're also going to see all the great shit that Trump did that they're never going to do. The highest person ever placed in a non-elected position as a gay person was done by Donald fucking Trump. And there's all of those things. There's we're going to see truly strong fucking women. This isn't a topic I talk about, but since that fucking ding dong Mark Cuban mentioned that he doesn't have any strong women, dude, his fucking head of his general counsel and his chief advisor is some fucking rock star genius fucking super beef. And it's like, dude, it's a good team, and he respects his daughters and his kids, and he's a good grandfather. And I just want to see the experiment go that way. I don't want to see more windmills in our ocean. I don't want to see, more whales washing up on beaches. I don't want to see human beings suffering because we're trying to save a fucking mouse that fucking has zero relevancy to the fucking future of humanity.
It was a squirrel.
A squirrel, yeah. I just like
His name was Peanut.
I'd like to see some common sense. It looks like New Hampshire now. So this is a big deal. New Hampshire is almost always a state that goes to Democrats. 11% of the vote is in, and they're still not giving it to Harris, although it looks like she's winning by a good margin. New Jersey. Looks like they're giving that to Kamala. Florida just fell to Donald Trump with 55% of the votes going to him.
Nice.
Georgia, North Carolina. Wow, this is good.
Oh, I like that graphic.
That's awesome. Taylor Swift will be pretty jacked if North Carolina goes red.
Yeah, this is great.
Do you think he's freaking out right now?
I honestly, I don't know. He has such a full life, right? He has such a full life. He's got this beautiful wife that he's just fucking crazy in love with. He's got this. He's an entrepreneur, so his business is growing. He has Kill Taylor, which is a really fun show for him. He's surrounded by. He has a great mentor on the ground there, Andy Hendel. He's surrounded by he has a really loving cast of characters around him. He's got J.R. Howell.
Right.
I think at the end of the day,
he's just worried about buying a house right now.
Yeah, I don't think he gives two fucks. I think he's very happy. Sentinel training's exploding. There's nothing more he loves doing than programming and talking about programming. His life's good. I don't think. I think he's someone who just wears his emotions on his sleeves. I don't think he's like a nervous 17-year-old girl or boy. You know what I mean? I think it's
yeah.
I don't think he gives a fuck. I mean, other than on the surface level, I think the most important thing to him is to start a family with his dope ass chick.
Right, with Lizzie. Right, have some ginger babies and create some monsters. Anyways, okay, I'll get off the call.
All right, what was your name again, Rosie's sister? What was your name again?
Yeah, I'm Katie.
Katie.
Katie. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Katie.
Thank you, Katie.
I apologize for Rosie's craziness.
No, I love Rosie.
Nah, we love her.
Never. Can't wait to see her again. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
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 I might like her more, to be honest.
I'm calling here from New Jersey.
Bernalillo County, New Mexico. Hi, I live on the northwest side of Chicago.
I'm a resident of Ingham County, Michigan.
I live in Platte County, Missouri. A woman ahead of me stuck her ballot into the machine and it spit it out several times. After it spit the ballot out several times, the machine said ballot jam, and the officials came over and the machine spit out a receipt
Trump wins South Carolina 57 to, I didn't see Kamala's.
saying that that was a second ballot she had submitted.
Just wanted to let you know that it seems like there's a lot of voting locations that only have one booth available. People are getting frustrated and basically walking out because they have to get to work. One example is Richfield, New Jersey. Another one is Hoboken, New Jersey. And I heard similar issues in Forest Hills, New York. Seems like this was planned.
And always been able to put my ballot through the reader. Does not have a working scanner today. I watched voter intimidation this morning at high school.
I vote at Lake Township Precinct. And I had a strange experience.
So we have discrepancies from Fox versus NBC. NBC has Trump at 97 to 27, and Fox has it 95 to 35. And I'm seeing different numbers regarding Pennsylvania and North Carolina. Wow, if this is correct from Fox, Donald Trump is getting destroyed in Pennsylvania. This does not look good.
Yeah, Pennsylvania looks like, just from AP, it looks like Kamala has 306,000 votes and Donald has 96,000 votes. It's a 75 to 23% split.
Yeah.
And that is supposedly the deciding state.
But there's only 6% of the votes counted. So
Oh, please. Pat Lang!
still a lot.
What's up, baby?
Sev!
Welcome to the show.
First off, rotate your phone, please.
Oh,
Thank you.
how's that?
There it is. Much better.
Much better. Much better.
Hey, Pat, where's home for you?
Dedham, Massachusetts, just outside of Boston.
And,
Susan, Caleb, what's up?
What's up,
Hey,
dude?
dude.
Good to see you.
Have you been watching tonight? Are you sticking close to the TV and watching the?
No, I had a golf thing today, and I just got home a little while ago. I was out golfing all day long on this beautiful 70-degree November day. But I was watching the show a little bit before I came on, and it looks like it's going to be happy news for you guys. It looks like Trump's doing pretty well.
Dude, I don't know, because I honestly haven't been looking about how the polls have been, which states, like if any states have flipped. But man, Pennsylvania does not look good for Donald Trump. He's getting the shit kicked out of him, and isn't that the most important state?
Yeah, that Georgia, Michigan. Did you say Nevada was going to Kamala earlier?
Nevada hasn't been counted yet.
I have not heard. It looks like he just took Florida.
Yeah, that's big. I think he's going to win. The last 4 years have been a shit show. I said it myself. I voted for Biden. That was a terrible decision. And the border was a disgrace. And I think people are legitimately sick of it. My thought was, and my wife thinks this, is if women come out that otherwise wouldn't have, because Kamala's a woman, maybe she has a chance. But that's the only chance I think she has. I think people are done with what has happened the past 4 years, and they want to move on. It's no different than what happened with Trump in 2016. Unfortunately for him, he had the pandemic. It was a shit show, and things went the other way. I know you guys want to say it was stolen. I don't believe that. I just think people wanted to go a different route. Well, I think they're going to want to go a different route again this time.
Hey, and the January 6th thing, you do believe that was an insurrection?
No, I do not. I don't know why you say that. I don't believe it was.
Good. Unfuck me.
We need somebody to believe
Here's the
it,
thing.
Pat. Somebody's got to believe it.
You guys know how hard it is to get your point across on comments. You try to say everything you can in friggin' 100 characters.
Yeah.
There's no chance a bunch of morons that were trying to get in that building that day were going to take over the government. There was absolutely no chance whatsoever. But I'm also not going to say that these people were feds or dressed up. They were a bunch of complete retards who were beating the shit out of cops on the way in. I said, give me a few minutes here. Thank you.
Damn, that's how I parent.
Yeah.
Or unless you're talking to your wife.
No, I was talking to my daughter. I don't talk to my wife like that. They were retards. They did beat up a lot of cops. I know you don't like it when I say that, but they did. It was embarrassing. And no, they weren't taking over the government. Of course they weren't.
Okay, I agree with you. It was embarrassing. Hey, you know what I heard today? I don't know if this is true. Did someone take a shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk? Did someone actually drop a deuce on there?
Yes, they did.
Oh my goodness.
That is kind of funny.
And they stole a laptop from her. Okay.
Oh,
here's what I want to ask you. When you had someone tell you that, hey, why do you watch that shit show with those ding dongs, the seven podcast? You mentioned that.
Yep.
And what do you think? Do you think it's the boob talk? Do you think it's the chugging Trump's cock? Do you think what do you think it is? The crassness, the 14-year-old boy humor? What do you think it is that they were referencing? That
it was 100% political. It had nothing to do with any of the other stuff. It was all about these guys are just closed-minded and they cannot look at anything other than their liberal view of life. They don't have the ability to come on and listen to you and listen to a different opinion and possibly think a different way. I think mostly they're afraid to think a different way. So that's probably why they did that. I don't think it has anything to do with boobs, tits, or whatever. I think everybody loves that. And if you don't, you're probably gay.
Hey, so it's 8:20. So you're getting ready to like read books and put pajamas on with the kids and shit. Is that what's going on at your house?
Yeah, my son goes to bed at around 9:30. He gets about 10 hours of sleep before school. I think that's he's 11 years old. My daughter's a little later than that.
Pat would crush Sevy. Yeah, that's correct. That is correct. Thanks. Couldn't you wait till he's off the air to say that?
I would not crush Sevy. I love Sevy.
Now listen, Pat. What is so your wife voted for Kamala and you voted for Trump?
I voted for Chase Oliver.
Okay. Is there any, like, when she goes to bed at night and she's sleeping, do you ever whisper in her ear and try to brainwash her? Like, Kamala's not. Vote for Trump. Vote for Chase Oliver.
No, but I argue with her all the time. She claims that she's more independent than she is. She's getting there. There's no doubt about it. I mean, she wants the border closed. She had no problem with a border wall. She thinks if you're not a citizen, get the fuck out. But she's also very much pro-life. She's a labor and delivery nurse, pro-choice, sorry. And she's been a bleeding heart liberal her whole life. I'm trying to get her more to the middle, but no, she's never going to listen to me. She's too smart.
Hey, what about tell me your take on the Liz Cheney thing. When you hear what Trump said, do you think he was saying they need to put Liz Cheney in front of a firing line? Or
okay, I heard you talking about that. I didn't see it. What did he say?
Okay. He basically what I heard him say was, if Liz Cheney is a warmonger, needs to get out on the battlefield herself and know what it's like to be holding one gun and having 9 guns pointed at her.
Yeah.
He even gave her a gun, right?
Yeah.
And this morning I'm watching the Morning Joe, and they're like, he said Liz Cheney should be put in front of a shooting fire line. I'm like, so I went back and listened to it again, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this is some pretty hardcore shit that they're spinning.
Yeah, it's Morning Joe. I mean, I can't do opinion news anymore. I did it for years. I did it all the way up until 2020. I can't watch Rachel Maddow. I can't watch Sean Hannity. They fucking drive me crazy because it's literally, you hear Hannity say one thing, turn on Rachel, she's going to say the exact opposite. There is no truth anymore. So I can't listen to any of it. I'm sure what he said, he was just making an example. I think Trump's a retard. He says a lot of dumb shit that he probably doesn't even understand what he's saying. I don't think he meant he wanted Liz Cheney to get shot. That would just make no sense to say that.
Right. But here's the thing. I don't even want to give him the same. Pat's still a male for Kamala supporter.
No, I'm not.
Let's be nice. Now, I don't think, I don't want to do for Trump what we used to do for Biden. Like, oh, he didn't mean that. Oh, he was an old guy. He meant to say, you know what I mean? I don't want to. Do you think
we're going to be doing it? I mean, he's what is he? 78, 80?
I think he's 80. I think he's 80.
Not. I mean, nobody's where Biden was, but he might be in 2 or 3 years. I mean, that's just time.
How old is Trump? He's 78. I really don't. I don't want to do that. I don't want to. I don't even want to say, but he meant to say. But when I went and listened to it, it's not even what he meant to say. It's what I heard. Okay, how about this other one? Let me ask you this other one. Did you see the thing where he's like, "There's a piece of glass in front of me here."
Yes.
Do you think that he was saying that? How did you take that? What he was saying?
I took it as he hates the fake news. So he's saying, hey, if they're going to fire at me first, it has to go through the fake news to get to me. So I'm okay with that.
Right.
That I think he said, but I don't think he realized that how it looks. He's trying to just be kind of like a tough guy. And that comes off bad. I think he meant to say that. But I also think he's fucking dumb. And that's just my opinion. I don't think he's smart enough. I think his people were in the back going like this when he said that. Dude, what the fuck? You're killing us.
I could slap my head and make that sound.
Yeah, I don't have any. Right before the election, just don't say shit like that because that gives the Morning Joe people ammo. The Liz Cheney thing doesn't sound. It just sound like he was doing a metaphor. But I mean, I sent you that DM and you disagreed with me. I actually thought, I'm like, idiot. Why are you saying that? It just doesn't make any sense to me. I think those things are going to continue. I'm not saying he's going to be senile. Biden is senile. There's no doubt about it. You can't defend it. He's fucking. But I think Trump's, when you get to be 80 years old, you just start talking. He just gets up there and yaps and stuff just comes out. He needs to stop having these rallies and these talks. Just if he gets elected president, just close the fucking border. I'll be happy with that. Finish the wall. And I couldn't care less. I'm going to get a little bit more money in my check. Fine by me.
Pat has incredible forearms. That's nice. All right.
He does. Good shoulders.
Please, for the sake of everyone's IQ, next guest. Are you kidding me? This is fucking.
Wow. Jeremy hates me. He fucking hates me. You know what, Jeremy? You don't hate me. You actually love me. You're just hating on me because you want to be me.
If you guys have the same haircut.
Wow.
If Trump gets do you like Vance? What do you think about JD Vance?
I don't know. He's fine. I don't know enough about him.
If you had to pick between him and Walz, who would you pick?
I'd probably pick Walz.
Wow. Yeah, tell me why.
What your thing with Walz about the
tampon?
The gay club?
Yeah.
That's the only thing I really didn't like about him. That was massive suspect. I'm with you on that shit. I'm with you on the kids going through surgeries before they're 17 or 18 years old. We had an issue like that in my life recently, where a kid started going through puberty blockers, and the parents were really supportive of it. And then like 2 years later, the kid went to the mom and said, "I'm not sure." That was a massive red flag for me. And I thought to myself, wow, you know what? Because I was a supporter of, if the kid feels that way, maybe, go that way, not surgery, but other things. And now I'm like, holy shit, I don't agree with any of that anymore. I don't believe transgender men who trans into being females should be able to play sports. I'm more independent than you think.
Pat Lang 2024. Thank you, Philip Kelly.
Yeah, please. Now.
Just in rebuttal to that, and I don't want to. I wanted to have you come on here and be able to speak without me saying anything. The thing for me is like I don't think anyone 13 to 25 should be making any fucking decisions like that.
Yeah.
Holes in their ears, tattoos, chopping off your penis, just because fucking I was just batshit crazy. Someone could just, when I was 15, someone could be like, throw a rock through that window, and I'd have done it.
Yeah, especially if there's a group and a couple of chicks in the mix.
Yeah, I was so.
I'll do anything for that attention back then, dude.
I was truly dumb.
Yeah, most kids are. You're right. I mean, it's a fair point, and I even think my wife agreed with me on that. She was like, she's the one who told me the story, and I said, you know what? These support the kids, but tell them, hey, you can't really make a decision like that until you're an adult.
Yeah, or you go on a camping trip. Jan Clark, longtime fan of Pat. He's misunderstood. Pat's the only liberal I've ever liked. He's not gonna.
Not a liberal.
Yep, there we go. Jay Hand, Waltz in inflated valor should be a red flag. I could even write that off as just being.
Yeah, I guess.
I could write that. To be honest,
not flying with the mill guy.
Hell no, dude. You say what you did. That's it. You don't fucking. Oh yeah, went and deployed. Yeah, did that. Went
So
combat.
he really said that. He really said that.
Yeah, dude. He said he deployed. Like, we did some serious shit.
Yeah,
He
it's
ain't do
fucked up.
serious shit. Just like
I
I
didn't
didn't
know
do
that.
serious shit, bro. I'm in the military. Don't mean I do serious shit.
Do any of you care that JD Vance was the initiator of the Hitler comments on Trump, and now he's his vice president? Or do you think like he had time to grow?
Yeah, I like it.
All right.
Because I also took that path.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? So that's
Yeah, I know you hated Trump, right?
Yeah, I hated Trump.
Yeah.
I hated Trump because you know why I hated Trump? Because I didn't like the way he threw paper towels at fucking Puerto Ricans. That's how
maybe that's your internal racism, dude. It's all good.
That was my level of sophisticated thinking.
You know why I hate Trump?
Tell me.
The other day when he did his speech and he said, and he looks at everybody and he goes, "Your kid could go to school, get surgery, sex change surgery in the nurse's office, and come home a different sex." And there's actually fucking morons out there who believe that shit.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
They got the table right inside the nurse's office.
Oh my
Right there. Got the
fucking god!
scalpels
It's
and
like,
everything. They're chopping
it
them all
blows
up.
my mind. It's like the Ohio, they're eating cats and dogs. They weren't. That was a lady who was fucking mentally ill, an American citizen who ate a cat. And of course, the Haitians are all that. It's just, you're right.
And it's the same thing on the other side when they
It
show
is.
a picture of a
It is.
Nazi rally and then compare it to Trump and say
It
he's in
is. He's
Madison
not a
Square
Nazi.
Garden and everything else,
Agree.
right?
Agree.
Yeah.
That's why I lean independent. I fucking hate the two-party system because it's what it's done. Everybody hates everybody. I mean, I asked my mother this. I'm like, Mom, when you were a kid, 20s, did anybody fight like this over politics? Never. Nobody. You voted who you voted for. You could have a discussion. It could be civil. Now, lucky for me, I have a lot of friends who are Trump supporters and who are Kamala supporters, and we can actually talk about it and still be friends. That's great. I'm glad. Because if you're one of those people who can't talk to someone else because they're a Trump supporter or because they like Kamala, then fucking grow up. It's politics.
Hey,
easier to talk. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say this. Look, a lot of people say, hey, back in the day, there wasn't as much politics in everybody's life. In fact, they used to be the same, like you don't discuss religion, politics, or sex at the dinner table, right?
Yep.
Now that's pretty much all everybody discusses. But I think one of the reasons why, it's a multifaceted issue, obviously with the internet and social media, but one of the major reasons, I just think there's just so much more government overreach in our lives. Back then, it was a much smaller thing. They took care of the roads. They did, they just functioned as the government should. Now, They're involved with our kids at the schools, whether it's an extreme degree, which we know is mostly anecdotal and kind of bull BS, but nonetheless, they're encroaching upon that relationship between parent and child, especially out here in California. And on top of that, more regulations are coming in, higher taxes are coming in. Both sides of the fence there, the Trump and the Joe Biden has issued a ton of stimulus money, which has caused the one taxation none of us get to vote on, which is inflation. And they're saying
Susan, you're a fucking libertarian, man. You are a libertarian. You have it to a T. Government overreach, college loans with government funded, not abolish the Department of Education. All these things will help the economy as well. So, I mean, I obviously know Chase Oliver has no chance. I mean, he's not even going to get 1% of the vote. I voted for him out of my own morals and because I talk a lot of shit and I better back it up. But I would love for a guy like that to be president someday, or a good, strong independent. It doesn't have to be a libertarian because I have some issues on guns with the mass shooters. But, you know, the people in the chat all think I want everyone's guns taken away. I think every single person in the United States who qualifies should be able to have a gun. But the second you start writing on Facebook that you want to fucking shoot up a school, maybe we should talk about it. Is that really a crazy thing? I don't think it is.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that either. I mean, they've seen warning signs with a lot of these school shooters,
a lot of them,
all the way up and through. And then here's the thing that I would say: hey, if we're so in trouble, what in the world is happening right there?
That can't be real.
She got my vote.
Damn.
Jesus Christ.
But yeah, it's easier. Hey, here's the deal. Nobody has ever sat down in the particular incident of school shooting and say, look, we've looked at the data over the last 20 years or whenever that Columbine first one hit, right? And then there was a string of after. We looked at all the data points here. And here's the ones that are within our control. Here are some that are without. So with the ones that are within our control, we're going to move towards policies here. Instead, nobody actually looks at the issues, wants to understand the data, and then make an intelligent decision based off that. We just want to immediately divide. So we're just going to make it about guns. And I honestly think, and especially as I've had more and more conversations, and a lot of them with people at my gym, because, you know, Savon's asked, hey, how are you able to be so vocal and not have any pushback? And there is. But at the end of the day, I always am curious on people's opinion, like generally curious about how they know what they know, why they think what they think, and why they believe what they believe. And so with that being said, it's like if you were to actually sit down and start to do that, you would find that even on some of the polar opposites, there's way more common ground. Way more people do not want big bank bailouts. Way more people want to minimize lobbies' influence. Way more people want to pull back corporate interests. And those are actual issues that would really, really affect us. But instead, it's much easier to just divide on big blanket statement issues, package it in something that you can't refute, like Black Lives Matter or women's healthcare rights, because no one's going to be against that, you know. And then there you have it. Now there's just polarization, stalemate, and then they just keep pushing the agenda in the undertone of no actual autonomy, no financial literacy, and everything else still keeps moving as it is.
Kamala Harris won Delaware. It looks like it's 30 electoral votes for Harris, 105 for Trump with the polls that have been decided already. Go ahead, Pat. Sorry.
I agree with you, Susan. The only question is, how is someone going to get elected that agrees with what you just said? Because most people, like you said, there are millions of people that agree with it, but they're just going to look at the ballot and go, well, I'm a Democrat, so I'm going to vote Democrat, or I'm a Republican, I'm going to vote Republican.
Yeah, agreed. I would say the first thing for that is eliminating any sort of censorship with these social medias. Allow that we have enough of a fire hose of information that truth will eventually circulate to the top as information is free and clear and it's not oppressed or suppressed, right? So if that's the case, as the information, we're just seeing what's happening with independent media. We are at the infancy of it. The Joe Rogan and his ability to sway the election with the Donald Trumps, the Vances, and the Elon Musks, like we don't know how this is going to unfold. And so the powers to be don't either. There's a lot of unintended consequences and a lot of unknowns, but they know, hey, we got to get this within our control, because if not, the veil of power is going to be lifted. It's going to be exposed for everybody to see, and we won't be able to contain the message faster than it's able to roll out. So I think the first and foremost, we want to be for free speech. Thank goodness for what Elon did. That gives us a place like X where it still exists. And it's going to have some turbulence and triumphs, but I think that that's going to be the way that we'll start to untangle this mess.
Wow, Danny Spiegel for Kamala. That's a shock.
Speaking of Elon,
that was an accident.
Did you guys get your $100 when you signed his thing, or no?
No, I did not. I didn't.
Can you imagine if Kamala did that and Elon hadn't done it? You would have fucking jumped all over her, and I would have expected you to.
Listen, last night they sent out an email to people letting them know that their student loans will be forgiven.
Yeah, and it's bullshit.
Well, it is bullshit.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. There's no fucking way. It's already been like,
saying it
how
for
many times
years.
has Biden been overturned in court? I mean, he might have got some of them, but most of them did not happen.
They started that shit all the way back in 2020. When
Yeah,
they started
it's
doing,
bullshit.
Like,
It's complete.
loan deferment
It's
stuff.
no different than Trump telling you that your kid's dick's going to get cut off and he's going to come home with a vagina.
I was kind of hoping we could stop paying for my wife's college, to be honest. But
Vote blue, vote blue. Don Fall, 50-50, 53 Kamala, 47 Trump.
Interesting.
I bet you Don's wife decides who he votes for.
Damn. You mean Annette?
Oh, damn. Pat Lang, great having you on, buddy. If
All right.
we'll be on all night. If you end up staying up late and getting drunk, give us you got the link. Come on in.
All right, boys. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Hey, dude. I really appreciate you coming.
All
on.
right. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
Pat Lang. Wow.
That was cool.
Breaking
fucking
all
crazy,
over.
dude.
Vet to vet, I knew Caleb would agree. Miss Pugface, we don't punish their crime same as adults because their brain isn't fully developed yet, and we allow them to make such big decisions. Let's go to the Google map. You have school tomorrow, Caleb?
Yeah, I do.
Son of a bitch. 52 Harris, 101 Trump. Are there any surprises yet? Oh, so Pennsylvania's going blue.
What about North Carolina? Looks like it's turned a little purple there.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Oh,
North Carolina's
shit,
tight, baby.
dude.
It's tight.
And what's 14% of the voting is in. So that gives us hope for Pennsylvania for sure.
Wow, he's only winning by 20 votes.
That's crazy.
Wow, crazy.
Yeah, Pennsylvania's got 9% of the votes in. Man, he's getting blown away in Pennsylvania, that's for sure.
How's Ohio?
Pretty close to 41% of the votes, 17 or 50% to 48.7%.
And how's Michigan? Not even
6% reported. Yeah, about 50-50. Well,
so these were states, if you were watching Fox News, that they were giving such high hopes for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's lost it, man.
The whole thing?
Yep.
Way too early.
Pull off that map. Let me see. So what are the swing states? Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Wisconsin, Georgia. How's Georgia doing? But Pennsylvania is the big pipe hitter.
Georgia's flipping now at 52% of the votes in or reported. Wow. That's good.
Donation from my mom's birthday baby. Hi, Mom. Oh, I don't know what that means, but okay. Thank you. I like your money. Greg Glassman, he lost. Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, he did. I think he did. You got to look at how many reported in Pennsylvania. It's only 9%. Plenty of time to no. Doesn't work like that. I don't think, Brian. I wish.
Well, it did. Hey, it did so far in North Carolina. The last time we looked at it, it was blue. Now it's tied, and there's still plenty of ways to go.
It's more of a burgundy right now, but I think it's leaning red.
Arizona called it 1% reporting in 2020.
That's amazing.
God, what a world. All right, guys. We will see you in 1 minute.
My experience was, I told her, you build one in Portland and I'll start. Coming from a bad back, not really able to move. Doctors said medication probably until you can't take it, then we'll do surgery. So that was kind of what motivated me to get into it. So a year into CrossFit, probably one of the best shape of my life. I was diagnosed with cancer. And we got through it. You push through these things that I always joked. I was like, okay, here we go. 35 rounds of radiation, 3 rounds of chemo. I said, here we go, 3, 2, 1, go. It's like a workout. Let's get through it,
There's no doubt. I've been in oncology, radiation oncology for over 30 years. With what he was up against, there's no doubt in my mind, if it wouldn't have been for CrossFit and the way he was, we built him up and how strong he was, he wouldn't be here today.
We will be giving away the $5,000 prize very shortly here, 6 days away, I think, on November 11th. It looks like Donald Trump has won Arkansas with 6 electoral votes. And their polling closes in 19 minutes. Oh, no, wait. How can that be? They have, listen to this. Arkansas with 6 electoral votes, 9% of the votes in. Trump's losing 36% to 61%, yet they have him as the projected winner.
How is that? How could that be?
Fuck, I don't even know. I'm watching
That's
NBC.
interesting, huh?
I'm watching NBC. Yeah. How can that be? Click on the state and it will show each county shaded for still reporting in solid color for the confirmed. That county shit, like I don't even understand that county shit. Like I don't know the nuances. I don't know the nuances about those counties. The Senate is 33 to 42, 33 blue, 42 red. Kamala won Delaware with 48% of the votes in.
Rhode Island, New Jersey, Delaware, you already said. Massachusetts. There's only 2% of the votes in Massachusetts, though, but she's got a pretty strong lead in Massachusetts.
Yeah,
and then
AP's already saying that it's Kamala for that one.
That video is fantastic. We have a two-brain video contest. The entries have closed. We got more than 200 entries.
Yeah, more than 200.
Holy shit.
We'll be giving away $5,000 for first place from Two Brain Business. Chris Cooper will be here on the 11th to launch the State of the Industry report.
Yep.
Someone sent me a DM and they're like, hey, no one recently, they're like, no one cares what the athletes don't care, and no one cares what Dense Updates says about the athletes. No one cares. How does that make you feel? Well,
was that person 5? Who the fuck?
And nobody cares.
This guy's name is Jeremy. He just sends me constant just DMs. And anyway, listen, I don't have to care when Chris Cooper's coming on the podcast, and I'm doing 200, and he helped us create 200 videos supporting affiliates. I don't have to give a fuck. Caller, hi.
Hey, what's on? I just called in because my wife and I were having a debate earlier, and I was raging. This topic isn't as controversial.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. We're having issues with the phone. Give me 1 second. Let me reconnect the phone. Your phone doesn't do that, huh, Souza?
No.
We have to reconnect it every call.
No.
Okay. Caller, you're back. You don't mind if I use that? Yeah, you're back. You don't mind if I use the exerciser while you talk, right?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes?
I can hear you fine.
We got you.
Okay. So this isn't the hot button topic for the election, I get. However, I'm just wondering, what's your guys' take on the no tax on tip policy that both of them have been kind of pushing? Because I think it's going to be a disaster, honestly, for the long term.
Tell me
so
why.
Maybe you can
Tell me why.
Because I think it'll keep people in service industry jobs for potentially their whole lives. And the problem, if you're not claiming tips, is how do you show income when it comes time for credit, especially when buying a house? You can't go on $3-4 an hour wages and then be able to get financing on a house. And then furthermore, if Social Security somehow manages to stick around, their wages are going to be stupid low when it comes that time.
Okay, so I don't know exactly how it's going to work, but there's two things you're saying. On one, the first thing I'm hearing you say is that they're going to have these jobs and it's going to be $50 an hour and they're never going to aspire for more, so it's going to keep them in dipshit jobs. I'm not sure if that's what you're saying. But the other thing, the cool thing about not taxing tips is now people can be honest and report them. You can my assumption is that you're still going to report them. They're just not going to be taxed. And so you can still show the bank I made 132,000. I'm guessing. I don't know.
No, you're onto it. Yep.
You can still say, as the doorman at the St. Regis in San Francisco, I made $57,000 in payroll and another $59,000 in tips, and actually I can buy a house. So I think, if I'm right, it might be the opposite of what you're saying. In respect to, like, it will. I like it for two reasons. I want people to be motivated to get tips, right? I don't want to set people up to lie. So those are my two. things. The Kamala, I don't believe Kamala has gone out of her way to tax people's tips, and I don't trust her fucking at all on the subject. The fact that she didn't come up with the idea herself and she stole it mid-election, like, fuck her.
Hey, and here's the deal too. Majority of your tips are all going to be with credit cards. The overwhelming majority. So all of that is going to get reported regardless, because at the end of the night, sometimes you end up with a negative balance that the restaurant owes you. So what happens is you go to turn in all your reporting and you go, hey, the restaurant owes me $300. That's because I received 0 cash tips and all my tips came in electronically. So now, regardless of that was taxed or not taxed, it's still going to be reported income.
Okay, well then, okay, because for one, I'm not disparaging service industry. My entire family were servers. You know, you can make great money at a restaurant or bartending. I understand that. But now what you're thinking, if they're not going to tax that, but so all these service industry people can have jobs making $100K a year and they don't have to pay any tax, but all the rest of us knuckleheads that make $100K a year have to pay tax on it now? That isn't right either.
But
that's 100% correct.
But it's on their tips. And so listen, you have to think about it as gifts. You would be fucking pissed if your kids, or if every time someone gave you a Christmas present, you had to pay tax on it. You just, at least that's how I wrap my head around it. I think I'm rewarding someone. Like, I don't believe in giving to charities. I believe in rewarding people in my ecosystem who are helping me. You know what I mean?
No, 100%. I get that, but I haven't heard anything where it's going to be reported where you can show it as income. You know, and again, is Social Security going to be based off the $3-4 an hour they make and their wages, or is it going to be based off of their tips? You know,
no, typically it's going to be
great question.
It's going to be typically the total reported income that they receive, and then there'll be income, and then there'll be a taxable income, and those would be 2 different buckets. Okay. So you would be able to use your total income to show, hey, I'm making $100K a year here, but my taxable income is only going to be X amount. Now, you also have to think about the people in the service industry. Typically, you're not going to get medical and other benefits through those companies as well. So really, when you look at it, if you look at the pre-taxed money and then you look at the expenditure that you're going to have for health insurance and different things, there's no advantage for really having the tax or not tax on the tips in that regard. So I don't think it changes that much. I actually think that tax on tips is theft. If you ask me, I don't think that should be something that is taxed by the government.
Okay, yeah, you guys are making some good points. Again,
hey, and I'm going to add one more point to that. Why do you think the tax is there in such a strong and really strong? Well, that's because of the government regulation on minimum wages and different things. So by coming in and starting to regulate wages and all that other stuff, you would typically want your wage to be as low as you possibly can. So then that way you could get taxed less and have more of your, and save more of the income that you're making based off the merit of your service, by the way.
Of course, you know, again, I'm coming from my family. All of them were servers. You know, my mother always claimed her tips just so she would have something coming in Social Security. You know what I mean?
Right. And here's the other thing too. Social Security,
it's like $1,000 a month. You know,
hey, dude, in the Social Security, unfortunately, is a tent in the wilderness, meaning you feel real safe inside of it, but at the end of the day, that motherfucker just blow away.
What do you mean it'll blow away? What do you mean, Sousa? What do you mean?
So he's talking about Social Security, the benefits that you'll receive after retirement or certain ages and different things like that. Yeah. That whole construct, my friends, is a house of cards to begin with. So if you really are,
better be there in 15 years, all I'm saying.
Hey, do you have kids?
I have one. Yeah, she's 24, and I have a couple of step kids.
Oh, okay. Do you have any kids in the house?
Yeah, we do. Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, tell your wife I love her, and she's a smart woman.
Hey, I appreciate it. Hey, we did the syndicate. We were all over Taylor. We were the most obnoxious couple in the world. We were geeking to see Taylor there, so that was a good time. I wish I'd have saw you there.
That's awesome too. We were stoked for all the Taylor fans that were there. Him getting those cheers when he first came out on that first event was awesome.
We were so obnoxious. I know he was pissed off. I got a hold of him right after that, trying to watch, and I'm not thinking. I'm just geeking. I want to get a picture with him, and he was super gracious to us, and he was just awesome to deal with. But hey, I appreciate your thoughts on that. That was something that I'm just trying to wrap my head around. The long-term cascading effects of this
Can you imagine Tim Walz as president?
No.
Like in any world.
Absolutely not. I've only listened to him speak probably for 10 minutes, and I couldn't even listen to him. Kamala's even more scary, but whatever, you know?
Yeah, like, listen, man, I'd like to fight Tim Walz.
Just like a pay-per-view.
I don't know if I've ever said that on the show. I would just like to fight him. Yeah, just like get in the ring and fight him.
What the hell was up with Pat? He has the most punchable face, exactly what I expected, but he was actually pretty reasonable when he was on here a little while ago.
He's great. He spooked me one time in the DM saying he got kind of squirrely. And ever since then, I've been trying to like rebuild trust with him again. I'm so happy I had him on tonight. I loved him on the show tonight. He was great.
Yeah, it was good. But yeah, I really wanted to hate him. I'm like, okay, he's not quite the knucklehead that I thought he was. At least he didn't come off that way this evening anyways.
No, the fact that he hangs out in here, he's one of us. No one's hanging out in here who's not one of us.
You should have had Taylor on at the same time as him. Then maybe they could have got into it.
I wanted to give him a chance to speak. I'm not here. I wanted to really give him a chance to speak and not debate him here. I wanted to, like, you know,
sure,
because being misunderstood sucks for me. Ever since I've been a little kid, that's been my like fucking thing. I hated being misunderstood. So it's cool. It's cool that he got a chance to get on here and people get to know him.
Mm-hmm.
You're a better man than I am, that's for sure. I don't think I could have handled it, but he was all right. So I can't say anything too negative at the moment. You know?
And he's fun to look at. He looks like a WWE wrestler, doesn't he? He's fun to look at.
Yes, absolutely. Hey guys, let's keep watching this. Every time Pennsylvania refreshes, her lead drops a little bit as far as the increase goes, and Trump's gaining. So we got time here. Let's hold up the faith. All right.
You think you would have banged Kamala when she was 20?
Would I have, or would Trump have?
Would you? Oh, Trump for sure would have. I for sure would have too. I'm just wondering you personally.
Nah, I didn't think she was cute at all. No.
Thank you.
Those big old Indian eyes. I'd have fucking slapped my balls on her.
My mind.
I've been with some Indian girls. They're good. All right, brother.
Have a good night. Thank you for taking the call.
All right, bye.
Later.
Wow.
What is this? Patrick Clark, from one Pat to another. You're a good dude. Mailed in my ballot for Walz today. You can't. What do you mean mailed in your ballot for Walz? You mean for Kamala?
Maybe he's not a Kamala supporter, but he's a big Tim Walz guy.
All right,
big tampon Timmy.
Jesus. Yeah, that one's great, isn't it?
Fuck, dude.
Hey, dude, she has. Does she? You don't think that's great?
No.
Oh my
goodness, bro. It's too much.
Dude, it's so bad.
You guys, stop. It's fine.
No.
Okay. Oh, her cheekbones are too high?
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
Brooke Wells, the Taylor self poll. This is who the people think. This isn't who they've voted for, but this is what the fans think. The fans think that Brooke Wells is 64% for Trump. They think Dawn's about 50-50, Kamala and Trump. Danny Spiegel, they overwhelmingly people think that she voted for Kamala.
Really? Why would they think that?
I don't know. It's crazy.
I think both her. What's that?
She's a self-made woman.
I think that both her and Brooke, Danny and Brooke, I bet you they're closet Trump supporters.
You think they lie about who they vote?
Fuck yeah.
Oh, they lie. They're one of them. One of them.
The Queen of Hustle, Lauren Khalil, the fans have spoken. They think she's for Kamala. I don't think she is.
No, she's not. She's all up in the tactical games and rubbing elbows with those boys.
She wants in her mind, she wants a big, strong man to fucking put the D to her. Bethany Flores, she's based out of Los Angeles, but I think she's a Midwest girl. I don't know.
Yeah, I bet you she's probably a closet one. Hey, one quick story on Lauren Khalil. You know how you know that she's definitely a Trump guy is because I didn't watch the whole story, but I watched the beginning of it. And she was like, it started with like, get yourself a man that's gonna come out here and like refill the fluids or something. And the hood of the car was up, and he was like taking care of the car, like refilling some sort of whatever, probably radiation. Radiator fluid.
Yeah, whatever they put in the car.
Yeah, clearly I'm a Kamala voter with my knowledge of the car. But you want a dude that's going to be able to get out in the rain and change your tire, do some man shit.
That's
Not
right.
sit there and wait till his girlfriend calls him to go out and vote for whoever she chose for him.
Takes a lot of woman to accept a man. Mike B, I'm working my ass off with 2 El Trabajos in escuela, while my neighbor lives off government assistance and has a newer car than me, goes shopping 3 times a week, as much, and sits at home all day yelling at their kids. Big old stack of Amazon boxes in front of that door with the government money. Oh, right. I meant to ask him the thing that I'm really excited about with Trump also is the $10,000 per kid for homeschooling.
Oh, that's one of the things I didn't really hear that much.
He popped that off the other day. That's $30K tax deduction for me.
Hey, and that's how you dismantle the state brought to you by state schools. You could only do it through empowering, giving resources to parents to kind of do their own things.
90% of CrossFit athletes who openly profess their identity with Christianity will vote Trump. I don't know how you can be a Christian and not vote for Trump. The baby killing thing, man. The baby killing thing is a tough one. ESC sounds off to sleep. It's 2 a.m. here. He's in Europe, I guess. Good luck for the rest of the night, ladies and gents. Thank you. The country will be on fire if Trump wins. Just know.
You think so? Like right away? Like what do you think? I don't think anything happens right away.
Dude,
I don't think anything happens right away.
If Trump wins, these violent motherfuckers are gonna go fucking crazy. Dude,
no shit again.
The other day I was reading an article about the riots, and do you know what they referred to them as? The January 6th riots and the COVID riots. It was from fucking I was reading an article on MSNBC. Excuse me, those weren't COVID riots. Those were George Floyd fucking burned the city down fucking
BLM riots is what they were.
Dude. Yeah, like what the fuck? What do you mean the COVID riots?
Yeah.
In the same breath, someone disparages a woman living on government assistance.
And then would take the government money for homeschooling.
Hey, listen. It's not even fucking comparable. I'm paying money to the government for my schools. I'm fucking more than happy to do that. But since my kids aren't using those resources, I'm also happy to be reimbursed for the money that I'm paying into the schools. Talk about taking shit out of context.
Hey, at the end of the day, too, getting government subsidies only really matters in the consequence of the subsidy. So what I mean by that is I would rather give money and welfare to people that have jobs that are currently working their way out of using for the system. I want to give those people as much as I can and incentivize that as much as I can. Hey, we're going to give you more and snowball your way out of this situation, right? And we'll build on top of that, as opposed to the way that it's set up right now for the subsidies is if you start to go get a job or you reach this small threshold, which you aren't capable of living off of anyways, then automatically all your subsidization goes away. The second portion of that is they should not be, meaning like American Beverage Association, the big food companies, should not be allowed to lobby in between the government and what those subsidies can be spent on. There is no reason for anybody that is having hard times, that needs welfare, to go get groceries for their family, to also be able to get soda with that. It doesn't make any sense. It's harmful. It's actually poisonous to your family. And I actually just met with the person who does the farmers market out here in Livermore, and they're starting one in West Oakland, Sevon, probably over in the area that you used to kick around in. And what they're doing with the farmers market locally there is they're working with all the local farmers within the area, and they're now accepting the SNAP and the EBT cards. And what you're able to do is go down there to the information center, prove that you have it, swap it for a token, and that token is as good as cash inside of your farmers market, which is you're able to spend it on local grown produce and meats and everything else.
Which, you could argue it's shitty either way, but fucking that's great for the local economy.
It's great for the local economy in the fact that you're actually giving those families healthy foods. We all know that if you're eating processed foods and a shitload of sugar, your thinking just goes, your motivation tanks, everything.
I hear you on that. But more importantly to me is that I think farmers markets, there's like some rule, like it has to be produced within 90 miles of the place, or there's usually some rules like that. And I love that shit. I love supporting.
Yeah.
But I hear you. Yeah, yeah. Obviously, much better food. Jenny, my police department is small. Buffalo, New York, has us working all night and a whole command center ready for anything. You better be fucking ready. Trump wins South Dakota. Trump wins Wyoming. 3
Here we
electoral
go.
votes each.
Now we got some star power in the building.
Mr. Froning.
Are they rioting out there yet?
Almost. It's almost time, baby. Get your pitchfork.
Get your pitchforks ready.
Where are you in your biographies? What president are you on?
I am still on Ulysses S. Grant.
Good job.
I've taken a little detour with Rogan interviewing everybody I want to listen to, so it's been tough.
And did you listen to him?
Yeah, I listened to Trump. I listened to Vance, and I'm actually on Fetterman right now. Just trying to broaden my scope, my narrow-minded views on how the country should be ran.
The Fetterman one is I only made it 30 minutes, and people told me I tapped out too soon. That it gets better.
Tough.
But
It's tough.
It's tough. Yeah.
I made it past the first 30 minutes. About halfway through it. There's definitely some nuggets in there. I was a big anti-Fetterman guy. He does talk a lot about how the system's kind of broken and how, like the attacks on his family really messed with him, and he had some mental health issues and stuff like that. And I mean, the dude had a stroke, and the hard part is, especially in the beginning, when he's like, yeah, I don't have any problems with my hearing, but he can't understand a damn word Joe says. And
that part was crazy, right? I was trying to understand and then Joe would ask him questions and he wouldn't answer the question. Like,
yeah, he's like, I don't have any cognitive problems, but it really, really messed with me for a minute. But I listened to it, or I'm about halfway through it. I'm going to finish it just to do my due diligence, although I am just a simpleton redneck, according to the internet.
Rich, I want to talk about coming out of the closet. You have this massive fan base. You are loved by so many people, and you've been an inspiration to so many people. And you are great. You're a gentleman. You have great character. And then you start doing things as you have more free time outside of exercising and competing in sport for a living. We're seeing more and more of your day-to-day life. We're seeing your thoughts on political views. We're seeing how you spend your free time hunting. And that's what I meant by coming out of the closet. Is that hard for you to, expose yourself like that and then be like almost like you feel like you're letting people down who've been there with you and who kind of, I mean, unfortunately, they also hold you on this pedestal and they don't want you to fall off.
Right. They don't know that I'm a real human. And yeah. No, not really.
They think you just go away in a closet every night, literally, right? And then you pop out.
I'm just
okay.
not even real,
Yeah.
No, I mean, years and years, like if you would have said years ago, would I be this open about my life or certain things? Probably not, because, I've just kind of grown in a public image. It wasn't an overnight success. It's been a kind of a 15 years kind of slow burn, I guess. And man, here's my deal with it is if you know over the last couple of years, especially who I am and what I do, you could kind of read between the lines on where I stand on a lot of things, I don't feel like it should be that big of a shock or surprise. I post dead animals on my, I guess that's part of it too, is, those are the types of things.
Even in the Fittest documentary, the topic of abortion comes up. And that's really blew my mind how well you handled that, because I know you're a man of God and I know you believe strongly in life and people's unalienable rights. But even in that documentary, you said you handled it so tactfully. You said basically like, hey, I'm paraphrasing, but please consider adoption as a choice.
There's way more and I think Vance does a good job of talking about this. We've gone almost to this completely different side of like approach, like he talked about how Clinton would say, women should have a choice, but it's like almost the last option, right? Whereas now it's like we almost celebrate, or women celebrate the abortion or being able to have it. And it's just like weird and icky. And it's just a tough, I'm like, I have 3 amazing kids, and you could argue that, because somebody else chose a different option. And man, it's so one-sided for me. But do I believe that it's just such a hard subject, really, to like get super into the weeds about. Like, I don't think there is, man, my kids, I just look at my kids, right? That's
Right.
what I always come back to.
That's what I do too.
Yeah.
I just look at my kids and I'm like, oh man, I can't.
How awesome. Right?
There'd be nothing I would do anything to try to save a kid.
Anything, literally anything.
Yeah, because I see them kind of all as my own.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and then the more and more you see kids in situations, you're just like, man, we've got an incredible Revo at the gym. He does this sleep in heavenly peace. So we'll make beds at the gym and then take them to kids that are sleeping either on couches or on floors, which is bizarre how wild of a, epidemic or whatever you'd call it, but in a situation that it is. And like, just, I took the kids and we built some a couple weeks ago at the actual houses after, they'd been built at the gym. And just to see the kids, like my younger two have no idea whatsoever, but Lakeland she's 10 now and she's starting to, her eyes are being open to the world. And man, just to see how that really affected her was cool. It was like, man, we are beyond privileged. We're beyond the 1%, right? And you can argue if it should be a government thing that should be doing that, or if it's the people that are blessed that are helping other people. So, man, it's just try to live out what you preach and be a part of it.
Hey, do you have any Kamala voters in your family?
I might have heard of some grumblings of one especially as of late, but man, that's your right as an American. I don't have to necessarily agree with the way somebody votes, and and that's what I try to like. It's when this is all over, said and done. That's the beauty of the system, hopefully, and the way it was set up, and hopefully, three branches balance each other out. You could get into the nitty gritty of like, all right, what are they doing with immigrants to change the House seats, and what are they doing to expand the judicial branch with more judges, and we can get real political and real political science on. I do enjoy nerding out on some of that every once in a while, but I'm also like, all right, hopefully overall good prevails. But man, it's getting harder and harder, right?
But the Supreme Court decision recently, I forget what it was, but we had Dale Saran on, and they took a huge chunk out of the fourth branch, which were the agencies,
Yeah. Like basically the ones that were appointed by, say, the president or whoever with no votes, right? And which I think is incredible.
Letting the CDC decide whether we should wear masks or not, but instead it should be the legislature and the judicial and the executive branch that should be deciding, not non-elected officials.
4 years ago with the whole election right now tonight, it's just insane. It's insane to think about masks and all that stuff.
Do you think that this is pretty significant? Like,
you guys?
No, I can hear you. You just
got your audio.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
May have lost them.
Too much Trump talk.
Powers to be are shutting it down. Oh,
there you go. You're back.
Oh man, I whispered some bad words, I guess.
Hey, how you're 30? You're 35, Rich.
I'm 37.
37.
Old, man.
Do you think that this is the most important election in your lifetime?
Oh man, I mean, I honestly, 2020 was a pretty important election, right? And you see where that got us. Who knows? It's just every election's the important election. That's kind of the beauty of what we're doing. Like, it should be important. It should be important for people to get out and vote, and that's what makes this country great, and what what makes any country, I guess, that you can vote and it actually should count. Great, So I try to think about every election as even the midterm elections. Get out and vote, and those ones really make a big difference. That people, I feel like, you're going to see huge voter turnout for this, but man, you really look at the House and Senate and any of those seats that come up, then it's I guess more the House, but those are important races too, right? So, man, election's just important, right?
Vivek Ramaswamy was talking about how man vacillates between service and selfishness, right? So the selfishness is gathering the food and putting it in your refrigerator and taking care of your family. And then there's the other side that's a service. And that the problem that we're seeing with people like Joe Biden, who when they're in office for 40 years, if you're in the selfish mode, when you're in office, you start doing things that make you vulnerable to corruption, right? Doing things that are self-serving instead of for the people. Do you feel that in your own life? Like heading into a more service-oriented life?
Man, it's tough, like when is enough, right? And I guess that's just difference on the person. Man, I'm incredibly blessed, and I've been pretty incredibly blessed. Wow, well that throughout my life, and so I don't know if it's just something in my whole family. Like if you look at any of my family, even if they don't have a lot, they're still serving. My aunts are some of the most serving people you've ever met. Both of my parents, you've met both my parents.
Yep, very
I
very
don't know if
generous
that's
in spirit and hard work. Both your parents, crazy.
right. And so I don't know if that's just something that I've been something that's been instilled in me since the beginning. I don't know, man. I just you like to see the good in people and like to hope that people are inherently good. But every once in a while you get proved wrong, right? And so I think the career politician thing I don't love. They speak as a public servant, and you hear kind of on the Fetterman podcast, I think he said that senators make like $170,000 a year, and technically the president, I think, makes $400,000 a year, but that's without lobbyists and kickbacks and all that type of stuff. So you just hope, man. And it's you parallel that to CrossFit, and there are guys using steroids and that type of thing. So it's like, man, it's just, I think it's a culture thing right now. And I think, man, I feel like there's like pendulum shifts. Like either we go too far one way, and I feel like this is the pendulum swing back at least more towards center. Maybe not completely right, maybe not completely left. I hope, man.
You think there's going to be violence regardless? I personally think that if Trump wins, there'll be violence. If Kamala wins, there won't be violence.
I could get behind that. If we had some betting odds on that, I would agree with your point there. Yeah, I mean, only, everybody's going to point to January 6th, but I mean, look at anything that happened in 2020 with any major city. So, and I don't even love what happened in January 6th. Now, do I think Trump was directly behind that? No. Do I think it was this crazy? And you can get conspiracy theory on it. I'm not as well versed on all of the details, other than I talked to some of the guys that were there, Capitol Police, and they said it was pretty unruly for a little bit, but after they kind of got in, everybody was just kind of like, all right, hands off, and people just walking around, meandering around. But I don't necessarily agree with that's what they should be doing or where they should be at, right? So
right, but significantly different. But you do agree it's significantly different than the George Floyd BLM riots, where whole fucking cities were burning, police stations burning down.
Where I believe Tim Wall's wife was quoted as she liked the smell of burning things. Like
yeah, she left her windows open, smelled the burning tire.
Hey, and also think about this when you compare those two things, right? One, you had destruction of private property, businesses, livelihoods. The other one, Nancy Pelosi just got shit on her desk. That's somebody who we're paying for. Exactly. That's somebody who we're paying anyway is going to come up and clean it up, right? And
I mean, the argument, I 100% see the argument there, but obviously my political leanings are more towards that side. So, I don't love to see it either way, right? I don't want to see a political upheaval because you disagree with how the election went. I think that's it's not a good thing to start. And it's, if we're really supposed to be, peaceful transfer of power, then let's practice what we preach.
Agreed.
Awesome. Hey, dude, thanks for coming on. You're
Absolutely.
amazing. I hope.
I'll call you tomorrow if you guys are podcasting again.
Awesome, thank you. Hey, what's your degree of separation from JD Vance? Someone said I'd love to see you, JD Vance, on your podcast. That would be a great podcast. Do you know someone who knows him?
So I never knew. I didn't even know who he was before Trump announced him. So
me neither.
I took a kind of sidetrack or side tour from my presidential biographies. Hey, I guess technically, if in 8 years it goes good, even better, 4 years it goes even better, he could be on the list. So I read Hillbilly Elegy, listened to it, and he reads it. So if anybody gets a chance, man, it's a good book. He's super well spoken. I like just the way he talks. Seems like a normal-ish dude. super smart veteran. I like the fact that he cusses a little bit, loves Jesus, like I can definitely level with that. And, I just like, there's a lot of common sense in a lot of his policies, or when I hear him talk. Listening to Rogan, I think, was one of the coolest things. One of the better podcasts I've heard. So I really enjoyed that.
I mean, do you know anyone who knows him? Are you 1 degree of separation from him?
So I have a couple of buddies that are Secret Service, the good kind, and they've been on a couple of different details. I don't know if they technically have been on his detail yet, but I'll definitely push a little bit towards that because, once again, that's a guy I'd like to meet and just sit down and talk to.
Yeah, that would be a great podcast. I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
All right, dude. You the man. Thank you. Thanks. Tell your family. Thank you for letting me come on tonight.
Love
All
you,
right,
bye.
brother. Thank you.
Later, dude.
Better, Rich.
Rich Froning. Look at that.
Awesome.
Votes being counted in 6 battleground states. Maine looks very close with 3% of the votes in. They're only separated by 600 votes. Maryland goes to Kamala Harris with 0% of the votes counted. Can you pull up the old Google, Mr. Beaver?
Hey, what do you know about the agitators inside of the, just in both sides, January 6th in the BLM riots? Like how much of that do you think? Okay, we'll go ahead and that.
Let's come back. I think if you gave me $1 million and I had to bet, I would say January 6th was 100% agitator, like 100. Like I put all million on it. Okay, the big states. Let's look at Ohio. Ohio's gone red. That was a swing state. Okay, that looks good. Pennsylvania. How close are we there?
Still a while.
20% reporting. God, that's not good.
It looks like it's mostly coming from Philadelphia, I guess.
Yeah, they had 100,000 people at Kamala's rally last night. I saw.
The rest of the state's pretty red, so they just haven't finished counting the votes there, I guess.
Is Florida considered a swing state?
Which
no,
one?
I don't think so. Florida?
Florida's red. South Carolina, Let's check out North Carolina.
Pretty red.
All right, that's good.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me see.
Pretty surprising, honestly.
But only winning by 0.2%. Oh no, that's Georgia. So North Carolina. What do we have there? Put it over North Carolina again. Let me see. Okay, winning by 100,000 votes, 120,000. And how's Georgia? All right, winning by 150,000.
Yeah.
And New Mexico.
Still pretty close, but 7,000 in favor of Donald.
Only 7% reporting in so far.
What do you think about the whole agitator thing in Jan 6?
I mean, in Jan 6, I also think in the BLM riots, I think that was a little bit easier to get that fire started, no pun intended, than it was in January 6th. But I mean, you know how it is, dude. Like when you get that group mentality and you start to get that group think, like to sway and shift the group, especially to go into something that's going to be more like destructive or outlandish in those situations. Like if you were to build some sort of perimeter of your thing and have people start agitating here and then towards the center, you would only need a handful of people to start to get that snowball rolling downhill before it just became this out of control scene.
Yeah, I mean, the shit that happened like in Oakland where it's just looting and burning. Yeah, that you're right. That shit's so easy to get started.
So easy because basically you just got to give a permission to a few people by breaking a few windows or whatever, busting down a car or something like that, and just getting the destruction going, because then they're going to go, okay, these group of people are already doing it. Now we're just going to blend in. Right. And so it's easier for all the chaos to kind of start once you get a few people that are in there igniting it.
Hey, there were people also at Jan 6, like just fucking 20-year-old ding-dongs who just happened to be there and then saw the people go in the building and just walked in.
Yeah, and actually, Travis put up a fantastic question that goes with what you said. He said, Sousa, back in your tagging days, would you have gone in and tagged the Oval Office? And the thing is like, yeah, when you're in that situation, you feel invincible. Like, no one's going to get caught here. There's a shitload of people. I'm just going to come in and screw around. And then after it washes out, because here's the thing, too. whenever you see those events take place, the looting, the different things with January 6th, even like road rage incidents that sometimes you'll see on YouTube and stuff, you never see the long-term repercussions for that. You never see the court cases. You never see anybody getting charged from it. So it almost seems like there's no accountability there. And you'll feel that inside that group setting. Like, I'm insulated. There's too many people. There's no accountability. No one gets caught for these things anyways. And yeah, mob mentality takes over. The younger you are, the more likely you are to get swept up in that and do some dumb shit.
And I have seen, I did see a long time ago, before I even knew what Antifa was. I was at I just happened to be riding by a bunch of people. It was actually like Transgender for Trump or something in Berkeley. And they were in a park and there was like 50 of them. And Antifa came and just fucking lit them up.
Mm-hmm.
Came on bikes and with all their masks. And it was fucking crazy.
Yeah. And I mean, you've talked about it too. Like, things descend into chaos very quickly. I think I've told this story before, but back in like the late 90s, there was a shooting at the Alameda County Fair here. And I happened to be in the area right when the whole shooting took place. And it was in the back where all the games were. What ended up happening was you had a bunch of people that looked like there was going to be a fight. Words were exchanged. Guns would pull out. People just started shooting randomly into the crowd. And as everybody pushed and ran backwards to her at the time where this fence was, so quickly you saw people go into fight or flight and survival instinct and just push people out of the way. Like, you see some of the craziest stuff happen. And I mean, like, it goes from, hey, is there a crowd over there, to pop, pop, pop. The whole thing descends into chaos. And I mean, when I say it happens that quickly, it happens that quickly. And anybody who's been unfortunate enough to have to experience something like that, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Did anyone die at that shooting?
No, there was a couple people that got shot, but I don't think there was any fatalities. And again, this wasn't like a mass shooting type deal. It was a situation where you just had these two rival gangs on 4th of July down there or whatever, and they happened to get a fight, and then they just shot randomly into the crowd. It was ridiculous.
You have a machine? Yeah. What is that? A voting machine? Yep. Why are you bringing a voting machine? They need another one. They need another voting machine. We're here, and they're trying to get a truck through to a voting machine to this location right here, and the truck is stuck. This is wild. They can't actually get the truck with the voting machine through. This is absolutely wild.
This is in New Jersey. O'Keefe Media presented this.
The guy just said he's trying to get a voting machine through, but he can't get it through. Wow. In Mount Laurel, New Jersey, here, this is James O'Keefe. They can't get the voting machine through because the cars are all jammed up here. And people are waiting in line for 4 hours. 4 hours.
Just to vote?
You vote, man?
Yeah.
You're going to wait for hours. This is wild. Hey, did you guys wait for hours to vote?
Yeah. 4.
Yeah, 4 hours.
I mean,
and that was,
we started right here, not even over there.
Well, this guy's trying to get his voting machines, but he can't get through because there's a traffic jam.
Coming this way.
The cars are going the other way.
Trying to stop traffic so he can get
I don't know.
168 for Trump, 34 for Kamala in the electoral count so far. Virginia is too early to call, but Trump's up by 1%. Ohio, Trump is up by 10%. That is a huge swing state, but they still say it's too early to call. I think that's where I saw the huge swing last time. Colorado, Kamala is winning by 15%. They say too early to call. Kamala's winning in Iowa. What the fuck? 10% by 10%. They say too early to call. 6 electoral votes there.
Des Moines super blue.
This is bizarre. We're in Mount. This is insane. Yes. We're in Mount Laurel, New Jersey, and this guy has voting machines, and he can't actually get them to the polling location because he's stuck in. This is the damnedest thing I've ever seen.
Well, because everybody's parked on both sides.
Yeah, it's like a one-way street. They can't.
No, you can go both ways, but everybody's parked on.
They can't get the machines to where they need to be because there's so many people. Somebody has to stop traffic. It's not going to be me. They're going to come after me if I stop traffic. I don't want to stop anything. I'm trying to.
If you fill in the states that they know are going to go to Kamala, it's like 245 to 219 right now.
Report on what's going on here. let me just see what we got going on here. This is James O'Keefe here with the voting machine guy. How you doing? Are you guys have the voting machines? They want what? They want you to drop off. Who are you with, Dominion? The county? And you can't get the truck through? Someone should stop traffic to help you get through, right? So what are you going to do? They close at 8 o'clock. We're open until 10. Wow. All right. This is wild. This is crazy. Just sitting there, and they can't get the machines through. He's stuck. He can't move.
God, that's an awful sound.
Wow. The elections.
Jesus, dude.
Now,
New
what do
Jersey, 4 hours or more to get your vote in. Voting machines coming in.
Is that voter suppression? Is that what they call that?
Or incompetence.
That's what I was going to ask. What do you think that is? Is that like purposeful there? Are we going to build some, thing around it? Because there's you have to come into it thinking like they're doing that on purpose. It's blocking it, right? Is that kind of what O'Keefe's implying there?
My thought is this: they had way more people show up to the polling booth than they expected. The traffic is complete chaos. Whoever's in charge there was trying to mitigate the fucking chaos. They asked for more voting machines, and now the voting machines can't get in. I personally don't think it's nefarious, but
Yeah,
someone
me
in
too.
the comments said Sevon will fall for any psyop. So who the
Pretty
fuck?
crazy, dude. I don't know.
My next door neighbor, half mile away, is on call tonight as highway patrol officer, just in case shit pops off. Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty standard, I would say, though.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And meanwhile, I live in a college town. I just saw some dudes rolling a keg to their apartment.
That also sounds about right.
Dude, that should be on a skateboard.
Hey, are you worried about the discrepancy between the have and the have-nots, and with how hard it is just to get through everyday expenses for most Americans? Are you worried that that's going to cause more of some sort of potential rioting or uprise because of this? Because people essentially have less to lose, so to speak.
The people who I'm not sure if I completely understand the question, but people who have less to lose are definitely more likely to riot.
Right.
If there was a riot in my town, I would not go to it. If I didn't have kids, I'd probably be like, "Hey, babe, let's go check out the riot," and we'd go over there. You know what I mean? With like some fucking wine coolers, pull up our lawn and watch the riot.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but yeah, the have-nots definitely have more reason to riot. I do think that the mental health of the left is basically, in a nutshell, I think it goes against the biology. That ideology goes against the biology of man. So they're more volatile. They have greater mental health issues, and it manifests in all sorts of weird like bubbles and with bad actors. And so, that's why I think if Kamala wins, we're all good. Everything's fine. If Trump wins, it's fucking, dude, 1,000 small black businesses will burn down.
Yeah. You know what's interesting? I really feel that I don't know if it'll happen, because I just feel that I don't know if there's the same pent up aggression that we saw in 2020 with everybody out there. And at that time too, people were relatively well funded with not a lot to do. There was a lot of stimulus checks out there. There was a lot of money in the system at that time. And so, I think it just was a perfect storm to cause a lot of chaos. I think that by and large, we're seeing a big swing in terms of people realizing that Trump's not as bad as he thinks he is. And I also just don't know if there's that same pent up aggression to motivate people to get out to kind of burn the cities down like it was back then. I'm hopeful for it, I should say.
Okay, you're wrong. Matt, Mad Marv, how did they call New York for Harris when 0% of the vote counted or reported? I just saw that too. I just saw New York has been called. I think she was up by like 600,000 votes. Michigan, she's 12% is in, and NBC projects Harris wins New York. Michigan, it looks like he's going to lose Michigan. As I think Olivia or someone shared, and Michigan is one of the swing states. I don't know how many of the swing states he has to win if he loses Pennsylvania, but it is not looking good. So Sousa and Sevi are both wrong. Caleb needs to weigh in. Caleb, riots?
Maybe in like a couple states. I say probably Oregon and Chicago. Chicago's not a state,
Oh,
obviously.
those are good. I like that. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, good.
I think that those are the two most kind of unruly spots. Otherwise, you just kind of I think like everybody just kind of goes on with their business. You know what I mean?
They I did hear MSNBC talking about how they're making the predictions. They have people doing exit polling. They talked about the 5 or 6 things that they're doing to make these quick calls, and they said bad calls are not an option. Whatever that means.
Failure is not an option here. Okay?
Wow, Nebraska. Harris is winning in Nebraska. I'm so confused about the center of the country. I had no idea.
Are you looking at Fox for that one?
It's because of Omaha and Lincoln. I'll tell you that. Those two cities are the most. I don't know. They're starting to get real fucking liberal real fast, but the rest of the state will not let that happen. The rest of Nebraska is very much farmers and conservative types.
All right. Let me go through these notes I have popping up here. I'm seeing a 175 to 94 Trump. Obviously, that doesn't have California, Oregon, or Washington in the mix yet, which we all know are going to go blue.
Mm-hmm.
They got Donald Trump too close to call in Georgia, even though he has a 6% lead. Now it's 62 to 160. Wow, that's interesting. So on one side, I have 62 to 168. On another side, I have 94 to 175. I wish they would just go ahead and put California in there already.
Just get it over with.
Yeah, 36% of the votes in New York. They have Harris up by 500,000 votes, so they gave her New York. Polls have just closed in Nevada. North Carolina is 51% Trump, 47% Harris, with 55% of the votes in. North Dakota, they got Donald Trump the winner.
This one kind of does that because if you hover over, it'll show you the big blocked states that they already think are going to be hers, pushed a little bit over to the left versus
What's
the ones.
What's the one right in the center there? Is that Pennsylvania?
Wow.
North Carolina.
North Carolina, Nebraska, New Hampshire. These are like the 3. The one that the arrow is basically pointing at is North Carolina, which they're leaning now towards Trump for that at 51-47.
What was that other big one? What was that other big one to the in Trump's
here?
Keep going to the go to the left now a little bit. Sorry, one of the white ones.
Oh, white ones.
Third from the last red one. Virginia. Okay.
Virginia. Yeah. And then you got Pennsylvania's another big one on here, North Carolina, Michigan, Georgia, the biggest one, California.
So Trump's winning the popular vote right now.
Mm-hmm, looks like it.
It's just alphabetical.
Oh,
what's left?
Oh, okay. So it has no bearing on being left or right. It's just in alphabetical order. Then it shifts left or right once they win.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay, I was gonna say, holy shit.
Okay.
California, they already think California's going to Harris.
Well, it's definitely going to Harris, but Arizona and Alaska had me. I was like, Alaska? I don't really see that going to her. But that makes sense. It's in alphabetical order. Okay. Thank you if someone cleared that up in the comments, or Caleb for figuring that out.
It's amazing. NBC keeps talking about how the biggest concern is the state of democracy. Man, this cohort that listened on the left is so fucking brainwashed. How the fuck are they concerned about democracy if we're going to lose freedom of speech?
Yep. It's because like there's not a full explanation of it, right? So it just has to be painted as like this bad thing. And like the first and foremost with democracies, you have to have a free and fair press, right? And you also have to be able to have a free and fair election. I think both those things now within reason are being questioned. Morning
Joe was saying that we already have concerns with freedom of democracy because in the examples they gave is because the LA Times and Washington Post didn't endorse Kamala. They're saying because they didn't endorse Kamala, that should show you it's fucking nuts, right?
It's literally backwards. But hey, I mean, that's the propaganda 101, right? Just repeat it, and constantly move it towards the extreme.
That's it. Tony Fauci did.
Everywhere in California except Los Angeles and San Francisco vote red. Crazy that those 2 spots make us a blue state. I know that whole, it's wild.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Los Angeles is just the hive. It's just the retard hive. Janine, they're repeating what they hear. Yep,
for sure.
Those people couldn't even define democracy.
Yeah.
Texas, 64% of the vote in. Vermont goes to Kamala Harris. NBC still has it 168 to 62.
Associated Press has it 178 to 99.
Mm-hmm.
One of my buddies just sent me a picture. He's camping. Oh,
nice.
You're missing out on all the excitement. Oh, do we have Greg confirmed for tomorrow? Is tomorrow Wednesday? Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. Yeah, thank you.
And I need to take out the trash tonight. I forgot that. Remind me to take out the trash.
This is crazy. Clive McLaughlin. Hi, guys. It's 2:35 a.m. here in Ireland. I'm at a random guy's house for an election watch party.
All pro Trump. Wow.
That's crazy that you're in Europe watching.
Dude, Ireland.
Yeah.
Why do you guys care?
Oh, you should care.
You see, if America falls, everybody's fucked for sure.
Yeah, you should care.
Fight wars with us, dude. Why do they care?
Are you seeing all these people? The freedom of speech in the UK is already going.
For sure. Yeah. People are being
people in prison. They're letting people out of prisons who are actual felons, and they're putting people in prison because they said something on Twitter.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And I don't know how true this is, but on the podcast with Trump and Elon, Elon was claiming that it basically was sex offenders that they were letting out.
Oh, crazy.
But no surprise.
Yeah, unfortunately, no surprise.
But no
They
surprise.
make room for those Twitter geeks.
This morning, I covered a story about a girl who her parents went to a concert or somewhere, and she didn't have a ticket or something, so she couldn't get in the concert. So she just stayed back in the bus, and illegal alien raped her in the bus. And
Jesus.
Yeah, and he was let out after 2 years under Kamala's watch. Who was the guy? It was the politician speaking in the doing that we had on the show. I wanted to have him on for like 2 hours. He only came on for 10 or 20 minutes.
Oh, Bill.
Remember that?
Yeah, Bill Saling.
Yeah,
it was set it up.
Yeah, it was him telling the story.
had no idea. He was okay. I got 10 minutes. Like, are you kidding me?
All right, we're gonna take a break. We'll be back in 1 minute. I hope you guys all had a great workout today. See you guys here in just a minute.
Because of CrossFit, I've been able to become a mom, and that's not something I ever expected to do. Every endometriosis diagnosis is different, but there was a time in my life where it was really bad. I couldn't bring groceries in without being in pain. I couldn't hold my husband's hand without triggering chronic nerve pain, and I gave up that dream of becoming a mom because I knew that with endometriosis I was going to struggle with fertility and didn't want to risk being that kind of mom that wasn't present physically for my daughter when those inflammation flare-ups happen. And me and my husband went through the process of grieving and accepting that. The main priority was like my quality of life and can I manage the inflammation and not be in pain. I actually started CrossFit as like a last resort because the other options of surgery or narcotics, it just didn't sound like a viable solution for me without accepting some of the long-term damage that would come with that. And so just decided, you know what, I'm just going to try CrossFit and see what can be done. And it slowly helped to build up a lot of strength and helped manage my anxiety and my hormones. Little did I know, as I was improving my health over the years, that my body was going to become fit enough to become pregnant. It made it possible for me to have her. because here she is.
Perfect timing, everybody. Ready to go.
Damn.
No updates.
I thought I would make it back in time. I'm gonna do something crazy here. I'm going to open a fit aid. This will probably go through me like in 2 seconds. Patrick Clark, if Trump wins PA, it's over. I don't think he has a chance in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, not looking good right now.
Yeah, I don't think he has a chance. Tonight's show, tonight's dinner is sponsored by Holy Balls, WHOLLY, Holy Balls, handcrafted, ooh, these smell good. A handcrafted delight.
Oh, is that the espresso flavored? You have coconut there.
The Loca Mocha.
Yeah, that espresso coffee flavor in that one's good. I had a bunch of them, all the ones that you did too, and they're at the office at the gym, and I was encouraging people to try them. I'm like, try these. These are pretty good. I think you guys will like them. And it was funny because at first I was like, oh no. I went back in there yesterday, and I was like, oh cool, I'm gonna grab a few of these. I'm pretty hungry, and I'll have them at the desk for today. They were all gone. They just left the empty containers in the office.
Everyone wants to put the Holy Balls in their mouth.
They were gone. They're delicious.
Election Watch Party brought to you by Holy Balls. These are CrossFitters, small business guys.
Yeah, and they're the business is actually mostly through affiliates. So the cool thing is they don't need to be refrigerated. They have a decent shelf life. There's usually 21 grams or 25 grams of protein in each bite there.
Dude, 6 balls are only 310 calories. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ingredients seem all pretty good.
If I ate 6 of them, I would be so bloated.
They got a good amount of fiber in it too.
Buy American. Polls soon to close in Nevada. The Republicans are winning the House 112 to 73 right now. So many things coming in. Tomorrow morning we'll have Greg Glassman on the show. That should be interesting hearing his take.
Yeah. You think he's following this tonight, or you think he's like not giving a shit really?
God, he's so hard to read with that. I'll text him right now.
I feel like he has more at stake than he's willing to kind of talk about just because of the RFK thing. Like, he's developing this relationship with Robert Kennedy, and Greg is really keen to all his initiatives and different things that are going on and is liking that trajectory. So I feel like he's a little bit more, invested. A little bit more.
It will be good. I assume it will be good for him and good for the country either way.
Yeah.
Either way, probably financially it'll be great for him if Kamala wins. The stock market will continue to fucking skyrocket. They'll continue to fucking milk the country dry. And if Trump's elected, I think it will open up opportunities. We'll see a rebirth of Greg. If they're ready for his message, he's run pretty far out ahead.
Yeah, but I think now
he's run pretty far out ahead.
Yeah, but what I like about Greg's message is he's not getting too far into the weeds, right? Like you asked him about like the microplastics or like the seed oils, and like he'll give an opinion on it when you push him for it, right? Like he has an opinion as he's looking into it, but ultimately he goes right back to the simplicity of his message, which is like, hey, let's get the sugar out of it. Like that's all we're gonna focus on and care about. So I think that even though he's way out ahead of the curve with a lot of his stuff, I think that the simplicity of coming back to the off the carbs, off the couch message will be good. Will be good for Greg.
He has a chance in Pennsylvania. They counted the Democrat cities first. They're counting the red counties now. I'm holding out hope. Can we go take a look over at Google? Well, boy, you got me pumped up too.
There's a lot of red in there.
There's a lot of red in there now.
Let's see. 32% of the votes counted. And what is the count? It's 1,170,000 for Kamala and 100,000 less, almost exactly for Donald Trump.
Yeah,
that's pretty tight.
With 1/3 of the votes counted. Wow, that is very close. If that's true, hey, can you go back to those counties again, Caleb? Does it tell us where the countings happened? Is that accurate? What Jen is saying to us?
Let me see if I can find it on the other map here.
Well, I think of like Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. There is probably what she's talking about. The two major.
I'm just wondering if we can find out if that's true. If they really are counting like Pittsburgh and Philly for
Oh, I see the order in which they're coming in. If that is true.
Pittsburgh's on this. There we go.
So, do the size of those dots mean how much they've counted, or just how they're voting? Oh,
that's exactly what it is.
Oh,
it is the size of the circle.
Oh, okay.
Obviously, blue means blue and red means red.
Oh shit! Wow, Jen dropping bombs.
Nice.
Wow. Okay. Oh,
This
so
is the
wow,
uncrowded
this is really going to be close. What about those counties that don't have any dot in them? What's the deal if you put your cursor over that? Man, Google's on their shit like that. Yeah.
Uncounted.
Oh, so 0%.
Yeah, nothing's counted there. Nothing's counted in Center County. A little bit counted in Somerset. Nothing counted in Union.
All right, so there is definitely still a lot to come in here, and it looks like most of those other counties are all red.
Hey,
Forest. Yep.
We had Pat Lang on, then Rich Froning. What if we could get Seth from Jump Ship, and this will be the fucking greatest watch party of all time.
Yeah, and Seth is coming. He's just coaching. He's on Hawaii time, so he's 3 hours behind us.
Wow.
Like 4 p.m. there for him.
You weren't supposed to say he's coming. It was supposed to be like a surprise, like I was prophesizing.
Oh, yeah, he's maybe.
Yeah, wow. It'd be really, really fucking cool if he would show up, man.
But yeah, me too. I mean, we're holding out hope.
You guys want a little fucking dose of Taylor? You guys want a little dose? I don't think you do.
I think we do. Get him before he goes to bed. He's asleep. Taylor's asleep.
I don't think.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
One thing that I would like to say real quick is yesterday I stole one of Taylor's workouts from Sentinel Training Program. I ripped it off, stole it, adjusted it for my members, and we had a great time. It was a fantastic workout.
MSPO?
MSPO. Yeah, it was basically
what did I see today? HWPO, Harris Walls pays off.
Harris Walls pays off. Yeah.
Harris Walls pays off.
That's right.
Smokes.
That was pretty good.
That's what I heard too.
And I stole one of JR's workouts. We're doing it tomorrow. So week is brought to you by
WPTH?
Taylor.
PO?
Yes.
What is the plan for Trump tomorrow? If he's watching it in Mar-a-Lago today and Kamala's at Howard. By the way, the crowd at Howard's crazy. It's just all black chicks. Like I'd go that would be a party.
It looks like a dance party. It looks like a rave.
Yeah. Totally.
That's a good time.
Yeah, it does actually look like a good time. I haven't seen the crowd at anywhere where are they doing it? Some Palm something in Florida. Palm, the Trump party's Palm somewhere else.
Let me see.
I don't know.
How about Harris Walls pays O'Keefe? Harris Walls pays O'Keefe.
Nice. Nice.
Damn.
PBD's channel's clicking away. They got almost 190,000 on it right now. They got
wow.
What's her face? Candace Owens on talking.
Not allowed in Australia. I wonder where Trump's going to go tomorrow. I do think that if he's not elected, that he's not going to go quietly. Palm Beach, Florida. That's where it is. I don't think he's going to go away quietly. I do not. I saw this today. This really disappointed me. But that being said, I really, really enjoyed it. Like, really enjoyed it.
Oh, really?
No way a dude in a MAGA hat just yelled at me. Have you seen this, Caleb?
No.
Get the fuck out of the way! Put some clothes on! Fuck?
Damn. He's not wrong, dude.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Get the fuck out of the way! Put some clothes on! Fuck? Oh my god.
What? Oh my god.
Put some clothes on.
That guy should not be riding that e-bike on the sidewalk.
Was it an e-bike?
For sure.
Oh, that disappoints me too. Fucking e-bike. All right, that one was disgusting. Trump supporters. How dare they?
Oh, by the way, all the affiliate videos you've been playing were hand selected by the chat when we were doing one of the affiliate watch parties.
Those are good.
Yeah, there's dude, it's gonna be tough. I'm gonna narrow them down, and then we could decide how exactly you two want to watch them as well, so we could get as much people weighed in.
I think you and Brett should just, I guess
just pick it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I guess we could do a show like maybe on the 10th before Cooper comes on and like flirt with people and be like, "What do you think? What do you?"
Yeah.
But,
I know. I just don't want the pressure of picking all. So I'm trying to get you guys involved as well. There's just so many good ones, dude. Dave from CrossFit 845 is like, dude. There's just been really good ones, and there's ones too that at first you're watching it and you're like, this is kind of freaking hokey. Like the phone's like vertical, and then you watch it and you're like, all right, I like these people. And then by the third video you watch, you're like, dude, I want to hang out with these people at this gym. Like, there was a pretty steady theme of almost every person who had a video entry out of their 5 videos, 1 video at least talked specifically about how, and when they said how important their affiliate was, they're like, it's just my third place. It's like where I go outside of home. Like it gives me, and it's just like, you can tell how important that environment is to everybody. So this video has been really cool to watch.
The video that won the contest we did when Greg was at the mantle, it was so interesting. I would have never chose it, but Greg chose it. And it really grew on me. And it was just a video talking about how they started this shit in their backyard and it turned into an affiliate.
Yeah.
It's interesting how the videos affect people differently. 670 viewers, 1,000 votes. You guys trying to steal the poll? I think we have 800 viewers. I think when Froning was on, we went up to 900. How is the poll doing?
Yeah, let's check that out.
Go check it out.
There he is. There he is.
Frozen.
How you doing, buddy?
I've got this great Wi-Fi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great.
Yeah.
Good. All right.
Sound great.
What's up?
I like your mic. Hey, is that the $40 Amazon mic?
No, dude, it's a Rode mic, dude. What are you talking about?
Oh, because I got this $40 Amazon mic when I was in Newport last time, and I cannot believe how good it is.
Really?
Yeah, it looks just like Donald Trump, 92%. I'm really surprised we don't have more Kamala listeners.
No, you're not.
Yeah, we're not surprised at all. Hey, have you been following along that election time live stream that John Young sent to the chat?
No,
yeah, we've definitely been watching that at the same time.
Okay, fuck face.
Here we go.
Stream, can you not? Once you have some fucking nuts, Jock is.
No, dude, I have Starlink, dude.
Starlink.
Why? What's going on? It's
crazy.
Does he talk?
He has more statistics than anyone else on the matter. Like he's gone through all of it. It's crazy. He's projecting Virginia, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina already took it, projecting Georgia and Pennsylvania.
Oh, he projected Pennsylvania already?
Apparently, it's just going to continue going right because Philadelphia voted. They counted all the Philly votes. Pittsburgh voted, counted all the Pittsburgh
Louisiana.
votes.
New Hampshire. Yeah, I can look at New Hampshire. So 47%. Kamala Harris +7 right now. She's on track to win by.
Okay.
He's legit. This is good. Just put it on quiet while we're talking.
I think we'll get dinged for it, won't we?
Let's just fucking ruin our stream for this guy.
Yeah.
Well, I think we could bring it up in sections, but probably not just run it the whole time.
And market apparently has got him with like a 78% chance to win to get this W.
I don't trust that at all. I think that's just all Trump 17-year-old Trump followers voting.
What? No, Polymarket's like a prediction. What are you talking about, dude?
No, Polymarket is just people who are betting in Vegas.
Who do you think has more to lose, Vegas or fucking New York Times? Who do you think has more to lose?
But listen. But here's the thing. It's not like insurance. They're betting against themselves. They don't care. The guy who's running the bet just takes a portion of the money that they're pouring in. Those are just people who bet and they bet, you know, whatever it was, several $1 billion. Did you get what I'm saying, Taylor?
No,
Like,
I
they
don't get what you're saying, bro. Look, hey, 5 minutes. We'll have
not like-
another big.
It's not like an insurance company where these are just people who are guessing who they think are going to win. And who do you think bets the most? Libcucks or gun-toting conservatives?
Well, I don't gamble, and I'm a gun-toting conservative. I've got a silencer too, so if you break into my house, I can shoot you without my wife waking up. I'm not fucking kidding either, bro.
Neighbors won't even know.
The poly market at best is just a pulse on how people bet.
It's a pulse on what people believe.
What bettors think, what people bet on people.
Okay, well, bettors typically make money by winning on bets they make. They're not fucking retarded.
I mean, it's also literally putting money where their mouth is, so it's a more confident vote in terms of like if you just look at some predictions, right? Because like a lot of people aren't going to bet just to lose the money.
Dude,
And
it's
also-
crazy that he's leading in Virginia right now. That I know they flipped to Glenn Youngkin recently. I don't know if that was a year ago or 2 years ago, but Virginia's going red. If he wins Virginia, it's a wash. It's insane. They're projecting 287 electoral college votes for Trump.
That's what this John Young site is saying.
251 for Harris, 287 for Trump.
He's got it right now, 178 to 99.
Yeah, he's putting it in her ass, son.
Yeah, I have 188 for Associated Press, 188 to 99.
And she's
Political
pooping
backshots
too.
here.
Political back.
Youngkin was 22. Yeah, Glenn
listen,
Youngkin, great.
but listen,
The
but
only thing that concerns me the only thing that concerns me about the Virginia thing is in governor like elections, I would suspect that you have a lot less voter turnout in like the younger demographics or people who would typically vote Kamala anyways. Like people who are voting in the governor elections are like, fuck, I want our schools to not be tranny, etc. This, that.
Also, remember, there's 7. You always got to add 70 to Kamala. At least 70. But for California is 54. Oregon is 8 and Washington's 12, something like that. So what is that? That's 60, 70, 80. Yeah, basically got to add 80 to Kamala, which would say she's winning by 1 now.
All right, well then you have to add fucking all these other to
Oh
Trump.
shit,
too, then.
Pennsylvania just went fucking red. Pull up Google. Holy shit.
Dude, that's what I'm saying.
Holy shit.
Hasn't on Associated Press yet, but it's
Associated
super
Press
close.
Put your little cursor over. No, not like that. Sorry, just go back out. Sorry. Thank you. Oh shit, he is coming in. Last time we checked, he was down by 100,000. Now he's down by 50. Holy shit! See the dots again, Caleb?
And it's tightening up on the Associated Press website. I have 50% Trump, 50% Kamala Harris, 49.1% Trump for Pennsylvania.
You guys sent me an exerciser, and I'm ashamed to say I've yet to use it.
Dude, that's not even the real carry.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Okay, cool.
Not? How do you know that?
Dude, the last time they were saying some. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I don't
Sevon,
know.
you've never put your dick in that fucking thing either, you motherfucker. You've never put.
only-
Yeah, look at his face.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
definitely never put his cock and balls in that.
Dude,
He's
I'm
fucking
using it
eating
on my
cereal
nose.
out of
I've
it.
been using it on my nose. Hey, what
I
is
don't like
that
the feeling
thing?
of suction.
What is that thing he has on his website where it says goal 350,000 and it's just going up? What is that?
Subscribers. It's a subscriber count.
Dude, he's got 150,000 concurrent viewers.
That's nuts.
That's insane.
Putting on like 10 subscribers a second.
But here's the thing. He has this show once every 4 years. That this is his big fucking thing.
Right.
He's murdering it. If you listen to his commentary, he's so good. Sorry, I hate to suck his dick. I was just
No,
like,
I fucking
was-
respect.
I was flipping around like news channels, and then finally I was like, all right, fuck it, John. I'll put this on. And I was blown away.
Okay, let me see the dots again. So
Wow, you can't even follow the live chat.
So let me pull that off for a second, Caleb, the arrow, so I can see all the dots. So just so people know how to look at this map, the blue dots, the bigger the blue dot, the more votes they've counted. So like Pittsburgh's already fully counted. Philadelphia's close to being done. All the red dots are the counties that they expect to go conservative to vote for Trump. And you can see most of them have not been fully counted, where the blue dots are all bigger and they've been mostly counted.
Yeah. And the color too, if you notice when Caleb scrolled down, it was like how much of the vote is in. So the darker the color, the more votes are in.
Wow. Okay, so it's even color coded.
Yeah. Oh, did it? Did they just flip?
Oh, polls closing in 16. Sorry.
Can we be friends
Here
again?
we go.
Oh, maybe it's not Carrie.
It's not.
No, it's not. It's the
Oh.
wrong name, Carrie.
That's too bad. Hey, I would love for Carrie to see, or Cindy to see that video that just went up on the Sevon Podcast Instagram.
One of us using the exerciser.
It's a pool boy. Mad love.
Don't you know it?
Maybe.
Throat goat. This will be. Oh
my god, dude! What the fuck is that?
Is that your face, dude?
Dude, that's me bald, fully shaved. When was that? That was
okay.
recent.
Caleb, let's pull up Wisconsin. Really, Wisconsin is gonna fucking betray tampon.
Yeah, yeah. Trump daddy's fucking dogging him right now. Look,
Wow.
people are all you fucking dem bitches. Oh, how could this be happening? Patrick Clark, are you fucking crying right now? Your job's gone. You're done for. Your government pays fucking cut.
Patrick, thank you for your service. Appreciate
Nah,
it.
fuck that.
I have no idea how the fuck you voted for Kamala. You fight.
I know.
You fight for our freedoms, and I appreciate that. How you vote for someone who has confused democracy and liberty.
Don't act retarded, Sevon. We know not everyone in the military fights for freedom, nor are they deserving of a thanks for their service. Stop it.
Jesus, that's not true. I disagree with that.
Every person in the military. Caleb, let's hear it.
I don't know. Man, there's a lot of fucking shitbags that are in the military, and they really don't deserve anything.
It's okay.
But hey, I respect.
Do you think every single cop is a great cop, Sevon?
Yes.
Okay, you're retarded. You think every surgeon's a great surgeon?
Yes. No.
Okay. So you're just stop it.
No.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
I think the heroes in the military who are heroes are like you shouldn't ever feel like you have sucked their dick enough. You should just fucking continue gagging on it until you can't breathe ever again.
Yeah.
And I mean that.
I
Like
feel
our
that
heroes.
military and about police. I feel that way about the military and the police. And I'm okay with the ones that are dipshits or scumbags. It's okay.
Oh, geez. Poly market 81.5%. Trump dub.
No shit.
81.5% is huge. Hey, but apparently last in 2020, around this time of night, Trump was murdering.
Yeah.
And you wake up in the morning, and apparently they're saying Pennsylvania's mail-in ballots are going to take weeks to count.
Yep, Pennsylvania's.
Oh, it's getting tighter. It's tied 49%. Kamala's only ahead by 0.3% in Pennsylvania right now.
Google.
Did you see how much money has been bet in
Dude, it's like 3 billion. Oh, I don't know how much.
Yeah, 3 billion.
Yeah,
3.4 billion, dude. That's crazy.
Hey, so you get locked in where you bet. So if you bet now, you have the odds that are now. But if you bet before, you get the if you bet when it was 50-50, those are the odds. That's the payout you get. You get the payout for when you bet.
Yeah, you place the bet based off the payout at the time you pay. It can't move.
Damn. So some people, wow.
So you go in super early.
Dude, there's college kids just I did hear one kid said that he had got a $15,000 student loan and put it all on Trump.
Oh God.
That's not
if you're a kid and you did that, that's the fattest set of balls I've ever fucking heard.
Yeah,
15K and you put it all on Trump.
That makes me nervous.
Okay, let's go check out Pennsylvania. Mike Sauer saying Trump is ahead by 30K in Pennsylvania. If Trump wins, do Dems claim election fraud? 100. I mean, it's going to be worse than that.
If Trump wins, Dems are going to fucking burn it down. If you're in Chicago, LA, San Francisco, DC, Philadelphia, Baltimore, you better just fucking board it up and lock yourself in the basement now.
I don't know. I mean, being out towards like the Oakland area and like San Francisco, I just don't think there's any. I don't think people are motivated.
Well, you're where there's what I would call soft liberals over there. But people in Portland, bro,
dude,
Portland's gonna be a fucking hellhole.
Dude, the people were.
Yeah, I agree with that.
People in the area Sousa lives in don't even care. They don't want. They want Trump to win so they can riot. They don't even care about the politics.
Dude, stop.
They're professional fucking riot, dude.
No.
I am telling you. Oh, dude, they're professional rioters.
The professional rioters, Sevon, are in Portland, fucking Oregon.
No, those people actually think those people are actually defending child genital mutilation. Those aren't.
Antifa? No, they're
I'm
just
telling you,
protect-
the people who were by Sousa live and breathe violence.
Wow, apparently Oregon's
Pretty
red so
different
far.
argument.
How crazy would it be if Oregon went red? It would just have to be the entire state other than Portland and
Yeah.
fucking. Oh, that'd be crazy.
That would be crazy.
Can you go scroll over Portland right now? Is that
The only
Oh well, yeah.
yeah,
there's
it's
nothing.
everything close to Idaho that's red.
Eugene and Portland and fucking Salem will all be blue, I would imagine. But
For
I don't
sure.
know. I mean,
So does that mean the polls closed in that county?
yeah.
Caleb?
Or no?
I think so,
I
right?
think
What
they're
time
just
does
in
the
the
polls close?
process of counting it.
When did the polls close out here? Is it 6 p.m. or is it 8 p.m.? I
That's
can't
a good
remember.
question. I'll look it up.
I feel like it's 8.
I feel like
California polls close.
Wow. 66% of the vote in for fucking Virginia. Where are we at? Where are we
All
at?
right, guys, I gotta head out.
Okay.
Maybe.
Thank you, Caleb. Thank you. Caleb, where do I
Thanks,
go? Just Google? Google.
Where are you going, Caleb?
I gotta go to bed. Got class at 4 a.m. tomorrow. So
Dude, you fucking pulling all nighter for this, bro.
Where do I go, Caleb? I went to Google. I don't see it. I click on their little
for
picture.
the live results election 2024, and then I'll get you that.
That makes sense.
All right,
Oh, here
later,
we go.
guys. Good luck.
All right, see you, bro. Good luck. Good luck.
Godspeed.
99 for Harris, 198 for Trump. He's up by 5 million votes in the popular vote.
He's up 50,000 in Virginia, and he's up, wow, almost 200,000 in North Carolina. That's massive.
Trump has just taken fucking Pennsylvania.
Yep. Yeah,
by
it happened here on
50,000 votes, dude.
17,000, I thought.
Hey, it's growing now. It just jumped up a little bit more too. Wow.
Oh my God, this is.
Oh, wow, you're right.
He's winning in Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia. He's winning in Georgia by over 200,000 votes. In North Carolina by 200,000 votes.
He's murking.
Oh
wow, Wisconsin, he's up. Minnesota in Walls' home state, he's up right now. That's embarrassing. Oh God, Oregon. Okay, that's a wash for now.
Wow, Maine.
That's pretty typical. Or at least not super surprising. Maine is like super.
What is going? Oh, Oregon. That's where we looked already. Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know, all these eastern edges of the West Coast states, it's all conservative.
Yeah.
Soon as you go inland, right. I mean, basically, Sousa's neighborhood is kind of the demarcation line for it. As soon as you get past Livermore, you start it starts getting red.
Yeah, like farmland and yeah.
The working people who don't live in high rises. Crazy. Arizona, 34% reporting. Wow, it's fucking tied, dude. Trump's only winning by 70 votes.
Yeah, it's crazy.
40 votes. He's winning by 40 votes.
Damn.
He's up on her by fucking 4 million though or almost 5. Yeah, on the popular vote.
And he's California is gonna fuck that all up.
Yeah, fuck California.
Yeah.
Except for you guys.
California is gonna mess that all up. Can we do another map? What do you mean? What do you mean another map? What's wrong with this map? What kind of map you want? You want one of Europe? Newport is red. That's true. Newport's red, and that's right on the coast.
Yeah.
We were actually there for a Trump rally on accident. Casualty, Trump already won.
Don't count them before they hatch.
Why don't you move out of Cali? Come visit Santa Cruz, California. You'll know exactly why.
Because it was a beautiful day today. Hey, what do you think?
Because you can fuck even the guys there too. It's not just pussy walking around; it's ass pussy too, bro. There's pussy everywhere. That's why
you just doubled your odds out here in
There's
California,
pussy
dude.
all over the place, bro.
You just doubled your odds.
I'm from Eastern Washington, totally red. Yeah. Is Spokane red?
No idea. Hey, what do we? Oh, Kamala just jumped up to 109. They called Colorado for her.
I can't wait to laugh at all my tranny coworkers when Trump wins.
Wow, you work with a lot of trannies.
Here's the thing, too. Like, nothing's gonna happen to the trannies. You just have to wait till you're 18. Like, I mean, we all know this, but no one cares that you're a tranny. It's fine. Go
Dude,
work it out. Go do your thing.
And plus, too, this is the whole entire transgender thing. It seems to me the more and more it gets extreme, just looks like a vehicle to usher in the state between parents and children. And I mean, if you listen to the KGB stuff and when that stuff started to really turn over in Russia with the Communist Party, like it was because parents were straight up, or kids were straight up snitching on their parents and their neighbors and everything else. Like once you get that divide inside of there, that's when shit gets that's when you get the thought police, because you can't even talk around your own family. Because if your kids, if you do some shit and they're pissed off at you one day, they go tell the freaking authorities that you're not letting them do their thing, and they come in and step in between you. That's how I view that.
Yeah, that's a very good analysis. Ken Walters, if he wins Minnesota, it will be a miracle. Minnesota has currently the longest streak in history for Dems, the throat goat. But a lot of Seattle tards moving out there like Jeff Bako.
Dude, Minnesota's fucked once the Somali vote gets counted. Minneapolis, the rest of them, when they start coming in, they're done.
So the Somalis have turned on their bitch, the Somali congresswoman.
They haven't turned on her. She's fucking not voting Trump.
Yeah, but are you right? But you're saying they're voting Trump?
No, I'm saying Trump's fucked in Minnesota when they count the Somali vote.
Oh, okay. He was just endorsed by some huge like Somali org.
Really?
There. Yeah, I saw.
No
it
way.
Yeah, and I was kind of tripping on that Somalia.
Well, that's huge.
Yeah, let me see if I can. Pull
Well, I wouldn't trip on it too hard, because you would think like traditional Islam values probably hates everything about fucking the left. I would think.
For sure.
Man convicted of conspiring to commit 9/11 style attack on behalf of terrorist group. That was today. Interesting.
No, America's not back yet.
LGBTQ issues in schools are driving them to vote Trump instead of Biden, the Sahan Journal says. Economic issues, LGBTQ issues in local schools are prompting more Somali voters to choose Republican candidates, say several Somali community members. Yeah, there was someone in Minnesota who from some big Somali organization that endorsed Trump.
Virginia's close. How is this not calling North Carolina yet when so many outlets have called North Carolina? Several outlets have called North Carolina.
Zach that would like a badass in his photo.
Because that would put him at 214. Wow, he's butt fucking.
Yeah, I think they'll probably call North Carolina pretty soon here. I mean, it's 68% of they're saying the votes are counted. He's ahead 51 to 47%.
Hi, babe.
Hey, do you want a coffee still?
Yeah, I'll take a coffee.
Me too.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I have a cup in here if you need it.
Make it 3.
Oh, I have one.
Okay.
Just, grab the old one.
Okay, thank you. Bye. Caller, hi. Hello, caller. Wait, hold on. You're not.
But I have lived the Waltz nightmare.
Oh, say that again. Say that again about the Walls nightmare.
I'm living it. I've lived it. But I am going to tell you, Minnesota Alpha News recently reported.
Hello?
I lost you. Did your husband?
What just happened?
No, I'm still here, guys. I'm still here.
Awesome.
Minnesota Alpha News is a local legit reporter in our area that just did a little segment on the Somali population that is backing Trump.
Wow.
Yeah, Liz Collins has been on the show.
Yes,
Dude.
Liz is amazing.
Yeah, she's great. She's you know what would be great is if Trump could pull her in. She's fantastic.
Right. It would help us a lot. I'm hoping for a miracle in Minnesota tonight, man.
Do you think it can happen?
Anything's possible, right?
I'm looking at the website that the boys were suggesting I look at. They got Minnesota going blue, but only 2% of the votes counted. Yeah,
it's a mixed bag of nuts here in Minnesota, that is for sure. But I'm very hopeful that we get a Trump win.
Tell us about the Walls nightmare.
Well, just like from the get-go, response to the Floyd
Oh, Georgie.
Floyd.
Yeah.
Yeah. That whole Floyd situation was just so awful for our Minneapolis community, especially the lack of response, the inability to make proper decisions, and then just like leaving those desperate communities hanging up to dry. And like, there's just been no help, no assistance, no rebuild, no faith in the infrastructure of Minneapolis. The leadership is just, it's sickening. It's sickening what has happened to our state.
Yeah, they basically made the call on purpose to let your police station burn. I mean, that was pretty bad.
100% they did. Let it burn.
Yeah.
Let it burn. Let the communities, let these poor people who have these small businesses, just let them burn. Let them burn. And that was okay.
Imagine saying that you won't vote for Trump because he's a felon, but you'll worship a fucking felon. You'll worship George Floyd, a drug addict felon.
That's
yeah, and that was so poorly misrepresented. Like, most of us in Minnesota didn't get the truth on that till way after the fact. It was so painful. I'm just sick about it. Many of us are.
2%, only 2% of Minnesota has reported so far, but it is significant margins for Trump. It's pretty wild.
Yeah. I don't know what will happen after this election. I'm curious to see what type of reaction the state has if indeed Trump does win. It's just so volatile. It just feels so torn. Like, we're so torn, not only within the state, but within the nation. Really, it's hard feeling so fractured all the time.
Caller, what's her name? What's her name?
Cherry.
Cherry. Do you like coffee, Cherry?
I'm a coffee drinker.
Do you like ice cream?
Well, yes.
You got to try. Have you ever had Haagen-Dazs coffee ice cream?
Jesus Christ. The hard-hitting questions by Taylor Self.
Dude, I'm trying to make her fucking day better.
Taylor.
I'm telling you, it's the best fucking ice cream you'll ever
Oh my
eat.
gosh.
Dude, it's so good. You just go buy a pint.
I'm all in.
Forget about what's going on right now. Let the sugar just take you into a different universe.
No, guys, it's nice to hear you guys and see you doing this. This is fun to have a different perspective on this night, because it's a lot of BS that's going on the national networks, and it's fun to have my CrossFitter people talking politics. It's fun.
Awesome. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thanks for your time and thanks for your efforts, and know that there's someone in Minnesota who's trying to get us turned a little more red.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling in.
Have a good night, guys.
Lord's work.
Yeah.
Adios.
Also today, Dave Castro took 99.9% of the votes.
That's hilarious.
Brent Fikowski.
Super troll. That's great.
Dude, Taylor, did any of those athletes get upset with your polls? I thought that was a freaking hilarious idea.
Oh, James DM'd me. He goes, "I'm voting Kamala." I said, "Shut up, asshole." I know you're voting for, bro.
Yeah, that was cool.
I was just trolling big time. Oh wow, Tucker's live from Mar-a-Lago right now.
Oh,
Dana White and Vivek's had him on. I think it's on YouTube. I would look on Tucker Carlson Network or his. I don't think it's on Instagram. It's on X and YouTube and his network.
Is Dana there?
Yeah, Dana's there and Vivek is there.
I am a comedian speaking on behalf of President Donald Trump and the Republican Party. So, disclaimer, jokes may include such things as sarcasm, satire, poking fun, parody, insensitive remarks about current subjects to get an easy laugh. Let it be known that you've been warned. If you suffer from Trump derangement syndrome, or a liberal who doesn't understand how jokes work, or in general, if jokes hurt your pussy, you're welcome to leave now.
Your jokes hurt your pussy.
Before we get into the
Pretty funny.
The Senate race, 35 Democrats, 47 Republicans in. The House, 138 Republicans, 90 Democrats. And it looks like Nebraska will be closing in 40 minutes, where it is a tie.
Yeah, that guy on that show was saying that the highest percentage odd was a Republican sweep. Senate, House, Trump was a 55% likelihood of happening. And the next thing closest to it was like a 30% chance.
Wow, crazy. That would be amazing. What a great 2 years it would be. Arizona, 48%, 49.2 to 50%. Wow, Kamala's winning by
How could you be on a border state and fucking vote blue? That shit blows my mind.
Blows my mind too.
Yeah, it's because all of them came in and voted.
Unregistered voters. Wow.
A few extra people there.
The swing states are Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania.
By almost 100,000 in Pennsylvania. He's up by 70,000 in PA right now.
Wow, that flipped, man. I thought for sure he's going to lose Pennsylvania. Wow, that's awesome.
That's pretty nuts, huh?
Yeah.
Dude, the entire middle of the state, western part of the state, almost entirety is red as fuck. Some of the most country people I know are from Pennsylvania.
Virginia just flipped back to Kamala right now.
Did it? Fuck.
Yep, 49.4 to 48.9%, and it looks like there's 67% of the votes are in there. So it just flipped on Associated Press.
Wow, I'm with it, and I'm behind you.
How do I do that thing that Caleb was doing, where I click on the I can see the counties and their dots?
Yeah, can't you just click on that, or just keep zooming in?
Oh, is that how I do it?
Yeah, I think if you just keep zooming. Yeah, that was it right there, right?
No, but I can't click on them still. There must be another place he was going. Let me see.
I got the dots and stuff from the Associated Press one, if that's what you're looking for.
I think the little dots that looked like they were expanding as he zoomed in.
Yeah.
That was from the stream that we were hijacking. Oh, never mind. Top left.
Oh, so that was the Associated Press. Oh, here.
Yeah.
So click on.
Yeah, there you go. And then now you have to click the.
What? No, I don't
Should
think
have
this
had
is.
that. Scroll up right there, that little follow the campaign election. Yeah. And then that'll bring up the map.
Ah, nice.
So then now you click a state. What do you want to see?
Virginia.
Yeah, so click that.
Okay.
I
so
think you
there's
have
a lot-
to switch your
there's a-
screen. We can't see what you're seeing. It went to a different window.
Okay, so there's a lot of
God damn it.
There's a lot of red still to count there.
Yeah, they're calling. It looks like they called Rhode Island, Vermont, Colorado, Connecticut. So Kamala's out 112 to Trump's 198.
Well, he'll get Georgia.
He will.
Yeah, and he'll get North Carolina 100%. 30, that's 32. So he's at 220, and Kamala will be at 202 with her fucking 3 locks. 202 to 220. And then it's like, okay, Arizona, New Mexico, those are huge.
Kamala just put on some more 112 to 198. The number to get's 270. Looks like Minnesota has 3% reported now. Trump's still up by 20,000. Iowa is starting to flip to Donald Trump. Wisconsin's neck and neck.
Somebody call in. Call in if you have fucking retarded opinions.
Kamala now is winning the oh no, that's in Virginia. Nebraska, too early to call. Trump's up by 6,000 votes. Trump is up by 20,000 votes in Minnesota. Too early to call, they're saying. And Pennsylvania, Trump's up by 2%. And they said too early to call. Boy, how can the difference is 104,000 there? He was down by 200,000 at one point.
Which state are you talking about?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, yeah. Yeah.
Strap in.
Caller, hi.
Yeah.
Hey, you got to mute your TV, caller.
Yeah, no worries. Is that good?
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right, awesome. Hey guys, great that you're doing the show tonight. I'm actually from Minnesota, and the craziest thing is it is arguably the most red state except for Rochester and Minneapolis. Those are the two places that will literally in that entire state. It's crazy.
Yeah, that feels like California. It's just fucking LA and San Fran.
Yeah, and I they win it. It's crazy what happened when back in the COVID days, they pretty much shut down the entire state, and then they reopened, shut down again, and it went on and on and on. And then they finally figured it out. I'm just hoping that, Minnesota wises up and kind of goes away from all the walls and all that.
Hey, does he stay your governor? I guess is he still the governor, or did he have to step down from being governor while he runs?
I believe he stays if they lose.
Man, I bet you guys can't wait to get that piece of shit out.
Yeah, we're all counting the days. He tried to give us tax returns back, calling it Walls bucks during COVID dollars.
Wow.
Yeah, that pissed everybody off.
Major shithole cities are blue, although in New York, those clowns, because of COVID, have invaded the surrounding counties.
Yeah, it's crazy to me, right? Because you go anywhere outside the cities, and it's the polar opposite. It's a lot like Pennsylvania. So the major city centers unfortunately swing a lot of Minneapolis, but I got a lot of friends who were definitely left leaning, and that ain't the case anymore.
Hey, do you normally listen to the show?
All the time. Actually, I just started following Sentinel too. Actually, like about a month ago.
Shit! How's it been?
Dude, it's been fantastic. You reposted me a while ago. I did like a 315, 305 overhead squat on the last cycle.
Wow, good job.
Damn.
Crazy beast.
Nice.
Yeah.
Heard it here first, guys.
No, you guys, the whole crew you got over at Sentinel make some badass content. So, I mean, I was Mayhem for a while, and I liked it. Honestly, though, and not to rag on them, I love what they do. It just felt very, very cookie cutter. The stuff I do now, though, way more enjoyable, and I can actually the methodology behind it's way better, and also the training notes you guys provide and all that stuff. And sorry, I know this isn't a specific CrossFit one, but I don't think there's a single program out there that gives as much reach or as much info as you guys do.
Wow, good job. Are you juicing? Are you taking steroids?
No, he's not fucking
no,
juicing.
no.
All right, just checking.
No, you'd see my I'm a strength hit wonder. I do Sentinel because I'm trying to get better at burpees and all that shit.
All right.
Nice.
You're a big dude?
No, not really. I mean, I'm 6 foot, like 220-ish.
You're CrossFit big. Yeah, that's big.
Damn. Good job, dude. That's a fucking crazy overhead squat. You take it off the ground, or you take it off the rack?
I can take it off the ground. I can power clean and get it over.
Wow. No,
damn.
You pass all the tests. You're not a fat tub of shit. You're not juicing, and you take it off the ground. Jesus Christ. All right.
Yeah, no, gotta work on the Metcons, but that's why I'm doing Sentinel. So I'm happy with training. You guys are awesome. Hey, I'll let you guys get back to it.
Hey,
You guys have been fucking
listen, buddy. One of the greatest trainers in the world said all that matters is strength. Don't worry about burpees. The Dubai Wonder, Tanner Shuck, says it's just strength. Don't.
Dubai Wonder.
Yes. Thank you.
I think Tanner Shuck's dumber than Kamala Harris.
Oh, wow.
All right. Thanks for calling, dude.
Take it easy, guys. Have a good
Thanks, bro. See ya.
I'm not confident.
Dude, I think they're gonna cheat hard as fuck.
I'm hopeful, but I'm not confident.
I think they're gonna say Pennsylvania, we've got 3 more weeks to count votes. I think they're gonna say fucking Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan just can't do it. We've got more votes coming in. All of a sudden, Georgia's gonna be blue somehow. Look, he's up by 200,000 votes almost.
There's no fucking way this is true. Peter fits well. I saw a guy in line vote today and wearing a no rep shirt and a Harris Balls. Oh, Harris Balls. Oh, that's nice. Okay, Harris Balls. Yeah, nice. Okay.
I thought that was going somewhere else.
Yeah, that's good. I was about to start hating on Hillary.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I walked into the grocery store this evening with my Trump hat on, and I got some looks that are like, I can't believe he's wearing that hat.
Really?
Yeah, it was crazy. I was like, listen, bitch, say it to my face. I was in the self checkout and I heard her fucking oversay it to the helper guy. And I looked over at her. She was looking at me and I just fucking locked eyes with her. I was like, gonna be a tough night for you, bitch.
You should have offered to help her out to the car with her groceries.
Hey, can I help you to the fucking southern border?
Damn, Louisiana's Trump country.
Yeah, dude.
Texas, Trump country. There's always this fear. There's always this talk on the news that Texas is gonna flip.
Oh, people from California keep moving there.
I don't know, Jose. I don't know, Jose. They were discussing.
have
Oh,
any
no,
ice
no,
cream in
not
my
that.
car.
Sorry, not that. No, this Gabe. I don't know, Gabe. If he's too far ahead, it won't matter. They can't. I don't know. Here's the thing. That's how I feel exactly. Like anyone who's not counting their votes, I think is just cheating, or doesn't have their votes in by tonight is just cheating. You know what I mean? If they're like, we need 2 more weeks, I just think it's like time for someone to hack a computer and dump 100,000 votes.
Yeah, that seems weird, right? Like, hey, we need to drag this out another 4 or 5 days. It's like, no.
Apparently, Rich Haas is saying Georgia and Pennsylvania will be so close. There will be a recount. We won't know for a week.
Damn, I hope not. I hope not.
But what if he's got the win by so much that Pennsylvania and wait, what was the other state he said? Georgia. So that's 19 and 16. So 35 electoral votes. What if he's up by more than that? Like that's what I'm saying. He's up by so many electoral votes at the states they're trying to fucking play games in. Like she's not pulling she's getting decimated by how Biden did in 2020. It's like not even close.
All the tomfuckery comes with recounts. I wonder if does it need to be close to ask for a recount?
It does probably in those swing states where it matters, right?
Ooh, predicting Trump to win Arizona.
I can't handle this being drug out for another week. It'll make for great content.
No, neither can I. It better not be fucking drug out for another week.
Arizona just flipped.
They're guessing it. They're guessing it to Trump,
but only by like 4,000 votes right now.
It's close.
With 50% of them in, apparently.
Javier and the crew might come in and just fucking change that.
Hey, I want to go to Charlotte and I need to vote Biden, Harris.
North Carolina, 75% reporting Trump is up by 260,000 votes. Georgia, Trump is up by 150,000 votes with 88% reporting. I thought you said Georgia was going to go fucking Kamala.
No.
Oh. Wow, dude, it's fucking the Civil War lines there.
Ow.
Virginia, North Carolina.
Oh, is Joy Reid losing her mind? I want to hear this.
Hello.
Speak your mind.
It's Brianna.
Hi, Brianna. How are you?
What up, girl?
Good. I wanted to talk about North Carolina being red, and I wanted to talk to Taylor about this before I piss him off. Taylor, do you know anybody that's Lumbee in North Carolina?
What's the word?
What?
Lumbee, like the Indians.
Oh, how are you doing? Do not steal anything from my liquor
Not
store.
those kinds of Indians.
I know a lot about those. They're at
not
Costco. They're at fucking Costco. I know the fucking manager. Don't tell me I can't come at Costco. I know the fucking manager.
You're talking about drunk, not Microsoft.
Oh my God.
Okay.
So my grandma's Lumbee. They're a tribe in Pembroke, North Carolina, like the Robeson County area. They're actually the largest Native American tribe in North Carolina. And they've typically been blue, historically, but I might not like this. Trump promised to federally recognize them. Right now, they're not federally recognized as a tribe, and Trump promised to federally recognize them.
Why would I care about that?
Hey, spell Bumby for me.
Because your taxes would go up to sending them money for their reservation.
Spell Bumby for me.
I don't.
B-U-M-B.
This is the thing, Brianna. I pay so little.
L-U-M-B-E.
I pay so little in state taxes. They could increase my state taxes $500 a year. I don't care, and that wouldn't be the increase to help that tribe. But the only tax I care about paying and don't ever want to fucking pay again is a cent to the federal government. I would gladly pay everything that I pay now to the federal government to the state of North Carolina if it actually went to making our state better.
Okay, I appreciate that. Now I want to fight with Taylor. Taylor, what are your thoughts on reparations?
Wait, hold on. Before
Wow.
you even answer that, Taylor, you have to first ask for definitions on this. So, Brianna, reparations start and end where?
Exactly what Abraham Lincoln promised: 40 acres and a mule.
40 acres and a mule is what Abraham Lincoln promised.
Mule.
Right. Okay. So why only that select group, and why only at that time in history?
Yeah, we'll have to pay reparations to all the Jews from the Holocaust. We'll have to pay reparations to every slave that was held in ancient Greece. We'd also have to pay reparations to hold on. I would think we'd have to pay reparations to my ancestors in Ireland for the United Kingdom and England.
No, we didn't.
Absolutely.
They weren't promised that. I am against reparations. I don't think they deserve. Like, I don't think any sort of. Don't have the rhetoric that I think that it's good or it'll do any good. I don't think that. I just have a belief that it was promised and it was never given. And we did it for the Japanese. We do it for the Native Americans, but we never fulfilled our promise to.
The Japanese got a really bad deal, man. The Japanese got a really bad deal.
And slaves didn't.
But when you say that they got reparations, they did not get reparations. They got fucking shit. They had all their fucking land taken them from California, all their businesses. They were put in internment camps, and they were given like $3,000 when they were given out.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, their shit got turned upside down. But also, that was in the same generation. You're asking what you're going to get if you do reparations, and I know you already said you're not for them, but you're going to get first of all. It goes against the whole premise of individualism. It goes back to more. It's fascism. Reparations for dead people, for people who are alive who weren't even alive back then, is basically fascism.
Yeah.
It's taking away the individual rights and giving them to groups based on race. It's a fucking slippery slope. You got to be fucking careful. But on top of that, yeah, how far back are you going to go?
They're saying Trump is going to win the popular vote. He's got a 76% chance to win the popular vote right now. Polymarket.
I believe all those Indians are Chinese people anyway. I don't think that. I don't think that there are any.
Wrong because
go ahead.
They found artifacts dating back before the Bering Strait in Texas. So whether they're mixed with Chinese people, they weren't. They were people there before the Bering Strait. So that's false.
All right, I'll look into that. I don't believe you.
Oh yeah, you're talking about that. The Graham Hancock, the Younger Dryas, Ancient Civilizations.
But I agree with what you say about the reparations. I totally agree with all of that, and I wish Abraham Lincoln never promised it.
Yeah, but who the fuck is he to make a promise for my money? That's the other thing.
Now,
wait, say that again, Brianna. Say that again.
I agree with everything Savon said. I just believe I wish Abraham Lincoln never promised it, but he did promise it, and I believe we should fulfill that promise.
Now, let me ask you a question. What's the difference between that promise made and the promise for the student loans to be forgiven by the current administration?
Because it was, I believe he actually I believe it was like in a federal, like in an address versus a political campaign.
What's the difference between an address and a campaign?
I don't have, maybe I'm wrong here. I don't know if Kamala or Joe Biden have said that while they're president, saying they're going to do
Biden
it.
has.
But Joe Biden, he was the president when he claimed that.
And if he has, I think he should too. I just have that value personally. I also think that, that was mainly my thing. And I think I also don't believe in just giving all Black people that money. I believe you would have to prove that you're a descendant of slavery, and it would only go to the oldest living relative of that.
I identify.
I would argue that the reparations thing in terms of cash exchanging hands is absolutely not going to help anybody. And I honestly think that if you were to look back at righting the wrongs, I would go back to the red lines that happened out here in California, and I would look at home ownership. I would also look at truly investing into these communities, and not in a way that the Democratic Party is, where they're hoping and wishing for more dependency, but in a true way that allows the money to circulate within those communities to help with education and help with entrepreneurship. And so the issue then becomes is hey, you're not going to right the wrong by giving somebody a check who may or may not know how to allocate that money properly. So it's basically just they're just going to end up in the same exact situation they were before. And on top of that, you're going to do that for somebody who, generationally speaking, never experienced it.
Hey,
It's
listen,
gonna end up
listen,
in
you
Baby
two.
Lewis's hands. And here's the thing that's going to happen also. Let me just say this, Taylor, and I'll let go. What are you going to do when you give all? It's going to same thing that happened to the Native Americans. You're going to give these communities all of that money, and drug rates are going to skyrocket. And you're going to realize a few years later that the fucking death rate doubled in that community where you gave all that free money. Then what are you going to say? Is it a payment to actually help, or is it a payment to act for guilt, or like what's the fucking deal? Go ahead.
It's a payment because we promised we would do it. That's all it is. I agree that it would be a shit show, but I just believe in the value that we promised we would.
Yeah, and I wish everybody else held that same sentiment, Brianna. So I actually agree with you but it's just unfortunate that that's not the reality that we live in.
I think go ahead.
I was also going to say his concept of the land and the redlining, 100% agree. I just talked to Jeremy about this, and he was saying that, white people, have nothing to do with slavery then. That is true. Like, nobody enslaved them, but a lot of white people benefited off of generational wealth that Black people couldn't attain because they were slaves.
Yeah, but that's not their fault. It was only Democrat. It was only Democrats who owned slaves, and it was 1.7% of the Democrats owned all of the slaves. And it's fucking crazy. And most recently, if you want to talk about redlining, the most recent scandal that happened in Los Angeles was banks saying that they're not going to lend money to Armenians. So should they get some sort of a compensation from the government? And so it's like,
if the government promised it to them.
I just think that part of the argument is what we should focus on. I think that part of the argument is, I think that's what we should focus on. It's just not like, it's a good philosophical and ethical and maybe even character value that you have, that you're going to stand by your word. But never have we had a president, probably ever, that has held true to everything they've said. So any promise, I mean, and to be honest, everything Biden and Kamala Harris have said, they haven't fucking held true to. Probably half of what Trump has said, he hasn't held true to.
Where do you guys think the 40 acres came from? Do any of you guys know?
I don't fucking have no idea, but I want reparations for fucking elementary school, because that fucked me up. And so did middle school and high school too.
40 acres was taken because Lincoln confiscated 40 acres of land from every Confederate landowner. And he promised he would give it back to the slaves. Instead, the government just kept it. That's where the 40 acres came from. So that's why I say when I talk about a government promise, I'm saying the government said, hey, we're taking the land from the Confederacy in order to give it to the slaves. And they just kept it and kept the money.
Sounds like government overreach back in the day. That's what we're dealing with right now.
Brianna, do you have a favorite sexual position?
Stop.
Cowgirl? That's where you're not making eye contact, where he's on his back and you're facing away from him?
No. Just like on top.
Just on top. All right. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Right. All right, dear. Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye, Brianna.
Okay. I like it.
Dude. Don't ever do that with me on the show again, bro.
That was crazy.
I love a good writer. Don't be a pussy, dude. I can't believe what a pussy you are sometimes. Listen,
he said don't be a pussy, dude.
We'll be back. We'll be back in 1 minute. Quick pee break. When we come back, we have some footage of the Tards having a complete meltdown on MSNBC coming up.
Dude, I can't wait to watch.
Because of CrossFit, I've been able to become.
I'm Ron Reibel. This is my wife, Stephanie.
Hello.
Member of Copper Top since November 2021.
October.
I'm Jess Ladina. I've been a member at Copper Top since April of 2021. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Joseph Johnson III, member of Copper Top since May of 2023.
I'm Emma Whitaker.
I'm Michael Whitaker.
And we have been members at Copper Top since August of 2023. That was awkward.
My name's Dan Vivian, Copper Top member since November 2023.
Don't know what to do with my hands.
I can still hang with younger guys doing push-ups.
snatches and anything shoulder to overhead. It's just my jam.
Muscle ups, which I know is hard for you to hear.
Power cleans and snatches. The Olympic lift.
The deadlift, I just can't believe sometimes I can lift that much.
And I like rolling. Hit 100, and if you don't, then there's a penalty.
Handstand push-ups, they make me feel like I can conquer the world.
Thank you to Two Brain Business for giving away $5,000 for first place, $3,000 for second, $1,000 for third, or $2,000. I can't even remember whatever I have in my bank account. Matuthian, if you're smart, you want to get off the fluoride and you want your teeth to be white and shiny and feel clean, get the Matuthian. Can't thank Paper Street Coffee enough. Can't drink enough Paper Street Coffee. CAPeptides.com. Without Sarah Cox, we're fucking, might as well have a micro penis. BIRTHFIT, thank you so much for just aligning with us ideologically about just the importance of women birthing and kids. And then, of course, if you want a bigger dong, they say the exerciser.
Just fucking touch it a little bit. Touch it every now and then, bro. It'll get bigger.
Watch your girl shower, but if you don't have a girl, get the exerciser. And today I sat on the toilet seat in the bathroom and just watched Haley shower. I'm like, do you need some alone time? She's like, no.
You took a shit and watched her shower?
No, I mean,
Oh,
the
man.
closed, but I just sat in there and watched her shower and chatted her up like the old days. Podcast apparel, get everything you need from VindicateVNDK8.com. Here we go. I have not seen this. I appreciate all you guys sending me clips like this. This is going to be good.
Electorate, 70 million plus, that will be voting for a man who said he was going to assassinate for treason the chairman of the Joint Chiefs because he didn't support him on January the 6th, who said just in recent days he was going to execute Liz Cheney with a firing squad, 9 guns pointed and shooting at her face. A man who has said that he was going to shut down CBS because he didn't like how they edited an interview. A man who said he was going to be a dictator from day one. A man who said he was going to terminate the Constitution. A man who said he was going to use the army and he was going to use the National Guard on his political opponents. I literally could go on all day. And yet you talk to Trump voters and they'll go, he didn't say that. Wait, now I didn't hear him. And then you say, well, here's the quote. And then they'll go, yeah, he didn't mean that. So there's something for.
This is profound, dude. There's fucking a million people who eat this shit up every single morning. This is what I watched this morning. This is that Morning Joe show.
Yeah, that's amazing.
When Will told us to turn this on, it baffled me, and I was just thinking to myself, do you think that guy believes everything that he's saying?
Yes.
Or do you think he's just being paid so much that he'll lie through his fucking
and I think that chick to his
both.
left is his wife. I think he fucks that chick. Hey, I
think she fucks him first off because
Yeah,
he's a
good point.
fucking pussy. And also, God, I would just like to. It's like people like him, not people, guys like him, who I just fucking want to beat the shit out of sometimes.
Officer Tatum, who's also a guest on the show, we're 15 hours at most from libtards claiming Trump isn't eligible because he won in 2020.
Hilarious.
Oh shit! Wow.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah. Hey, you can't put anything past these guys. Back to the Google map. 113 for Harris.
Wow.
210 for
Polymarket
Trump.
just keeps climbing. 88.6% likelihood on Polymarket that Trump's taking the W.
Wow.
I don't. It could go the other way though, because it could be like everybody who really knows Kamala, and they're making their bets now. And they're making those bets, and then they're gonna make a fuck ton of money on it. I don't know. Who knows?
Democrat Sarah McBride becomes the first retarded member of U.S. Congress.
That's disgusting. She's really a transgender person.
That's a dude. That's a fucking dude.
What makes people want to elect someone with a okay? Well, imagine this: first heroin addict in active addiction elected to U.S. Congress.
That's amazing. Hey, that's not even a person. That's a Pixar character. You guys are crazy. That's not even real. Is that?
It unfortunately, it is. Delaware State Senator Sam McBride has won the state's only House seat, becoming the first openly transgender drug addict, as Taylor refers to him, which I agree. Person elected to Congress, according to NBC News projections. McBride, a Democrat, secured 57.6% of the vote, with 63% counted, defeating Republican John Whalen III. That's
She's
a pretty
addicted to fucking.
Delaware's a pretty corrupt state. Pretty
Every-
fucking corrupt.
Every time I see one of those first, I get excited. You know why? Eventually, you're gonna run out of them. Then what?
Oh,
How
run
can
out of
you-
what?
Just whoever they're gonna champion as the first.
Oh,
blah,
right.
blah, 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 right? Like you have to keep at some point you have to keep going, so it's so ridiculous. You're like, wait a minute.
I grew up in Fresno, currently living in Clovis. Fresno definitely has the potential to riot. Fuck NA, they do.
Yeah.
Boston, they elected him because they voted on feelings and not real issues.
False feelings too. One thing I'd like to say about Brianna's call. First off, I thought it was great. She just wanted to throw some shit in the fire to get Taylor going there. But
It got you two fucking idiots going instead.
Oh, I love the debate, dude, because if we would in where I started with it, right, when I was like, hold on, we have to have some sort of definition of this, because I would argue that Brianna's frustration has actually nothing to do with reparations, as she made it clear. It has all to do with accountability of a politician's making promises and not following through. And I would argue that the same promise that was made with President Lincoln at that time as well was income tax to pay for the Civil War, which was supposed to be a temporary thing, 3% for one tax bracket, 5% for another tax bracket. And guess what? That never got rolled back.
Yeah, we shouldn't have that or the fucking Federal Reserve or 80. Dude, I was listening to Elon.
That's a great point, Sousa. Great point.
I was listening to Elon on Trump today, the new one, and he was talking about, wow, the electoral estimates going up for Trump. He's up to 295 estimated. Harris is down 8.
Where do you see that?
This is on that guy's.
I'm on his
election
account
night
right now.
mega stream.
Oh yeah, there we go. He just went live. Okay.
So I can't remember what I was just saying.
Not important.
Oh, he's calling Virginia already for
yeah, he is.
We'll call it Harris.
Hey, dude,
that.
You got to add 70 to Kamala. You got to add 70.
Oh, because of California.
74. You got to
on his predictions, on that prediction, that he was taking that into account.
Oh, and where do you see that prediction?
You would have to rewind about 60 seconds.
Okay.
But, again, we're now just 9 minutes away from the next poll closing. This is at 11 p.m. Eastern time.
By the way, the YouTube channel is live 2024 election night mega stream. I really appreciate all you guys calling in, by the way.
Yeah.
Caller high. Oh, caller high.
Hey, question for you guys.
Let's do it.
Hey, what do you all believe were the factors that led to Trump's first election? And do you think those factors are relevant to his demographic this election?
Even more, I think the factors that led to his first election, I think, are even more pertinent in this election.
What were those factors?
Yeah, you tell me too, because I was oblivious back then.
I think people were so sick of not being able to say how they really felt about the way things were going. And he was someone who kind of drove a fucking stake in the ground and said exactly how he felt. And everyone who wanted to say that but felt like they couldn't was like, yeah, fuck yeah, it's exactly how I feel. And that's the vote that he got. And I think a lot of people thought Hillary Clinton was disgusting, and all of the old, the boomers and the people who are kind of unsure about Trump initially were very certain about Hillary, and it was certain in a bad way. Then it just so happened that Trump couldn't keep his mouth shut for 4 years, and he said a lot of things that turned those people away. And then when Biden came around, he didn't have this history that Hillary had, and people were more apt to vote for him. He seemed like a milder Democrat than Hillary Clinton.
If I weigh in there,
yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think it was he was the first person that came out and said the quiet part out loud.
Right.
And even Dave Chappelle talked about has a joke about when a star was born. And I think when he came out there and Hillary said, oh, he only wants a bunch of tax breaks for all of his rich friends. And he goes, yeah, I do. And so do all of Hillary's donors. And it was just like, oh shit. And so I think he was the first person that came that seemed like he was independent of the current system. So it gave you kind of hope, like, hey, we got this businessman out here that's not just another suit and tie puppeteering kind of, as people like to say, like the deep state or the system or whatever. But now you have somebody who's independent of that, using their own money and saying a lot of stuff that we all know to be true, but you don't really hear it on the stage that he was on.
Dan, this is
Yeah,
that's
I would
a sick
say I
fucking
totally,
comment.
Say again, caller.
I
Sorry
would
about
say
that.
I would totally. No, I would say I would totally agree with that in this first election, but I completely disagree about what those factors are in this one. I think overwhelmingly the majority of voters will base their vote this election solely and wholly on the issue of abortion. Meaning that
ridiculous.
a liberal could disagree with every single political view that the left could have, but they feel so strongly about women's rights that they will vote for Kamala.
You mean the right to kill
Yeah.
babies? You mean the right to kill babies?
Right, but that's the crazy thing. It's
Right,
such
and then on the
a
opposite
weak.
side,
It's
and then
such
on
a
the opposite
weak argument to
side,
say it's a women's right. It's such a like who.
right, but that's how they're gonna. That's how
I
they're
see
gonna.
it that way. You don't see it as a women's right. Also, I see it both ways. It's baby killing, but it's also a woman's right. I mean, it's in her
Yeah.
body.
Hold
And-
on, I'm
and
curious.
on the
Caller, keep going.
Go ahead.
And then on the opposite side, a conservative disagree with every single political view that the right could have, but feel so strongly about abortion that they will vote for Trump.
Mm.
I don't know if I've ever seen anyone like that.
Yeah,
I don't know if
I
I've ever
haven't.
seen. I don't ever know if I've seen anyone on the right except we had that one guy who's the major pro-lifer on the show. I can't remember his name. Besides him, I've never met anyone who's like, "Hey, man, I don't give a fuck about anything that Trump says, other than the fact that I want abortion to become illegal." I don't know anyone. You're saying you do know people like that, caller?
I mean, that's a majority of the conversations I've heard here.
Wow. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's the first I'm hearing about it. I think for the most part, Republicans. Well, maybe you're just talking about the vote that makes a difference, but I think for the most part, Republicans just don't give a fuck. Like, hey, just every person has to deal with their own. I don't know what the word is. Karma. Everyone has to deal with their own consciousness. Let people do what they want to do.
Yeah.
And then I think
Well,
that deeply religious people feel a calling to to stand up for babies, for just life in general. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, here's a completely almost unrelated thought. What do you think about exercising your right not to vote? And for the sake of expressing your discontent with the candidates available to choose from.
I think you're a pussy. I think if you're doing that, you're a fucking pussy, and you're avoiding the hard choice. I did it for 2 elections. I voted third party because I was a fucking pussy, and I should have just
Explain it
fucking
to
voted
me.
Trump.
Explain that to me. I don't even understand the idea.
Like, oh, I don't accept the fact that the only choices I have are a felon and a rapist and someone who wasn't elected.
No.
in a
Listen,
primary.
listen. So listen, if people sit down with themselves and actually think about what their vote means, right? Because your vote is extremely valuable, right? You're expressing your alignment with certain values. And if you do not agree with the state of our political system, and by not voting, you're boycotting. You're boycotting a system that you believe is
Broken, right?
Broken.
Yeah, I think that's stupid. You're not boycotting anything because you're not changing anything by not voting. You're boycotting, but you're not making any fucking change. You're
Yeah, but
allowing
you're not-
people
you're
with
not
a louder
changing-
opinion than you to drive the change in the country. You're allowing people who have a more urgent opinion and a more urgent desire to go out and vote. Now they're going to control where the country goes. And I think that's also kind
Yeah,
of
but you're-
what are you accomplishing by
Then
that? You
you're-
explain to me what you are accomplishing.
But it's not about what you're accomplishing. It's about what
It is.
you're expressing with your actions.
No, what do you accomplish by? Because that's exactly what it's about. Your actions, if you are voting or hoping for change.
Imagine if this is an election where less people voted than in the prior election.
Okay, what would that change? Nothing.
It would call to a discussion about what is the meaningfulness of this election.
It would call for a talk for not even 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the news channel, and they say, "Well, great, Kamala wins." It would not result in any sort of change. You're accomplishing absolutely nothing. You're great. You're expressing something, but it's a quiet expression too. It's not even an expression that people are going to be aware of.
But I also do think if you look at the macro picture that the caller is kind of talking about here, there is some interesting indications of, if you think, like, a lot of the people are saying this is the biggest election of our time and everything else. And if you were to have voter participation down like year over year, in Taylor, on the individual level, I see what you're saying. Like, it's not going to change anything because the votes are still going to go. But I think kind of what the caller is saying, which is interesting, is seeing those trends occur on a macro level does speak to something at a 30,000-foot view of like, why aren't people involved?
But
like,
the people who
why
are in control are not changing because of that. If they see the vote just declining, hey, they're still in power. That's what you're boycotting.
Let me throw this in the conversation here. First of all, Mrs. Burns, I agree with you. I'm not talking 1,000%. Every single one of my liberal friends, when asked why voting for Kamala, talks solely about abortion. I agree. I hear that from my liberal friends, but not the conservative people. Going on to the other thing, I am reading in between the lines a little bit, but basically, here's why it's important to vote this time. If you believe what Donald Trump is saying, he's basically saying he wanted to run as part of the Transformation Party. I'd never even heard of that party, but because he realized so quickly that the system was rigged and you had to come in as a Republican or Democrat, he came in as a Republican. That's what I gleaned. One of the things I gleaned from the Rogan podcast, that basically, like, hey, and basically, if they're bringing in, if they're talking about cutting the federal budget by $2 trillion and bringing in Ron Paul, he's clearly not a classic Republican. He's a full-blown libertarian, and I'm hoping that's what we're going to see. So, although I kind of see your point, caller, I think that this is a special circumstance. You know, this is the one guy that wasn't a general or a politician.
Yeah, I'm not advocating for it. I'm saying as a thought, you know, in terms of how valuable your vote is, and your right to vote and your right not to vote, in terms of how that communicates your willingness to participate in something that maybe perhaps you feel is a broken system.
I have an opinion on that. I think the notion that the system is broken and the notion that your vote doesn't matter and the perpetuation of that idea,
your vote doesn't matter.
But people say it all the time. Your vote doesn't matter, and it's that fucking idea that causes a decline in voting and allows the people who are already elected or getting elected to just grip onto more power and control you even more. And somebody said it in the comments: the people who are making all the fucking money off your taxes would love if you didn't vote just so they could pick for you. They would love that.
Or how about this? What if for some of the population, your vote matters too much? I'll give you an example. So when Obama was elected, something like 98% of Black voters voted for Obama. Now, what does that say?
If you're black, you want someone black.
Yeah,
I think he spoke to that demographic and got them motivated to get out and vote.
But in terms of what your vote means, and in the terms of change and what you're trying to accomplish, again, to Taylor's point, those votes didn't go towards any type of conviction. They were just solely based off something that didn't matter.
Right, because they're retarded for voting for Obama because he's a great liar and he did nothing to change the system. But that doesn't mean their vote isn't effective. If they had chosen to vote for someone who could actually elicit or produce change, their vote would have mattered a lot. And that's what we're seeing with Trump. He's someone that everyone believes can actually make a change. He's claiming to make these massive waves, and he's getting a fuck ton of votes as a result for it.
Caller, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Hey, I also don't like the I'm voting for the lesser of two evils either. I think that's just fucking intellectually fucking weak.
Well, voting for third party is intellectually weak too. I did it twice. It's retarded. So fucking stupid.
I wonder if that caller was Nick.
I wish I just would have had the fucking balls to say I wanted to vote for Trump. Because you know what? When I woke up in 2016 and fucking the whole Democratic National Convention HQ was crying and Hillary had lost, it was like the largest weight in the world off my shoulders. I don't know why I felt that way, but like everyone who I was around, like my mom, my family, they're like, oh, Hillary's the devil. So like when I woke up and she had lost, it was like, wow, thank God Trump won. And then in 2020, I guess I didn't feel as strongly about it, but still, it's just something has to change. And people are so stupid for voting for her. It's disgusting.
Why are the swing states because they're the hardest ones to project because they're so close?
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, why are they the slowest ones? But it's because the vote. Okay, I get it. Georgia, 90% reporting. Looks like Trump's going to win Georgia by 100,000. God, you guys are great tonight.
Don't be so fucking sure, bro.
Taylor.
Caller, hi.
Hey, what's up? This is Grant. I wanted to say something to Taylor about that last argument, Grant, keeping it real. So here's the thing. I feel like what you just said makes sense. Like, no matter what, if we don't vote for one, if we vote for an independent, it's a wasted vote. But if we always say that, we're always going to be stuck with the two candidates.
No, that's not true.
What point? Well, what do you mean?
At this point, right. But did you hear him on the Rogan podcast? Just like someone talked about, he said he wanted to run in the Transformation Party, and look at everything he's doing is not classical Republican. So it doesn't matter what the title of his party is. He's going to fucking put Elon in charge of the Doge, dude. That's not typical Republican. They're talking about cutting the federal government by fucking 70%. That's not typical Republican government. So this is the point.
Well, I'm not speaking about against Trump specifically.
I know you're not.
The thing is, for a long time, I voted. Well, there's a surprise twist to this. I actually wrote in as well, or voted independent the last 2 times, and then at the last minute today, I voted Trump. So I did vote Trump. But
I hope
what I'm saying is that
God bless. May the Lord be with you, brother.
Probably did influence me. I didn't, it was subconscious if it was, but the thing is, okay, so aside from Trump, then fine. Trump's going to do all these awesome things. I feel like for a long time, even before Trump, the candidates that we've been getting, and really I would feel the same way if I was the Democrats, have been stale and the same thing.
Well,
so I feel like
agree.
every single time we're dished out 2 candidates that we have a choice between, what would it take to actually get a third party or to get something different? And I feel like if we always say that you have to vote for one of those 2, we lose our opportunity to potentially see something different. That's how I feel.
Well,
Even though I voted for Trump, yeah.
I get what you're saying. I think this election with Trump and RFK, I think this is the best opportunity for a shakeup in those things. I think also in previous generations, my mom's generation, the generation before her, no offense, but you kind of fucked us with the candidates that you accepted, the people who you voted for, the trust you put in the government. I mean, they let them take inch by inch by inch, more control, more power.
Now it's huge.
Yeah, and exactly. Now it's fucking huge, and now we just have those 2 parties. But I do think that Trump completely taking over he has fucking destroyed what it used to be known as the Republican Party. In enough so that Dick fucking Cheney endorsed Kamala Harris, and half the fucking cool Democrats are now Republicans. Tulsi Gabbard's a Republican now. Fucking RFK is a Republican now. Like I think. In that sense, this is a big shakeup in a good way.
I like the fact that he's different and that he didn't come from a political background. So I definitely like that. I think that it's kind of, I mean, the people who vote for him, a lot of them, it's really a middle finger to the government in a sense. And I like that attitude behind it. But again, I still would really love for there to be an opportunity for there to be.
But what is better on the?
Yeah.
I would ask you this. What are the third party candidates this go around that are better? What's better about Jill Stein and that Chase Oliver guy? He's apparently.
No, there weren't this time.
Right. They're
the last
horrible.
2 times I found somebody. The last 2 times I found somebody who I was like, I really like this person.
Jorgensen, right?
Yes, correct. Yep.
I voted for her too. I just think it was retarded.
Yeah, no, I agree. This time I didn't spend a lot of time looking, but I just couldn't find any that were really saying anything.
Chase Oliver's horrible. He's the Libertarian nominee, and he's like fucking all for kids getting transitions and all sorts of shit like that.
Yeah, no, he's terrible.
I want to see the video of Joy Reid having a meltdown.
Hey, one other thing before I go here real quick. I said that comment. I don't know if this is significant or not, but if the New York Times is saying the New York Times has them at 87%, I just thought that was interesting because obviously they're extremely liberal.
They have
that's what I'm saying. That's why I wanted you to pull it up. If you pull up the New York Times, it's like all Trump for the projections for college. So I thought that'd be interesting to pull up if you can.
You got it, Tevin, or you want me to grab it?
I got it. I just went to their website. I don't see that. I see them running.
What is it called? Shoot, hang on.
Ian Arsvold, I'm disappointed because that you just threw your vote away, dude. And even the guy you voted for told you if you want RFK. I'm confused. Did you vote for Trump because you want RFK to have power? Or did you actually vote for RFK because he's still on the ballot in Illinois?
It's called The Needle, I think. I think this is it. If you search New York Times, The Needle on Google, you'll be able to pull it up.
Pat Lange voted RFK too. No, Pat Lange voted Trump, right?
Yeah, he said he did.
Voted Trump.
Yep.
Thank fucking God, Pat. Good man.
No,
Good
Pat didn't
man.
vote Trump. He voted Chase. No, he voted Chase Oliver.
No, he didn't. Stop it.
No, he said he was going to, right?
I don't subscribe to the New York Times, so they won't let me see it.
Oh, really? It let me in. I don't subscribe. Dang.
Liar.
It says, no, I don't. I would never. It
Oh
says,
my God. Pat Lang voted for a guy who wants
89%
kids
went
to get
up.
transitions.
So it's 89%
Wait, did
Trump.
what?
They're projecting 301 to 237.
Who knows?
And the popular vote estimate is
Oh.
Trump plus 1.1.
MSNBC's making fun of Rogan now. They're calling it the bro wave.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't get past
Oh,
this.
oh, well. Hey, anyway, I just wanted to call in and talk about that because that was I didn't realize that Taylor had voted independent as well, like me, and then switched to Trump. So I wanted to talk about that. But I will let somebody else get in there.
Thank you, dude.
Thanks, Grant.
All right, later.
Later, dude. It's funny because I think through the years past too, I also voted like independent.
I'm ashamed. Wow, you guys been at it for 4 hours.
Not
Yeah,
this
dude.
time.
4 hours. and
Holy
10 minutes.
balls.
Shouldn't we be getting a massive update right now or soon?
Holy balls. We're getting an update on my diet. Pizza collection at Holy Balls. You can order them now, handmade. I'm gonna try the
I had to cross fat.
I did Loca Mocha last time.
Yeah, what are you gonna go for this time? The Mac Daddy's good.
I'm gonna
The
go
OG.
with the,
Dude, I need some.
I'm gonna go with the
I'm just gonna go grab a hard boiled egg.
breakfast call.
Oh yeah, the breakfast one's good.
Oh.
Yeah, it's got some of that maple in there.
Oh.
Damn, I should have saved some of mine to eat on the show here. I was
Hey,
like,
these guys are not a sponsor, by the way. If these tasted like ass, I would tell you. These guys are not a sponsor. Just so you know, I just like them.
yeah, like I said, they went quick. at the
Wow.
gym.
Are these balls paleo? I have no idea. Kamala won Cali. Thank you.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, Sevan, have you watched much of the Analyzing Finance with Nick? I know you had talked about last time, and you're like, dude, that's his stuff's like dense or whatever the word you used, like tedious a little bit because it's just super detailed.
Yeah, I watched 2 of them.
Did that caller sound like him?
Oh,
It sounded like him, and we're close to getting him on the show. I'm in text communication with him
Hey,
now.
Greg. Hello? Hey, I didn't even recognize your voice. I'm good. I'm live on the air. They can't hear you, but I'm live on the air, and we're doing an election night watch party.
And
What
we
do you?
have a bunch of people on X watching, which is
Oh,
exciting.
how was the party? You think he's gonna win?
What's Greg's guess?
Wow, I almost just.
What do you think? What do you think? You think he's gonna win?
Itched my balls out in the open. On
Yeah,
the
that's good, right?
Angel, raise that up for you boys.
All right. Are you around? Go ahead.
Hey, did you end up doing that 200-meter 30 clean and jerk 2 rounds workout
Yes.
that you programmed? So I programmed it for the gym on Monday, but I watered it down quite a bit. So we did 180 meters worth of lunging each round, and then 16 clean and jerks.
Oh, how was it?
Dude, it was good. People loved it, and it destroyed everybody. Obviously,
Yeah, everybody gets really sore. So we did a workout that was like that, like a month and a half ago at my gym that I wrote. That was 2 rounds, 50 bench press at body weight, 40 bench press at body weight, 200-meter lunge.
Mm-hmm.
So I felt they were prepared for the lunge.
Yeah.
Again, because after that workout, it was like, oh, I'm so sore.
Yeah, dude, it jacked people up. It was the reason why I did the 180 was because 2 laps inside my gym around the perimeter of the gym is 180 meters.
Nice.
So it worked out good because we had everybody going around the perimeter, and then all the clean and jerk bars were on the inside. So it made a cool like visual too.
7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Greg Glassman will be here. He said he'll be here bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. He believes that with the 1.5 million less absentee ballots sent in this year, that he does believe now that Trump is going to win.
Greg said that.
Prediction. Yeah.
All right, we got Greg's prediction. Hey, you know what I'm most stoked about this? What we've been doing. I haven't checked these numbers before, but we have like 170 live viewers that have been hanging out on X the whole entire time.
Oh shit.
Yeah, because if you look at the numbers on YouTube, like I was checking our poll just to see if there's any changes, and I was like, oh, that's a lot. That number's lower than the one that we have for the totality of where they're coming in at. And then when I looked, I was like, oh shit, we got a bunch of X viewers.
I have a topic to talk about. I think it's really important. Brianna, can you answer in the comments if you actually voted for Chase Oliver? Don't worry, I'm not going to shit on you, but I just have a point. I think an important point that I'm going to try to make. Someone above said, if you voted, I think Clock said, if you voted for Chase Oliver, you're an absolute moron, unless it's Brianna, because I don't know if that means she voted for Chase Oliver or not. The thing that I feel very strongly about, and it's because I did this and now I can look back and say it was stupid, and it was because I was young, 100%. I was like this idealistic 18-year-old or maybe 19-year-old during the 2016 election, and then a handful of years later for 2020, and I'm like, you know, what I believe in really matters, and my moral integrity really matters, and I'm not going to sacrifice my character and my integrity for this vote, and I don't believe in either candidate, so I'm going to vote third party. And well, really, I wasn't even sure that I believed in what that third party candidate believed in. I think in 2016 I wrote in a neighbor of mine who was a former Marine who was actually running, and he got like maybe 15,000 votes. And I knew him very well. So, okay, I could stand behind that guy. But then Jo Jorgensen, I didn't know really fucking anything about her in 2020. And the weird thing about that is by trying to make this claim that you are morally superior, or maybe that's not the claim you're making, but you're going to stand by your integrity and your character, you're so avoiding this massive part of life that is not black and white. And you're making the country a worse place by allowing people that have been in power for 16 of the past 20 years to run our fucking country into the fucking ground. And I do think that there is a massive part of life where you have to make a decision that's neither the one you want to make or good, but the only other option is worse.
And on top of that, you're not voting for you're not voting for your neighbor. You're not voting for your community leader, different things like that. So it's like people ascribe different labels to the people that we're voting for. And at the end of the day, like if you watch Trump and his dealings and his ability to work through business, even though some of those deals you're like, fuck, he bought the property next to this property because they wouldn't sell it to him at this price. And then he just threatened to build something to block the view. So then they ended up having to sell it to him less than the price that he originally threw out there for him. So you kind of look at that and you're like, dude's a hard ass. But then at the same time, when I look at the tip of the spear warrior, right, these dudes that are just badass SEALs that are blowing shit up and breaking into people's houses and getting the bad guys. The only thing I think is like, damn, I'm glad that motherfucker's on my side. So when in terms of Trump's and negotiations and deals and everything else, yeah, people could hear and hey, he did kind of the shady stuff to get his way. But at the end of the day, wouldn't you rather have that negotiator in the seat for the American people, especially with all these things going on in these other countries, than somebody who's just going to get steamrolled over?
I was sober back then, Joe, you fucking idiot.
You a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from Harris aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close. The blue wall still remains the best option for her in this moment.
Georgia, Trump is up 2.6 points. Pennsylvania, he's up 3 points. North Carolina, 2.8. Wisconsin, 2.4. I hope they're going to have mental health professionals there to talk to those people. Napoleon, hi. U.S. Middle America people are sick of this BS from Wisconsin. Let's go, Trump.
Yeah, North Carolina did get called for Trump, so he's at 230 now. Kamala Harris still at 179.
Let's fucking go. Did my part, motherfuckers. That's all I have to say, Savon. Did my part. What the fuck is wrong with your state?
76%. Listen, my state still has a chance. They haven't counted. 76% reporting Trump is up by 130. No.
Where?
230,000 votes. Is that
No?
is that
In
right?
Georgia, 130,000.
No, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh no, just under 200. Yeah, just under 200. 170,000 votes. Georgia, with 90% counted, he's up by 136,000 votes.
Apparently, Kamala Harris has grid.
Grid League?
No.
Oh. The other grid, bro. Grid.
Oh, Grid League. Oh, Democratic Grid League.
Holy shit.
Yeah, NBC News is way behind on their reporting. They got 153 to 214. They have Nevada as a tie. Boy, I'm not getting any results from Nevada.
Dude, you should go to see if we can find the Joy Reid. I just want to see fucking her.
I know. Someone text me the Joy Reid meltdown.
Please, we need a clip of Joy Reid. Brian Spin, find it. Please, somebody find it.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we got on the mega stream?
Go ahead.
No, sorry, this is off topic, but I was just, what I was thinking about the other day is there was a guest on right before Donald Trump on Joe Rogan. Imagine getting your fucking like break and being like, dude, I'm going on Rogan and telling all your boys and shit. Then right after that, Trump, Vance, and Elon all come on and your shit just gets buried.
Oh yeah,
the Tim
destroyed.
Dillon thing on. Yeah.
Hey, New Mexico's blue also. Amazing. Another border state.
How is that?
I don't. How are they calling that? Who's calling that?
Same with California, blue border state.
Well, you're retarded, so it's tough over there.
Kamala does Orange Theory.
I would say Kamala does more like fucking. Dude, I don't know what the fuck she does.
Kamala does High Rocks.
She like hoards her own shit or something. She hoards feces. She was that lady on that episode of Hoarders that literally shit all over her house and kept it. That's what I would imagine Kamala Harris does.
Did you guys watch the Shannon Sharp interview with her by any chance?
Shannon Sharp's a fucking sellout. Fuck that guy.
He is a sellout.
Dude, did you guys watch it though? Did you guys watch it?
I just saw clips.
Yeah, so I watched it in its entirety. Most of the Caller Daddy too, and it was like she only allows that hour with where she, her talking time. In the first 15 to 30 minutes, especially the Shannon Sharp one, is just a bunch of bullshit. It's just him like kissing her ass the whole entire time. It's crazy, dude.
Fuck Shannon Sharp. How can you fucking
He just wants to fuck her, dude.
How can you be where you are and come from what you come from and fucking believe a single word out of her fucking mouth, dude?
Dude, they don't.
Fuck
He's
that
just trying to stay in with his social group.
Hey, why is Minnesota only counted 16%? What is going on over there?
Fuck him.
Iowa has 80%. Nebraska, Wyoming. Oh, Wyoming is 28%. Idaho has 18%. What is going on with Minnesota? Wisconsin is 65%.
I'm bringing a tissue box to work tomorrow and say fucking tissues for Dems. Tissues for Dems. I'm gonna lead every whiteboard brief with it. If you're a Democrat, I'm sorry. If you want to fucking cry, you don't want to hit the workout today. See you tomorrow.
Oh my goodness.
Just kidding. Sorry, you didn't hear that from me here.
all those old Richard Simmons tapes. Fox News has different numbers.
That's why I'm watching the mega stream, because Fox is biased as fuck, and so is MSNBC and everything else. I just want the fucking digits, and this guy's got it.
Fox has Trump at 2:30.
Yeah.
I'm not watching their mainstream. I'm watching their internet stream.
Yeah, AP has got it at 187 for Kamala, 230 for Trump.
God, that's a 43-point gap. That's pretty significant.
Oh, it looks like we just got the Joy meltdown. Did you see that?
Oh, fuck.
No,
Let's
where
go.
where is it?
God, of course it comes from her. Amazing.
Hey, I wonder, she's going to be like, I can't believe it. Oh, really? You can't believe
good.
most of the fucking world disagrees with you, you stupid idiot?
Joy Reid is going to get sent to a mental institution. Is that what you're looking at?
No, I have this video here. Should we just raw tag it?
I saw it. It's 9 minutes. That one, Media Meltdown.
Oh yeah, it is 9 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like there is
because it's clips of all of them, but we could go to Maddow's meltdown on here.
I do have Joy Reid's. I do have Joy Reid's. Here we go. Got it. Thank you. Vindicate VNDK8.com. Get your CEO shirts. All products are 90% off right now. Use code Trump. That doesn't work. Just buy it anyway.
Just buy it anyways. That's my favorite line. Use the code. If it doesn't work, buy it anyways.
You're fucking retarded, dude.
Oh my god.
Let me see over here on X. Okay, here we go. Joy Reid. Is this it?
No, we just watched that.
So it's all morning. Oh, morning, Jill.
Hold on, I got it. Okay, Joy Reid mental breakdown. Here it is. Oh, this is going to be good. I'm so excited. I haven't seen this yet either. Oh, it's only 31 seconds. Fuck, I wish this was 5 minutes. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Joy Reid.
You just think about just the last 2 weeks and the things that Donald Trump has said into the TV that people could hear him say and do, the vulgarity in front of families with young children, and the threats to do mass deportation and a violent start to his dictatorship on day one, and you name it. If all of that gets you half of the votes,
49%.
What does it tell you? I mean, we need to really take a step back and think about, what does that say about us?
I think
you just think about just the
How can she believe that? How can you be so dumb that you believe that 48 or 49% of the country are Nazis, just want fucking horrible things, dictatorships, whatever, mass fucking killings? What did she say? Are you crazy?
Yeah, mass deportations and different things.
Well,
like
that I do fucking want. If you're, 100%.
Arizona, neck and neck with half the votes counted.
Wow.
New Mexico looks like it's going to Kamala, 70% of the votes counted. Nevada, still nothing. Minnesota, still only 16%. Trump's up 130,000 votes. Wisconsin, Trump's up 80,000 votes with 66%.
Wow, it looks very counted.
Michigan, Trump's up by 120,000 votes with only 33%. Caller, hi. Hello, caller.
Hi, Savon. This is U.S. President Bill Clinton.
Bill.
Oh shit.
Yeah, buddy. Taylor's always wanted to meet you. Taylor, meet Bill. Bill, meet Taylor.
I'm such a huge fan of Mr. Self. I just want to tell him personally that I've been following his mental training for the last 2 months now, and I've seen amazing results.
Bill, I've been reading more and more of the Kenneth Starr report, and I know it's a sensitive piece to you. But were you actually in love with Monica? And were you actually thinking about leaving Hillary for Monica?
You know, Ron, I'm glad once again that we've brought up this very matter and this very important subject that I want to get clear for you and all of your 5 to 10 lists that are on the show right now.
Sorry, I won't let them interrupt you again, Mr. President. I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you, Savon. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. But by golly, if I were to, she is one piece of Savon.
Hey, I heard that because she blew you 9 times out of 10 sexual encounters you had with her in the Oval Office, that the amount of blowjobs that actually started being dealt out to the American public significantly increased. No joke. That it became more normal for women to blow men. That's an enormous contribution you gave to all of mankind.
Savon, I'm very glad you brought that up. That is one of my most proud contributions to the American that I gave during my presidency. I just wanted to normalize fellatio, especially in the workplace. Savon. See, I know many of you and you listeners know that I have Crohn's disease. It's a very hurtful disease. But Monica sure knew how to work it, by golly.
Did you shit on her mouth a little bit when she ate your butt?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Taylor Self. Oh, I love you, Taylor. But by golly, I did. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. That's proud to count. See, Taylor, at the Oval Office, we have a very comfortable couch. It's good on the lumbar. It's especially good on the knees. I would get down on my all fours over the couch, and Monica would just have her way with my salad.
Bill, I just want to let you know that the second fittest man in the world, Colton Mertens, just commented, and he wanted to thank you for your service. He appreciates your service.
Tell that Colton Mertens that I have an exerciser waiting for it to be sent out in the mail. He just needs to shoot me his address.
All right. That sounds good. All right, Bill, if you're up late tonight, we'd love to celebrate with you. Do you have a pick? Do you think Trump's going to pull this off?
Oh, I think Kamala Harris is going to make one of the greatest comebacks in U.S. history. It's about time that the people rise up. It's not too late to go out there and cast your votes, people. We need to fight fascism, and we need to fight white supremacy. Now, Taylor Self, you did your American duty, and you went out and you casted your vote for Donald Trump. And that's okay. That's your right. You know, I'd be a very, very angry person, too, if I looked like the Monopoly man's redneck cousin, or if I look like Dr. Robotnik on Ozempic. I understand. And I forgive you. But everyone that's out there, go out, cast your vote for Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Clinton. Thank you, Mr. President. Always an honor to have you.
It's an honor, Savvy. I'll talk to you later.
Talk to you later. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
How often do you think that guy practices that in front of his mirror while he jerks off to himself?
Bill does that all the time. MAGA, Manny Serrano.
Manny,
I'm coming to Newport in January, Manny. Got to get a drink. I think I'm spending 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Damn. 2 weeks.
Right after the BSI event. Listen, you guys keep sending me messages about the BSI event. Don't do that. It makes me feel bad because I can't.
Holy fuck!
I can't respond to you.
Minnesota just jumped up 200,000 votes. Kamala's the lead.
Dun, dun,
dun. Boy, you're full of good news today. Wow. 46 reported in Minnesota. Last time we checked, it was 16%. Kamala is trouncing him.
Yeah, Virginia's getting fucked too.
Still no final tally in Pennsylvania, only 77%. Boy, it really is.
91% in Georgia, and they still won't call it. 77, same thing. 77 in PA, they still won't call it. Fuck.
Hey, because as they start to call those last few, it'll just get. I mean, as he's inching closer and closer and closer, right? And so some of them, I think they're going to hold off.
What do you mean? Explain that. Why would they do that?
Like, I don't know. I think that they'll, if it started to jump and he ended up with like whatever, Georgia, 16 electoral votes. I mean, that puts him at what, 146 if they give him Pennsylvania coming up here, another 19. I mean, right? At that point, it goes to what, 56 plus.
You think that there's like some, they're scared to call it?
Yeah.
But just staring at the screen right now for 4.5 hours, it made my eyes a little buggy.
Yeah, it feels weird. It doesn't also really feel like
how the fuck did Augusta go blue? Good grief. Sorry, I'm looking at Georgia. You fucking losers.
Georgia.
Hey, so this pink color, this salmon color, that means it's leaning red.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And the other color that kind of looks like what a pussy would look like, that means it's leaning towards Kamala, you know.
The lavender.
That is, I've never seen a pussy look like that color.
Not a literal vagina, but like if you were to
Oh.
imagine a pussy, like
Oh.
like a physical representation of one, a human representation of one.
Right. It
You know?
looks like the blue on the trans flag is what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. It looks like the minor attracted person's color.
Clearly, you guys have never seen a blue waffle.
Is that
It's a little? That's a bit of a deeper blue.
Should I look that up in the Urban Dictionary?
That's actually, if you look at California, that's what a blue waffle looks like, bro.
That Urban Dictionary stuff?
Yeah, just don't.
You do not pull that up.
Don't hit images and don't share this.
Blue waffle.
Oh God.
Blue waffle.
I thought we looked that up on this show.
Blue. It's a disease. It's a fake STD that supposedly causes similar to those of vaginal infection. It's fake. It's fake.
Fake news, bro.
Should I type in vagina after it? Because it's just giving me blue waffles.
Click blue waffle picture, and then look at your images.
Yeah,
I did. I did. I didn't. I just got blue waffles.
Wow, they don't give you the cool shit anymore. Google's fucked.
You guys ever go on Brave.com?
Brave.com?
Yeah, it's like a different search engine that's supposedly not going to be as biased as like Google, because it used to be DuckDuckGo. Remember? Now DuckDuckGo is literally a spitting image, a mirrored image of Google.
It's a derogatory term used for vaginal infection. However, the infection has nothing to do with the color blue, nor does the vagina actually turn blue. Some made-up term to gross people out and put others down. I'll let you know if it's to put other people down.
Wow, SEMA here. I don't care. It was amazing. I'd swallow Bill's cum. What is that? Whoa. What is that in reference to? Just in general? Just the power? You like the power?
The power of Bill.
Man.
Minnesota still 47%. Wisconsin 68% reported.
Isn't power such a weird thing?
North Carolina, NBC is now giving North Carolina to Trump, although Google gave it to him a while back.
Yeah, they had to.
Difference of 136,000 votes. They have Kamala at 172. Man, look at California. What a joke.
Well, you still got fucking 1.7 million people that wanted Trump.
Oh, that's cool to know. Oh, cool. Yeah, I've been using that one more. I like how too, if you Brave something, if you search something on Brave, it usually gives like a political question too. It'll usually give you like as unbiased as it can, and then it'll ask you if you want left-leaning news, right-leaning news, and you could like click a switch and it'll toggle your results. And it's funny because if you ask something political and toggle it to the left-leaning news and then cross-reference it against Google, it typically gives the general same results.
You can do that on Brave?
Yeah. So if you go to brave.com and you ask like a political question, typically, like at least the last couple of times I was there, it gives you an option of like, do you want to what the left-leaning outlets are saying or what the right-leaning outlets are saying, and then it produces results of something typically down the middle.
Apparently, Fox is saying that the Harris campaign is no longer responding to requests for comment.
Man, go baby!
So that is
You're drinking already. Pass me that bottle.
Yeah,
I'll just.
All right. They're probably just not responding to Fox. Red supports clock. Real support is a lot stronger than that. Lots of Republicans or conservatives leaning people, sad to say, have gotten in the habit of not voting.
Because people fucking tell them their vote doesn't matter in a state like California.
I also just don't think in totality as a country, we don't value it enough. Like, I mean, we have days off for like Indigenous Peoples Day, whatever.
Dude, we should.
You don't even have a day off for the election.
Right. We should have a day off for the election. I honestly think it should be I almost feel like it should be mandated that you vote.
Hey, dude, here's an extreme example. I don't even
have that in Australia. You have to vote.
I don't think it should be mandated, but I also think you need to earn the right to vote.
Oh, what does that mean?
So that means you have to be some sort of contributor. So let's say like You could do it on a scaled system too, meaning if you have a job, you're paying taxes, you get a vote. If you're in the military, maybe you get more vote. Like, and you could do it based off like contribution to society.
Wow, that's
because then
shit.
Because who's judging your contribution? Who's judging your contribution?
The GDP, your local economy,
your social score.
Like, there's multiple different ways that you could judge it. Number one, I don't think anybody who has never acquired less than $10 million on their own should be president, period. I think you should have at least made 10 million clear and free on your own to even have a chance.
I don't like that. I like the idea, the thought of a guy like Gandhi fucking being president, guy just in a fucking robe with a stick.
Yeah, but you're talking about a 1 in a million person, because everybody else that's been in there that has no fucking idea about any money, has never had any money, is very easily persuaded and manipulated. And if you know how to earn your own shit, like for me, I always think about if everything goes to zero, I'll just start back over. I can even start back over another industry. It'll take time, but I'll fucking build it back up.
Right.
And if you've made $10 million, you will be able to make that again a lot faster because you've acquired the skill set and you know what it takes to make that. And so your ability to allocate money and understand minimizing waste is significantly higher than somebody who's never accumulated that type of wealth, made that type of wealth, or managed, more importantly, managed that type of wealth.
I mean, I hear you in theory. I hear you in theory. So funny that it's stuff. Here's a tweet someone sent me. So funny that if stuff gets crazy this week, the person in charge is Joe Biden.
Dude,
or if shit gets crazy, the person in charge is Kamala Harris.
Here in Brazil, it is mandatory. This only makes it easier to direct vote since many people don't even want to go and are forced to.
Yeah, that's the first thing that came to my mind with the whole mandatory thing. And Steph, there's multiple ways to prove you got the 10 million, quote unquote, on your own. I'm more concerned with the management and allocation of that 10 million and slightly less concerned with the creation of it.
Kamala with 192, Trump with 230. The winning number is 270. Minnesota is blue with a huge lead, 10% lead by Kamala, 49% in. Wisconsin, Trump's got a pretty good lead, 3% lead with 69% of the votes. Michigan, Trump's got a good lead with 38% of the votes in. Pennsylvania, still only 80% reporting.
But he's still got that lead.
But he's still got a nice lead. God, they must be freaking out in Philly.
Yeah.
What's going to happen here in Virginia? Virginia looks good. Georgia looks good. So if he gets Pennsylvania, that's 19. That takes him to 249. If he gets Michigan, that takes him to 259, 264. And then Wisconsin, 274. So if he gets Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, he's good to go.
Yeah. We'll have Seth weigh in on it. What's up, dude?
Seth, what's up, dude?
What's going on, guys? What's happening today?
How we
Holy
doing?
shit, dude. Good to see you, buddy.
You as well.
Did you get your vote in?
Early, of course. Not waiting in those lines.
Have you ever met Taylor, Seth?
Yeah.
Never in person, but we've been on like a dozen shows together now.
Were you coaching today at the gym?
Yeah, I just got back doing the evening classes.
You have 5 gyms?
I have 5. Yeah. 3 on Oahu, 1 in Maui, and 1 in Phoenix.
Oh, wow. And did you let everyone know that you're coming on a conservative Nazi fascist show this evening in your spare time?
No, I did
not. Forgot to advertise that one.
We don't have a lot of listeners in Hawaii.
Hawaii.
You know, it's an interesting place to live. We'll leave it at that for now.
What island are you on again?
I'm on Oahu. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And which part
I've lived
of
on Maui. I've lived on Maui. I've lived on Oahu. I live pretty much close to the North Shore.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Countryside.
My parents lived there for 4 years as homeless hippies.
Where at?
On the North Shore.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. That's the place to be if you want to be homeless, I'd say.
Yeah.
All those swing states were all part of the after midnight shenanigans and not the kind with Diddy.
Yes, that's true.
I wonder what happens if I type in Trump into Google right now. I wonder what's trending.
God, I'm glad I wasn't fucking famous, because if
They
I
got-
was famous and a drug addict, I would have gotten fucked by Diddy.
Kamala 205, Trump 230.
You would.
Could you imagine just fucking just mishandling an entire bottle of Xanax and waking up with Diddy in you, dude?
Oh, dude.
She would have got the bag with it.
Dude, between Kennedy and Jill Stein, they have 1 million votes.
Oh shit, 205 for Harris now, 230 for Trump.
That's a shame.
What's a shame?
That they got 1 million votes. Those are 1 million votes Donald could have.
Oh, for the RFK votes?
The Guardian, God, the Guardian's such a piece of shit. Advisors urge Donald Trump to declare victory prematurely on election night. Some aides think he should seize an early advantage in battleground states, but it's unclear if he will heed to them. Donald Trump has been told by some advisors that he should prematurely declare victory on election night. This is from some serious left-leaning media, by the way. If he's sufficiently ahead of Kamala in key battleground states like Pennsylvania.
He's got 4 mil on her on the popular vote. I wonder what percentage of the country, what do we have, like 350 million residents? Like what percentage of them are eligible to vote? Let me look that up.
Hey, do you think the claims, Seth, do you think the claims that Trump, that the election was stolen from Trump in 2020 are baseless?
No.
Yeah, me
no,
neither.
they can't be baseless. I'm not going to go fully down that rabbit hole, but I mean, there's all levels of interference in play, whether you're just passing on fake news or you're actually manipulating people. But I don't think they're baseless, but I don't have the info as to how deep it really went.
Right. Yeah, definitely. I could agree with you there. Sarah Cox, CA Peptides, Alaska and Pennsylvania, he wins. Sarah's in Hawaii too right now.
Nice.
Oh,
Wow.
she's probably on Kauai. God, that's so jealous. What's that question from Ethan? Taylor and Sousa, have you ever let a gay dude get some ground on you just to not be combative? Have you heard the Theo Vaughn
on you?
What is that?
The Theo Vaughn bit on that is hilarious when he's talking to Joe and he's like, "Hey, you ever just kind of like let a gay dude hit on you a little bit?" And Joe's like, "Wait, why?" And he's like, "I don't know, you're just having a bad day or something, so you just go to a gay bar and get hit on, lift your spirits up."
Oh, wow.
Hilarious.
Go to a gay bar. Wow.
Yeah. No, he was all in on it.
I definitely don't have a problem with a gay dude hitting on me, flirting.
It depends on the context. I had a gay dude hit on me after hot yoga in the men's locker room when all that was covering my fucking loin was a cloth.
Yeah,
and dude, it was crazy. He was like, "Wow, you looked great in there." I had a towel over my dick and it just went inside my stomach. I was like, "Fuck, dude, this guy might Diddy me."
Why did you say thanks?
A little bit?
Say thank you.
I was like, thanks.
Micro penis. I googled micro penis today on the morning show. Fascinating.
Oh
All
boy.
right, I gotta go to bed. This is crazy. I'm actually just gonna watch this in bed.
All right, Taylor Self, thank you, buddy.
Thanks for jumping on, hanging out.
Make the rest of the squares bigger. Nope, that didn't happen. That didn't work. Oh, Hawaii for sure goes blue, right, Seth?
100%. There's there's no way. Man, if you just kind of look at the way that people approach this sort of stuff, like Hawaii is the last state that would ever flip red for whatever reason. But before, California would go red before Hawaii.
Damn, that's crazy.
That's fascinating to me too, because they had such issues with COVID. The lockdowns there were fucking like completely unbearable, economy crushing. You would think that would have been too much for them. They would have flipped the script.
So there's some loud people that definitely push back on it, but in other places in the country, when you hear about like the silent majority, that's usually leaning right. Out here, the silent majority, they're all leaning left, and so that's just
even with the lack of support with the fire, right, and the Fed overstepping its grounds.
Yeah, you get angry, and rightfully so. Like that was a major case of negligence by our own utility companies and government oversight and everything like that. But that's not going to change the majority's vote. They're programmed.
And Tulsi Gabbard was your senator, U.S. senator, or congresswoman.
Not since I've been out here. Maybe she was in the past, but I've only been out here since the pandemic.
Yeah, I think she somehow represented Hawaii. Sarah's mentioned that.
Probably did at some point, but not since I've been voting out here.
Former United States representative, and she flipped. I wonder how the people took that.
I don't think a lot of people don't even talk about it out here. People are very quiet about politics. They just quietly do what they're going to do each time an election comes up. Like the governor's race or whatever, or even the mayor's race, you know who's coming. You see the posters up. It's just kind of like a succession of, you know, whoever was supporting the governor last time is going to be like lieutenant governor is going to be the next governor. It's just like passing the torch over and over again.
That's interesting. I wonder how states get super entrenched in that, because just like California, I think Hawaii, like they're really the same. I mean, we had Larry, what was his last name? Sevon, the black dude. Yeah, that was running for governor, and the big attack on him was that he was a racist. And like everybody totally bought that, and they gathered up all these signatures and went to go do for the full like recall thing, and then it just completely like support. I mean, they just completely supported Newsom. And it's crazy because you've just seen California, especially in the major cities, just slowly deteriorate, and not even that helped with any change. So I don't know, it's just strange to see how entrenched it gets in some places.
To me, the biggest
side 50 with 50% reporting. Sorry, Seth, go ahead.
No, all good. I think the biggest thing is like, it's not even about left or right. And I think you guys talked about this earlier quite a bit, but it's just about like how much government you want in your life. Right. It's not about Republican or Democrat. It's how much control you want to give the government in your life. And they are fine with kind of following in step with government instructions, whereas other places are not. They want small government. Hawaii's kind of like everything has some control by the state. And that's just kind of how it is out here. And so, yeah, that's the way it goes.
Kamala Harris has won the votes in the Ukraine.
Oh my goodness. Holy shit. Oh, the Senate was just called, Jethro saying.
41 blue in the Senate, 49 red. House Representatives, 173 red, 149 blue. Obviously, a lot still to come in there.
Did you guys expect, like, without making guesses, did you expect in the back of your head that like Trump was just going to steamroll this thing between like Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania? Like, do you still expect him just to like take them all by the time the end of the day is going to come? Or do you think, like, I remember last year I was out, our last election cycle, I was here and I was like, oh, Trump's definitely going to win. And then I got up at 3 a.m. and I was like, oh, he lost. How did that happen? Like, do you think it's different this year?
No.
Or this cycle?
No.
So you're holding your breath then still?
Yeah, I don't feel I don't feel confident at all. I saw some weird shit overnight, like a 200,000 vote swing in some states, or in one state in particular. I can't remember which one. And I remember thinking, wow, that's crazy. It was just a graph, and then the bar just went flat for Trump, and it skyrocketed for Joey.
Yeah,
I don't believe. I think I think that there is election interference. I think there's definitely some shady shit going on, and I think it comes predominantly from the left. I think that at the levels that they've stooped to. I mean, listen, if they really think he's Hitler, I get why they take shots at him and why they're cheating the election, right? But I would just like to ask him, if he is Hitler, what's he going to do? He loves the Jews and he loves the black folks, so they're saved. Who's he going to go after? What group is he going to fucking punish? And what country is he going to take over? I mean, I just don't see any. He doesn't do any of the taking away the rights from people rhetoric. Hitler's whole thing was equality for all, and it's all just left rhetoric. I think that they're absolutely capable of fucking anything. Hey, they shut the sound off at a rally. Oh, interesting. I wonder what that means. They shut the sound off. It's over, Sevi. They don't have the mail-ins this time. Yeah, Greg was just telling me that 1.5 million less mail-in. And that could be where the shady shit was happening. You know what I mean?
They started counting those early this year, too, in some of the states.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But yeah, the mail-in is always a weird discrepancy because it's like that delivery, and there's just so many logistics things that happen with those. So there's so many opportunities for something, shady to occur.
The reason I felt better about just the way the whole system would work this year is the mail-ins last cycle were very pushed due to COVID, and the people that were more willing to be locked up during that time are the same people who are more willing to vote blue. Right.
Mhm.
And now that those people are kind of getting out in the world, I would say less mail-ins there's still going to be the mail-in heavy people, but I think you're going to see a little more spread out with that. And because I feel like that would be the biggest difference maker between that cycle and this cycle.
Yeah.
I don't even know how the mail I don't even know how the mail-in ballots work. I got a mail-in ballot and I don't even know why I got one.
Did you fill it out and turn it in?
Yeah.
John Lavelle. Not had the chance to flip California. I guess he should have tried harder. I tried. Was on that assembly room floor with you, sir.
CA Peptides, Trump even winning the popular vote. He's at 60,468,000. She's at 56,366,000. That will be if he does win the popular vote, that'll be the first president since Reagan. A lot of votes still to count in California. He's down by 1,800,000 votes in California.
That's crazy.
It is so crazy.
That's so many votes.
It's weird because I voted like 6 times, so it's just strange that none of them counted. We got the ballot for my aunt that passed away 2 years ago, so that was another vote in for her.
What is going on in Nevada? How come no reporting out of Nevada? What do they have going on that makes it so?
Yeah, it's kind of weird, huh?
Nevada. Yeah, let me type in Nevada and news. 14,000 mail-in ballots in Nevada have signature issues. Nevada election results 18 minutes ago. Nevada college students share why this election is important to them. CNN exit polls, Nevada voters showing strong support for abortion. That is the abortion is baby killing and women's rights. I don't see. Let me see. Nevada live results 270 to win.
Christine Young said Venezuela took over that state.
Oh, Nevada.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so interesting. Nowhere can I find any results on Nevada.
Yeah.
So Chase Oliver was libertarian, the libertarian candidate.
Strong candidate. Strong candidate. I did have this pulled up, which I thought was interesting. If you want to, I'm going to switch it real quick. Is that okay?
Yeah, please.
So earlier, the caller that I'm basically going to say was analyzing finance with Nick, even though I have no ability to actually prove that. One of the questions he had, it was about like, or maybe it was Grant, actually. Excuse me. I think it was Grant when he's talking about like the third party vote and if that would like matter or if that would change. But like, here's what I think is actually like the issue. If you look at the amount of spending, like campaign spending for both those parties, it's not the fact that there's not a strong candidate or there's no will for an independent third party. I just think that when you look at these dollar amounts here, I mean, unless you get a Trump-like figure who, like Taylor was saying, started as an independent, then went to the Republican side so that way he could actually, win. When you look at these numbers here, it's just insane. I mean, how
double what he spent?
Double, dude. And that was as October 2nd. So the money that came in after that was like what, 50 mil from old Billy Gates to keep that Epstein file closed. And I think Cuban made a big donation and stuff like that after the fact too. So it's like that was this graph was done as October 2nd. And we know that right in that last push, a bunch of money came in to her campaign. So that's even higher up right now.
I got a question for you guys. Do you know how both Kamala and Walz are able to fly around to all these different rallies and they're using like Air Force 2 and other stuff?
I have no idea how they're allowed.
How much are we paying for them to campaign? That's something I would love to know and like how that works, because I saw
look it gives her, the presidential look it gives her every time she comes down those stairs out of that fucking super jet.
Mm-hmm.
It gives her so much ethos. It's ridiculous. American Psychiatric Association has just weighed in. Therapists watching election results. Oh, my favorite movie. I bet you love Scarface, huh, Seth?
Of course. Who doesn't love Scarface?
Dude, Seth like lived Scarface, bro.
Like this much, maybe.
One side of it.
I got I got a lot of scary shit happening, but I never got put into a shower with a chainsaw aimed at me, and nothing like that happened. But did have a knife pulled on me, so that's close.
That's because you were up in Maine, dude. You got to go down to Miami and get that real shit.
Trump is going down in history as the man who stopped the first female president, and the second. Oh, wow. He put the woman on 2 women. That's crazy, right? Hillary and Kamala.
Well, you know what he says?
What? Equal fights, equal rights?
Nah, I just got grabbed by the pussy. I was hoping you would say it. I didn't want to say it, but
I wish.
Joe's got to love this. Mr. Biden's got to love this. He's just like, he's the only one that can defeat Donald. He's got to love it. This has got to be the last ego boost he's going to get.
Dude, that's
and Hawaii's polls are closed now.
and I have the results for you.
That was quick, Seth.
Yeah, it's going to be 4 to Kamala. You can go ahead and chalk that up.
Yeah, 0% are in, 0 things are.
They gave it to her. They said they closed, and then right away NBC gave it to her.
Hey, and is it? Well, they did on Associated Press too. Isn't that funny how quickly those states were given to kind of like push the election a little bit closer in terms of how it's shaking out right now? Like there was no reason, like even though if you knew that those were going to be Democratic, right? Like it's like, wouldn't you let like 20% of the reported votes come in or something before you just made the full call?
You would kind of hope. You'd kind of hope. Oh,
if they did any exit polling, they have their answer.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's true.
I'm over here looking at the it's 42. The Democrats have 42 Senate seats. The Republicans have 50. All they need is 1 more. They've already flipped 2 seats. Nevada, we're getting some results from Nevada. Trump's out with a huge early lead. It's probably only like 1% of the votes have been put in. Trump is ahead in Georgia with a difference of 118,000 votes, 93% in. How can they not call it with 93% in?
Yeah, I mean, even Pennsylvania, Michigan is now flipped again. Wisconsin, like all of those are getting pretty close. 83% of the votes counted. Michigan's 45, Wisconsin 76, and they're not calling those for Trump yet.
I wonder 17% are mail-in going in a different direction. So stand by.
Still, really, is that true? Is it like that?
I mean, it was for us 4 years ago.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Polymarket. Wow.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy.
Keeping the dream alive over here at the Polymarket. 97% payouts. Horrible if you're voting for Trump now.
Yeah, and it's looking pretty good. They're claiming Nevada for Trump there.
Which makes me think that there's going to be some enormous bets for Kamala now.
Interesting.
Brad Schneider, no voter fraud this time around. I'm assuming. No, definitely voter fraud
for sure.
Go ahead, Seth.
I was just gonna say, if people think it's free money, even putting 97 cents to win $1 might still be a lot of money rolling in on Trump. 3% for free in the matter of hours, right? So who knows?
Yeah, wow. I mean, you're 100% correct. And so, like, even though you're upside,
you not get along so well.
I mean, even if your upside is small, if there's still an upside, there's still an upside, right? Like, even if you could throw in $100 and make 130, cool, made $30.
How is MSNBC ahead of Google?
Hopes and dreams.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, Florida 98% in. Georgia is 93% in. They got Trump up by 150,000 in Georgia. God, wouldn't you love to hear what Biden's saying right now?
Dude, that guy's not putting a sentence together. They're feeding him his pudding hours ago and put him to bed.
Seth looks like the meme of that kid who's making his face red as with all the veins coming out of his head.
I know what you're talking about too.
I know what he's talking about too. I don't necessarily see it though.
How
There
the
was
hell is Michigan not even half counted? Great point.
wait, this Jimothy Park comment. Is this actually true? And there's two things with this. If that is true, that sucks. If it isn't true, it's also kind of cool that rumors are starting inside the chat because people's that always happens on like massive live shows I watch.
Bam
Oh,
Nagara. Let me see news. I don't. Jackass star Bam Margera reveals wild secrets in his PA castle 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, no, he's still. There's no news on him passing away. He's still around.
People just saying that for fun.
Dude, I will watch stuff like when I watch like bigger shows like on Patrick McDavid's podcast or these different things. Like all of a sudden you'll start to see all those just troll in, and it always has you second guess. You're like, what? You know?
I see the RIP Joe Rogan all the time. Everywhere.
All the time, right?
Oh
yeah.
my god.
Yeah.
So now that we know it's not true, I think we've made it.
Wow.
It's pretty cool. Thank you for validating us.
Send me more Joy Reid meltdowns of people. The more Joy Reid meltdowns, the better. All right, Seth. I know you just got here, but it's time for a pee break, guys. We will be back in I don't know, a minute.
I'm Ron Ribel. This is my wife, Stephanie.
Hello.
Member of Copper Top since November 2021. October.
I'm Jess Ladina. I've been a member at Copper Top since April of 2021. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Joseph Johnson III, member of Copper Top since May of 2023.
I'm Emma Whitaker,
I'm Michael Whitaker.
and we have been members at Copper Top since August of 2023. That was awkward.
My name's Dan Vivian, Copper Top member since November 2023. Don't know what to do with my hands.
I can still hang with younger guys doing push-ups.
Snatches and anything shoulder to overhead. It's just my jam.
Muscle ups, which I know is hard for you to hear.
Power cleans and snatches. The Olympic lift.
The deadlift, I just can't believe sometimes I can lift that much.
And I like rolling. Hit 100, and if you don't, then there's a penalty.
Handstand push-ups, they make me feel like I can conquer the world.
Thank you to Two Brain Business. We'll be announcing our affiliate video contest winners on November 11th or 12th when Chris Cooper's on. He will also be presenting the State of the Industry report. It's probably one of the proudest moments in the Sevon podcast that Two Brain does that on here. Also, the snack for the night is Holy Balls, and I'll be having the Mac Daddy.
Ooh, good choice. Seth, have you heard of these before? These Holy
No,
Balls?
but now I'm intrigued.
They're good.
What are they?
It reminds me so much of Halva. Holy Balls, handmade by someone, I don't know who, someone in the CrossFit ecosystem. I heard it's handmade by topless girls. Lactating topless girls.
In the projects.
So each one has a little bit of a colostrum in it. Absolutely wonderful. I've never had 3 in one day. Now I've had 3 while I'm sitting here. Website is Holy Balls, WHOLLYBALLS. Tim Walls does not eat these. Hey, you got any skin in the game? Like Seth, like you're gonna be like, shit, if Trump gets elected, honey, we're gonna have kids. Country's gonna be safe for 4 years. We're gonna get some tax breaks. Time for you to get some baby batter.
I just think that
Open a new gym.
Well, that's it, right? It's my responsibility to make sure that I'm trying to get the economy as healthy as possible with all my partners and all my employees and everything that works, with me. My job is to make sure that they're taken care of between them and my family. So I got to make that's my skin in the game, right? That's it. It's that simple. Not to mention that the RFK, Make America Healthy Again. How could I vote against that?
Right, right. And I mean, theoretically, that could be a boost to a gym business everywhere. If that becomes
huge
a theme for this country, for people to get healthy again and kick us back, you know, to the 60s when people were exercising. You know, for all you know, there's going to be some high school program that sees the pathway to having CrossFit in their school now, and who are they going to reach out to if they want the best? They're going to reach out to Seth Jumpship.
100%. And like, yeah, and you can just get the conversation going. Like the amount of people that come in my gym, especially out here, when you have kind of the Polynesian culture of just like being bigger and not really understanding much about food quantity, quality. They eat a ton and they're very like sharing, and they party and they just cook way more than they ever need. Like trying to explain to them how to better pace themselves and how to make better choices. That's not something that's taught. So if that's a new thing where we're hearing about that, like who knows what kind of road that could lead down for just opening the door for everyday people. It could be huge.
51
Maybe
seats in the Senate. No, I think I believe that. I think it will be huge.
Yeah, me too.
I think it'll be great. And hopefully, you know, even with the relationship that Greg has with RFK, and I think he understates it quite a bit. And they run in the same circles, and people who've been to Greg's house many, many times, like Jay Bhattacharya, if they get appointed head of the CDC, I think we could see it as a tremendous boon for the CrossFit world. Hawaii already called, yes.
Yeah. Last week they called it.
Hiller's been telling me for 3 weeks that Trump won. He's like, hey, what's the point? Trump won. Oh, I never sent Hiller.
I felt that way.
A link today. Shit.
Oh, damn. I wasn't sure if he wanted a piece of the political action. Typically, he stays pretty.
I asked him if he'd come on. He said, yeah, Republicans just took over Senate. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Do you have a road? Do you have a road?
One of these. Oh, sorry.
Do you have a road?
No, I don't. No.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
I was going to say that's actually one of the interesting things about this for me as well. Is like if Kamala won, we kind of knew that Republicans are going to take control of the Senate and maybe even the House. And so now you have 4 years of a stalemate where we're not doing anything. We're just sitting on our hands and we're arguing, and no one's happy about anything. So, you know, I want to see stuff happen one way or another. And so I can't take 4 more years of just nothing.
Yeah, well said.
Hey, I feel like that totally too. Let's push the experiment forward. Let's see what's going to happen when you cut $2 trillion out of the federal budget. I can't wait. Caller, hi.
Mr. Savon, it's Dr. Phil.
Oh shit!
Damn it.
This
Bill
show
Clinton.
is huge.
Damn.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Thank you for having me. I've been enjoying the show. It's been quite a night.
Dr. Phil, you kind of flipped the script, right? Weren't you leaning left for a little bit, and then you came over? Didn't you used to bang Oprah or something?
Yeah, well, I used to be a libtard.
Yeah, tell me.
Well, but yeah, Oprah was not quite as amazing as I thought. You know, after bang, it got a little weird. But she was very nice. She was a very nice lady.
Did you motorboat Oprah?
I motorboated many times. Yes.
Yeah, when I was a kid, that's what I used to just think about. I got to meet her once, and I just remember thinking, "Wow, that would be crazy to motorboat that."
Oh, you got to meet her?
Not quite as motorboatable as you would imagine.
She was actually fantastic to me. Oh, it was at a film festival, and I walked up to her to give her a DVD of my movie, and she her protection detail ran up and grabbed the DVD out of my hands and tried to pull me away, and she grabbed my hand and she said, she just looked in my eyes and goes, hold on to my hand and you'll be fine. And then I held on to her hand and we walked all the way to her limo and I got in.
Well, how'd those titties look?
They look great. And they look, dude, I billionaire titties. Dude, I was so, and I fucking love black girls. But it's kind of like what Sousa said. All you have to do is have steak with someone on the board and you're in.
I do love steak.
So all I had to do was hold her hand for 30 feet, and man, I'd vote Oprah.
30 feet. Well, that's a small dock, my friend.
California Senate Steve Garvey concession speech. Damn, that sucks. Dr. Phil, while I have you on here this morning, I was Googling around. Yeah. And I Googled images for micro penises. I Do you think the exerciser could work on a micro penis? Because it is so small that it's just like a helmet sticking out of the ball sack.
Yeah, well, I mean, the exerciser does look like an excellent product. I would say, if you have a helmet sticking out of the ball sack, it might help extend the range of your phallus. And so I would definitely give it a try. That's my professional advice. I'm not a real doctor. I mean, I was, but then I banged Oprah.
Well, you know what's crazy? Because I think the exerciser needs shaft, but just to get on. Wow. Brianna just said she's seen a micro penis.
Call back in, Brianna. Call back in. We need to hear that story.
Wow.
We need to hear that story.
All right.
I feel sorry for Brianna.
Dr. Phil, did you vote Trump?
Yeah, I voted Trump. He is he's been a good friend, and I'm a Trump supporter. I support freedom of speech, and anyone that'll get that bitch Kamala to stop tackling.
To stop what? Why is someone laughing in the background? Are you balls deep in someone right now? Are you at a kid's birthday party, or both?
Well, both. Yeah.
Oh my
God. Michelle Obama.
Dude.
Well, Dr. Phil, thank you. It's a great night. I do want to say we had Bill Clinton call in earlier, and that was a little bit higher ranking in terms of what it did for the show and my ego. But it is still nice to have you on.
Well, thank you. Yeah, Billy Clinton was a good friend. I do love cigars. I've always been jealous of them. I always want to stick one in a girl's pussy. Sort of the ultimate human.
Don't you think that the tobacco leaves would alter the pH of the vagina in a way that's not healthy? And as a doctor, I would think that you would have some thoughtfulness on that.
Yeah, almost certainly. But I am a pussy connoisseur, and as much as I love cigars, but I like both. Let's just say that, together.
Well, thank you very much for calling in anytime, and always great to hear from you, brother. God, this show is great. Thank you.
Jeez,
Tyson Bagent, Bill Clinton, Dr. Phil.
Wow.
Seth Jumpship.
Yep.
This is fuck, man.
Rich Froning.
Oh yeah, Rich Froning. Whatever.
Yeah, small time after our big guest here.
Yeah, whatever. 210 to 230. Pennsylvania, 85% called in. Wow, she's closing the gap. It was 3% earlier. Oh no, not much. 3% now. It's 2.8%.
No, that's going to.
Can you see the counties on Pennsylvania if you click it?
I can. You want to see them?
Yeah.
You got to go. It's let me see. You got to go here.
Yep.
And then I got to go here. And then I got to go.
Wait for the map to load.
Is it supposed to be under here somewhere?
Yeah, you maybe got to refresh it one more time.
Refresh the page, and then I'm up.
Okay.
No, no. The answer is no, Seth. I cannot.
Okay.
Breaking news, guys. The United States is now gone. In case you didn't know, now you know. Which state?
Pennsylvania.
Let me adjust.
It's a lot of red counties.
Let me adjust my screen.
Okay, there we go. Does it say how much of each county has been reported? Like, is Philly all in already?
Yeah, so the darker the color there the more
you make that a
tell.
little bigger, Sousa. Sorry.
Yeah.
This is the election right here. You're looking at the whole thing.
Yeah.
If this goes to Trump, it's all over.
Well, I mean, it's looking like it. And if these colors continue to stay the same, these ones here and here and here, I mean, they're all getting much, much darker. So.
Hey, really quick, I just want to follow up on the micro penis. No girl ever forgets her first micro penis. All right. Worst part is micro guy cheated on me. Wow.
What?
Wow.
Wait till you were like together with him for a while.
You'd have to have some game if that's what you've been given, right? You'd have to be able to be like charismatic to a certain level. Otherwise, you just.
I took a micro penis. I took mushrooms at a Grateful Dead concert one time. And I was wearing a 49er hat, and I looked around at everyone, and I was like, turned to my buddy, and I'm like, hey, dude, I'm the only person in the entire Shoreline Amphitheater wearing a fucking baseball hat, let alone an NFL baseball hat. And he goes, hey, dude, you can either go with it or trip. I'm like, I'll go with it. I think that's the micro penis thing. You, at some point, you just have to be like, gonna go with it. Okay, sorry. Back to the election.
Yeah, so majority of these counties are red and going to continue to get darker as it goes on. Here's the thing that I thought about. So if you take like a lacrosse ball and your like hamstring or something's hurting you, and if you take that lacrosse ball and you like, let's say you're on a flight of a plane or something, and you set it on the seat, you go to like roll on top of it, it just gets lost. Like it's gone. You can't feel the lacrosse ball at all. And since we know some intimate secrets there about Brianna, I'm wondering if she experienced the same thing with her football player.
I didn't know where you're going with that, but now I get it.
You got it.
He has no confidence. He was so confident, like he had no shame in his game.
You have to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Micro penis. Define micro penis. A micro penis. I looked at a bunch of pictures today. It's literally just a helmet. There's no shaft. It's just a helmet that comes out of the ball sack. There's no like you can't hold your penis when you pee.
So you have to like gyrate your hips to aim.
I honestly I don't know how you do, or it almost looks like you could hold it and pull it. I don't know.
Elizabeth's comment.
I would maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she knows, but I would imagine you would find those most often in overweight men that have like the male fupa that's like pushing.
Yes, it looks
out.
like that. It looks like that. It looks like it's it's exactly what it looks like. Well said.
See, Brianna got it. It was truly impossible. Knew it.
Oh wow.
See, she knew. It was a little weird in my description, but here we are.
In the description what is this? Oh no, Indiana. In the description I read about the micro penises, it still was totally workable. But you're right, it didn't look physically possible.
Well, it'd have to be workable to continue to pass on that gene, right?
Maybe okay.
Science.
Hang on. Maybe
Science.
There's other genetic abnormalities that are creating that because they want natural selection to work and wipe that out, right? Maybe there's something there, so it's just going to keep shrinking it until it cannot.
Small and small. Wait till you could genetically alter it before you're born.
Ejaculating would be like popping a pimple. That's solid.
That is a
not 1 inch.
gross image.
Not 1 inch. It's not 1 inch. It's just a normal penis. Just think of a penis without a shaft. I don't know why I didn't say that earlier. I think it's from brushing your teeth without Matuthian.
Oh, that's gross.
That explains it.
Brianna just confirmed Jeremy's explanation. Wait, or was that an insult at him?
Oh my God.
I just bought some Matuthian. Good work, Casey. Sold. Make sure to use code Trump.
Oh, hey, this is in reference to what Seth was saying, like Toad from Super Mario.
That's nice.
Damn. Troy, no Sprague shirt criminal. Listen, I can only wear that shirt after I've been doing a lot of curls. I didn't do a lot of curls today. You're right.
Your story of Grateful Dead reminds me of a story when back in my law enforcement days, I attended a Fish concert undercover.
Wow.
And so up in Maine, Fish concert. And I remember, I mean, you can imagine, the type of people that are at Fish concerts. And so like
dope smokers.
We'd roll up in these vans and we'd pull the door open and I'd just like jump out with like the badge on, like, oh, police. And like the biggest thing was nitrous. They're taking mushrooms, but they had nitrous, and they'd be filling balloons. And like it's like a kid's birthday party you're ruining because they have these balloons with nitrous. You jump out, surprise, bitch, police, and they go, and the balloons all fly in the air. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's like an explosion of balloons flying all over the place, and they scatter like cockroaches. And then they all reconvene with their tank, and they do it again over and over again. It was the weirdest, funniest thing I had ever seen. It's just a bunch of dudes trying to suck nitrous out of balloons like for hours.
That's the only place I've ever done nitrous.
See, dead on
at a Dead concert. Yeah.
Clearly, you never worked at a Starbucks.
Oh wow!
Jeez.
Wow! Did you get that whipped cream? Like they make their own whipped cream. And then
Wow.
they charge it, so you just take that sucker.
Jump to Phoenix. Let's go. Hey, do you know who Rambler is, Seth?
Not personally. I've talked to him off this, like through DMs, I think, before, and he was going to come check out the gym, but I don't think I've met him personally.
Oh, okay.
Did we ever just determine if Rambler was also YOLO to the moon?
No, we did not. We've never. I don't think we've ever cracked the code. Wow, Pennsylvania is getting close.
Interesting.
48.2 to 50.9, 86% reported. Michigan's at 52%. Trump has a 7-point lead. Wisconsin, 80% reported. And Trump's winning by 4% there.
I think they said every election since like Reagan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan have all voted the same. Something like that. So this would be the first time in like 24 years if they split up.
Yeah, and Minnesota is not looking good for Trump. By the way, Trump is still winning the popular vote with 62,883,000 to Kamala's 58,541,000.
Wow.
That'll shock me if he wins the popular vote after everything's said and done. I'll be shocked.
Yeah, me too. Still nothing from Nevada.
Yeah, it's so strange.
I remember last election, they Fox News called Nevada as the winner very early, like with just a couple percentage in, and Trump fucking had a meltdown. He was so fucking angry at Fox for calling Nevada going to Biden.
Yeah, I felt like there was a lot of that last year too, with like early calls and stuff. Doesn't seem as much this time around.
Oh shit! I just figured out who that was who called in. That was fantastic.
Who? Which one?
Dr. Phil.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I thought it was the same. I wonder if that was the same person who did Bill Clinton.
I thought it was going to be, but then it seemed a slightly different.
Yeah, I thought Bill Clinton was Pool Boy, but I think I'm wrong now.
Oh, interesting.
Wow. Okay, that's fantastic. What a great addition to the show. Thank you.
Do you think they're going to call anything else tonight? Or they're going to make you guys wait till tomorrow?
No,
I don't know.
More.
You think so? That I was actually wondering that myself now.
The Nevada issue is poll lines. They had long waits at the end of the day and can't start reporting until the last voter is done. Yeah, I think I just saw an article where it said Nevada was going to be open till 10:30. Is that true?
Holy shit.
Wow. Thank you, Kristen. God, the numbers for this show have been, I'm kind of blown away.
Of how many people have been watching this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I
thought it would be just the morning crew.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, our viewership on X has skyrocketed over 200 now.
And a lot of these people in the chat, I've never seen them comment before.
That's cool.
Austin Meyer, I heard Mike Halpin was the Bill impersonator. No wonder it was so good. Summer, Nevada goes hard on mail-in ballots, and their votes count for days after, I believe.
No, I hope not. Do you see Judy Reed's new icon photo?
Yeah, I love it. It's great. I never stay up this late ever. I can't imagine. I pegged you for going to bed early.
Something wrong with going to bed early?
No,
Or is that
not
just
at all.
Oh, okay.
What time do you have to get up, Seth, with gyms on the West Coast and stuff? Does it matter, or is they pretty much rolling?
They're rolling without me over here. I get up at like between 4:30 and 5:30 every day, whether I'm coaching or whatever. It's just like my routine. I'm in bed by like 8 o'clock every night.
Damn.
So I'm like 30 minutes away from my bedtime already.
Dude, I wish I could go to bed that early. God, if I get to bed before 11 every night, I'm stoked.
When do you get up?
Like 4:45.
Damn, you should know better. You need more sleep than that. You're a busy man.
I know. It just I tried. It doesn't something happen, especially if like I'm closing the gym or Grace is. By the time she gets home and we cook dinner and like sit down to eat together and shit, all of a sudden it's like 9:30 and I'm like, damn.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, you like the, I try. That's like when you like have a client with nutrition, and you're like, oh, you're just not meeting your goals. You're not eating good. And you're like, oh, I'm trying. It's like, well, are you? Could you do something else?
Oh, I could definitely go to bed earlier. I could definitely go to bed earlier.
I'm just giving you a hard
Yeah.
time.
Luke Ruthenberg, hey Sevi, watching the stream from Australia. Crazy to see what's happening. Yeah, I hope this will inspire the rest of the world, especially Europe. If you are a European, you're welcome if Trump wins. your future greatly depends. If you're anywhere outside the United States, your future greatly depends on this election, more so than probably most of you could even fucking imagine. And hopefully it'll give other Western countries a huge wake-up call. We are going to see, if things go according to plan, a huge opening and a lot of lanes here in the United States. Censorship, the free markets, the innovation is going to skyrocket. When capitalism explodes, innovation skyrockets. That is, all innovation comes from capitalism and people bringing new items to market. The manufacturing in the United States is going to skyrocket. It's going to be something fantastic to see. Zelensky does not agree. You're right.
Let me ask you this. I think this goes hand in hand with what you're just saying. So, like with the immigration issue right now, with all the illegal immigrants, do you think Trump slows down the process to bring in legal immigrants who also a lot of times bring in innovation from other countries, whether they have products or they have certain education? Do you think the process now becomes way stickier because they're focused on exporting instead of importing, even with maybe capitalism blowing up?
I haven't heard him speak on that. On what's going to happen, what kind of efforts there's going to be and changes for legal immigration. But I do know that like last year, there were 1.7 million homes built in the United States. It was like the most ever. And it's something like we let in, not only do I think we make like 1 million people a year in babies, but then on top of that, we let in fucking however millions of people. So we have this massive housing shortage. I do think that the industry of fucking whatever industry you're in that's a satellite or in the ecosystem of deporting people is going to be massive. Planes, boats, guys, trucks, buses, building compounds to store all these fucking people, lawyers. I think that whole ecosystem is going to fucking explode. And I hope they fucking do go on a mass rampage of deportation of illegals, especially all the violent ones. Go ICE. That being said, no, I think that the countries that the people, if you want to come from a country and you live like in fucking, Singapore, or Germany, or you have some specialty that we need in this country, I think it's going to be a great time to come to the country. But we shall see. It's a great question. Do you have thoughts on it?
I don't know. You can only put your eggs in so many baskets, right? So like there's a process in place now for legal immigration, and I know if you have like, it makes it a lot easier to at least get over here if you have a job or a service or a product you're offering that brings value to the country. But you just wonder, our government agencies are pretty inefficient in general, right? So when you say go ICE and they're rounding up like millions, literally millions of people, the amount of time, effort, and energy that takes to put in money in that one direction is only going to take away from something else, right? There's only so much manpower. There's only so many people coordinating these things. And the bigger the project, the more fucked it gets with the government. I mean, government is super inefficient. Even if you pick your favorite leader, it's still going to be inefficient and bureaucratic and red tape. And so, you just wonder how much of the undoing stifles the improvement in a nutshell.
I heard to deport 1 million people is going to cost $86 billion. So to put that in perspective, that's the cost. That's all you have to do is shut down the Department of Education. You have that money. I do think unemployment is going to skyrocket when they start. If they do what they're supposed to do. I think that the first year or two, unemployment is going to be a real issue as federal employees are laid off by the fucking tens of thousands. And I'm okay with that. I like the ship guy. He talks good. No
She's
micro
packing too, Brianna. Don't worry.
No micro penis.
I like we both went there immediately. Brianna also said too. She's like, "Oh, I like all these Instagram likes I'm getting," and I like went to her Instagram here, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, I wonder which photo they're liking." Probably one of those pinned ones, huh, Brianna?
Why, Seth? Do you have a problem with that?
No, I don't. But I my vote this year went to keeping the American dream alive. That's really what I believe in with people. And that could be people that are born here or people that want to come here and contribute in a positive way legally. Like I want, if you want to work harder than the person next to you and continue to make this country flourish with your services, products, and efforts, like I'm all for it. And so I don't think that we always have the best domestic thinkers, or we don't. I mean, I know that he's trying to dismantle the Department of Education. We don't have the most educated people always in the world. So I would just like to see efforts all around, just making this place great. And so, yeah, the American dream, I think, should still be alive and well for people in and that want to come over correctly.
Yeah, and I would argue that if you were trying to prioritize it, you even though there might be a backside of potential innovation and big contributors coming into the country, if you first have to like clean it out to get control over everything, it's probably a little bit more of a priority. And let's be honest, how many of these individual contributors that are going to make big investments in technology and other things are actually coming through illegally, like with the coyote through the border, through that way, right? Like I would say it's pretty much close to none. Majority of them are coming through visas, through universities and everything else. And the main problem is that we should probably work on that side of immigration, because typically a lot of the countries will send people here, they'll get educated, they'll get their education here, then they go back with all that knowledge to contribute to their own countries. So,
Georgia just fell, by the way. Georgia just fell for Trump.
What do you mean fell for Trump? Like
I mean,
they declared it?
It's done. Yeah, they declared it. NBC declared it for Trump.
Okay.
Here's something. If you live in California, this is a great one. Among evening's most meaningful results, California Proposition 36, which Gavin Newsom tried to stop from being on the ballot, raises punishment for theft, drug-related crimes. It's passing overwhelmingly. Voters, blue and red, are fed up with the woke approach to law and order. Yeah, that's a great sign.
Yeah.
And what do you? We got to get rid of Newsom, is what we got to do.
What do you think about these comments? That's the one that's on the screen here, like the $86 billion number is bullshit. I mean,
I don't think it's bullshit. If I do the math really quickly, how much work it's going to take, the planes, the compounds they're going to have to build, the number of men it requires. You send a team of 30 guys on ice out and they collect 10 people one night, and then they got to process those people and then get them back to the country where they came from. Unfortunately, I mean, I hope he's right. I hope Vince is right. But I think it's a very, very expensive process. The good news is I'm not for government created jobs. I don't think that that's something sustainable. But the street swarming with ICE guys, as a family man, gives me no distress.
There's not that many ICE guys. There's not that many. Yeah, that's a very small federal law enforcement department. It's very small. And so if they really think they're going to do any sort of mass roundup, they'll either need to hire more, or there'll be contracts. There'll be groups of contracts with, like, whether it's local PD or private security or other things. Just like, there'll be other ways that they go around doing it. If they declare this like a national priority when he gets in there, it won't be just ICE guys. It can't be.
Yeah, and I wonder what that cost. That $86 billion is broken down. Like, so if they're projecting 1 million people and it's going to cost $86 billion, then you basically could put a dollar a cost per individual that they're deporting. And that number would just seem really high. I'm not like doubting it, because the infrastructure basically, Sevon, is what you're saying. It's not a matter of just grabbing some individual and then dragging them across, right? Because that's the way I kind of first envisioned it. But you're talking about we have to prop up this whole entire infrastructure to start handling the problem, and the infrastructure that we build around solving that is where the main cost comes from.
Switching back to the California law, the other thing is though we still are going to need prosecutors. We still need Newsom out, so we can get prosecutors in place who won't let people go, because that's really the big problem. Kara Smith, they changed it so they couldn't prosecute certain crimes or something, but the problem is the new proposition doesn't fully fix it back. So I don't know. It's kind of a win, but also short of what should have been done. Yeah, kind of like the Democrats' border bill. It was a fucking joke. Carlos says there's 20,000 ICE guys. Wow, are there that many? You think there's that many, Seth? I guess
that's not that many.
That's what I was going to say. That's
not that many. Yeah.
What's the plan for the rest
a lot
of
of those
the show?
guys are not. Sorry, a lot of those guys are not field guys either. There may be 20,000 employed by ICE, but then you have supervisors, you have people in the office, you have other help. There's not that many field guys.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they just gave Virginia to Kamala. North Carolina they gave to Trump. South Carolina and Georgia. But the number hasn't changed.
Wow.
Maybe I just didn't notice that before. They haven't. Google hasn't given Georgia yet to Trump. Donald Trump still has 51 in the Senate. Democrats have 41. Republicans have 51. In the House is 187 Republican, 155 Democrat. NBC is still playing out the map, showing how Kamala can win and get 270. They're keeping the dream alive.
They got to.
I would love to see. Oh man, people are starting to text me that were fully thought Kamala was going to win. Damn, he's going to pull it off.
Interesting.
Hey, we're not going to know for a week.
You think so? You think it's that long?
God, I do think so.
I saw on Polymarket, 91% says that Kamala will concede before Friday. 91%.
Wow.
That's pretty strong.
97% to 3.4 on Polymarket. You know what I was wondering the other day? I was wondering how this is affecting her, like the way, like, you know, like is she just getting crushed? Is she, you know, is she gonna have to go into Mal O'Brien or Emma Lawson or, you know what I mean, Emma Carey mode? Like, is this gonna, like, how is she handling this? I mean, people fucking hate her. And she's lived, imagine psychologically what it's done to her to live such a duplicitous life. Trump just gets to go out there, sit down and shoot the shit and just be like, yeah. Like when they're like, what do you think about race in the debate? He's like, I don't. You know what I mean? And she's like, well, you know what I mean? She's got to spout off all this just fucking bullshit. And she's had to be, imagine how vulnerable she has to be because she can't answer any questions that scratch past a certain depth. And she can never say, I don't know. And so she's constantly shucking and jiving. And I wonder, it must be brutal on her psyche, unless she's just a complete fucking psychopath. A map lady, as a woman, she's embarrassing for us. Yeah, I don't think of her as a woman, just like I don't think of Trump as a man, but I understand the sentiment.
Don't you think she probably surrounds herself with enough people that hold her in high regard, and to even many people, essentially, we're going to say she loses this. If she does, she's still going to be regarded by her following as a hero for challenging the fascist. So like if she's around enough of those people giving her own echo chamber, she still may feel real good about it. She's going to be world famous forever, and she'll have book deals and show deals, and she's good to go. She can be done whenever she wants. But
you agree with that, Susan? I think they throw her away like they threw Biden away.
I think they
away, dude. I think what happened to, who was the governor of Alaska, the Republican chick?
Sarah Palin.
Yeah, I think she goes the way of Sarah Palin.
Well, here's the thing. For a little bit of time, there'll be a trail off because CNN, MSNBC, they all still need to have their like superhero and a person who's still like doing something. And so I think like what I consider what Seth was saying is like her severance package. Like, hey, thanks for being our useful idiot. We're going to give you a couple really overpaid speaking deals. We're going to give you a book deal. Oprah will push your book deal. That'll kind of be your consolation prize. You'll have this big kind of moment as you concede. And I honestly think too, where it's going to come from is it's not going to be like, hey, she's you know, an leader or anything, but it's going to be like the untold story of the White House with Biden, or like Kamala in the race with Trump, and the things you didn't hear. And they'll use that to monetize, you know, stuff for her, and then she'll just completely disappear.
Do you think that we're going to get the we didn't elect her because she's a black woman, that story is going to just get fired up? The country's still not ready for a woman, still not ready for a black woman. We're going to get all that shit. That's going to be the whole thing, that she's actually the better candidate, but the country's just racist.
Be interesting to see what the black vote is for Trump this time around, because I think it's gone way up. So,
yeah. And I think they'll use that as a talking point up until Trump gets going. So then they could start nitpicking everything else. So right now it'll definitely be like, hey, we're disappointed because clearly the issue here is that it's a woman, and you know, maybe this means the United States isn't ready for a woman. And so they'll definitely play that because they're going to want to continue to alienate, you know, the quote unquote Trump supporters and label them as a certain person. But then whatever Trump does in terms of accepting this, assuming he wins, or any of the first policies or stuff that he does, then they'll just clomb onto that. And then be like, all right, see, yep, look, now they're pushing more of this. So yeah, I think we'll hear that at the beginning, and then they'll just wait for him to start to make actions, and then they'll start to just hate on it.
Someone has come out and speaking at Harris headquarters for the first time tonight.
Where are you on?
It's a man on NBC.
The Harris campaign, the campaign family, thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise.
He's thanking the
of
crowd.
America.
If you can find it on MSNBC
We still have
or NBC News, it's on
votes to
YouTube.
count. We still have states.
He's keeping the hope alive. We still have votes to count.
We will continue overnight.
We will continue overnight.
To fight to make sure that every vote is counted.
It's the campaign co-chair.
Every voice.
Oh, they're already planting seeds for voter issues. You won't hear from the vice president tonight.
Wow, what a surprise.
But she'll be back at
To address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
she'll be back tomorrow to address the nation at Howard University. May God bless you and keep you. Hope God keeps me. Go HU and go Harris. Okay, so the crowd was sat there and waited.
Yep.
They had the whole stage set up with all the flags and everything.
Yeah.
And they sent the crowd home. Big crowd.
So that's not a good sign for them.
Well, with that, I'm going to take their cue too. I'm going to go take care of some stuff.
Seth, thanks for coming on, buddy. Great to have you.
Appreciate you guys.
All right,
bro.
have a good one.
See
Bye.
you later.
Bye.
Seth from Jump Ship. Long day at work. Trump should just declare victory and give America what it wants. Oh, wow. The NBC people said, this feels like 2016.
I mean, hey, that's why they're basically sending Kamala home at this point too, right? Like they're just like, hey, go home, go to bed. We're not making any victory speeches tonight. Like none of that's happening. And then this guy will just come out and give the hurrah of like, hey guys, they're not all in yet. Hold up hope, you know. And by the way, the vice president isn't going to say anything tonight. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning. It's like, yeah, that basically means they're reeling it in.
You think Emhoff puts it in her tonight?
No, I don't know if he does any nights, but especially not now.
Okay, in the Trump campaign, they got a camera there, and people are going nuts.
Yeah, of course.
And if you could surmise it's all dudes. It was interesting. The Kamala crowd looked like it was all women, and the Trump crowd, I don't see any vagina in the crowd, like zero.
That's funny.
And he's not Trump to speak to supporters gathered at Mar-a-Lago. Wow. Wow. I wonder if I should pull this over.
And he'll probably come on and speak at like 1 a.m.
I mean, it's late for him already there.
Yeah.
It's what is it? 3 hours ahead. It's 12:46 a.m. Okay, and it looks like the Kamala crowd is splitting,
dissipating. Yeah, they're headed home.
What is the Superstation saying? The Superstation, wow, we've been stuck at 205 to 230 for a long time now. Minnesota, 57% counted. Wisconsin, 77%. Michigan, 51%. Pennsylvania, stuck at 87. Nothing in Nevada. Arizona, 53%. New Mexico, 87%. Georgia at 95%. This guy is still not calling it.
10. Yeah, dude, they can't call those because look, if he gets Wisconsin right now, which is 84%, he's ahead by, a couple percentage points. Michigan, he's pretty firmly ahead now with 57% of the votes in. Pennsylvania, he's ahead with 88% of the votes in. In Georgia, he's ahead with 94% of the votes. But if you call Georgia right now, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, if they call all those for Trump, that's it. That's 275.
Oh, let's call him.
I mean, you can because look at the percentage there. A couple comments that stick out here real quick that you might appreciate, Sevon. Olivia, I want Trump to grab us all by the kitty.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
I want Trump to grab us all by the pussy. Fair enough.
Fair enough. And then apparently Brianna asking for some eye candy because she rejected her slink, whatever that means, to hang out with us. But then also said that we weren't good enough to look at.
Let's do it like the old days, Jerry Lewis Labor Day, MS telethon, and keep it going all night. God, I remember the Jerry Lewis telethon.
Dude, this is the longest stream that's ever been done, right? No, I don't think so, because I think we did a couple like 8-hour ones with Wadapalooza and shit like that.
It's possible.
Yeah, we got to find out.
Trump was doing 3 rallies a day. Kamala was doing a rally every 3 days. I don't know if that's true. I was hearing mixed info on that.
Oh, sneaky link. Okay. And then
Poly Market, wow, she's dropped below 3%. She's now at 2.9. That's the first time I've seen it go below 3%. $1.4 billion bet on Trump to win. 917 million on Kamala. Well, if you're going to buy Kamala, now's the time.
They've called Georgia for Trump. I don't see that on my side.
I saw MSNBC called Georgia also, but I don't see it anywhere else.
Yeah, the Associated Press isn't calling it yet, and we'll keep rolling with that because that's what we've been using. But
Georgia's 94% reported, and Trump has a 1.6 plus 0.9, 2.5% lead. Still nothing in Nevada. Man, these are counting so slow. Minnesota's now at 62%. She has a 4-point lead there. Wisconsin, Trump has a 2.8 plus 1.4, 4.2% lead with 84% counted. Shit, he might. Oh shit, he's gonna win Michigan too. Wow.
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, dude. Once all those get called, it bumps them to 275.
God, it must be a trip. I wonder what's going on the main channel over at Fox. They must be going crazy.
Yeah. It's on Cole. It's on.
News projects Georgia and North Carolina. North Carolina, we already got.
Yeah, I just don't know why they're not calling those. Those are in the 90 percentiles. Oh, Cole, it's on Sevon's personal one on X, and we're holding strong at X. We got about 217 people watching live on X right now.
I just saw 189 to 276. What was that?
No, that can't be right. How would she go backwards?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense at all.
Jeremy said Daily Wire has it at 248 to 213.
With Trump winning?
Yeah.
With Trump ahead?
Yeah, because that would basically mean they called Georgia.
Yeah, 189. It's crazy. Yeah. Oh no, sorry, that's the House. 189 to 2 something. Sorry.
Oh yeah, 183 to 154 for the House. Dude, how do they have 94% of the votes in on Georgia, but they're not calling it, but they called it already for Hawaii, who has 0%?
Mike Sandone, 216 to 249 for Trump on Fox. So what did they give him? They gave him Georgia with 16. That would take him to 246. Or did they give him Pennsylvania? They gave him 19, 249.
Yeah, it'd have to be one of those. I would assume it was Georgia before because it's just closer in the reporting. So then what they give Kamala? New Hampshire, which is 4. So that'd bring her to 114. And then maybe Maine.
And he's still holding strong. He's up by 5 million in the popular vote.
Yeah. That's more than last time we had checked it. I think he was only up by like 2 point something mil, right?
Yeah, it's crazy. The AP hasn't called this race. I wonder why they put that up there.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? I think because at some point it'll probably go in Trump's favor and then they'll keep that up there. Yeah, dude, 5 million in the popular vote.
Damn, Arizona's still close. The numbers aren't changing in Arizona. We're stuck at 51%. Oh, Alaska 3. Okay. Got it. So Alaska fell, and thank you. And Georgia fell. That would be 19. Okay. Yeah, they have 189, 246. Yeah, that's what they have. 189, 246 on NBC. Crazy, right?
Yeah. Do they have like a map or anything that shows how they got there, or?
No, they just got a bunch of fucking depressed people.
Dude, this would be amazing. Greg C. Will Dave make a late appearance?
Oh, that would be good. A lot of lefties were crying about how we need to get rid of Electoral College, wondering how many are still singing that tune.
Yeah, nobody when it goes their way, right?
Margin is growing in Michigan. Wow, the media at Kamala's fucking plate, dude. Hundreds and hundreds of media people. I wonder what they're going to do. I wonder if they leave their stuff set up all night?
Yeah, probably. They're definitely going home.
So she's done.
She's done. She's going.
We
She's going to bed.
basically need to just see if Trump's going to come out and speak.
I mean, if they call, I imagine if they call Pennsylvania, it's at 90% right now. If they call Pennsylvania and they call Georgia, which is also at 94, I would imagine that he'll probably make a speech.
Thank you. Thank you. What a great group of friends. We are so honored to have you all here today. And how about... So to say that Dina and I are partners in this whole thing, and I wouldn't have done it without her, is an understatement.
All right, that's a Senate acceptance speech.
Yeah. Gabe's right. 4% lead with 90% reported in Pennsylvania. Call that shit already. Yeah.
The staff was told to go home too on the Kamala campaign.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, it's done, dude. They're freaking packing it up.
They felt like they had the vibes and the momentum on their side.
Really? That's what I was wondering with Trump. And you had made comments on the couple like live call-ins. You were like, I don't know, I see him everywhere and he's all over the place. And you're like, at least that's what it sounds like in my echo chamber. And I was like, I wonder how much of that is true. Like, it really did seem like there was just this huge push for Trump at the end. I mean, he was just all over the place. The views were crazy, all long form podcasts and different things. And I was wondering, like, man, we can't lean into that too much and you know, take it for granted as like, oh, he's already got it. It's a shoo-in because anything could happen. But now that Kamala staff is packing it up and got it home, I don't know. This is looking pretty done.
Yeah, it feels good, right? Feels positive.
Yeah, it does, and I hope that something comes of this because there's also a part of me that is really skeptical and weary of politicians and leaders that are really well liked by the people.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like you got to have a little bit of and again, that's why a free press is so important, because you have to be able to have scrutiny and accountability. And but he gets a lot of scrutiny in the press, so at least that'll help hold things accountable.
It looks like he's getting ready to come out. Hopefully,
as a woman, all this tells me is my place is in the kitchen.
Who wrote that?
Olivia did.
Oh. So Republicans have taken the Senate. Harris is following Sleepy Joe and heading to bed, and Trump is dominating so far.
Yeah.
And Kamala, they just declared New Mexico for Kamala.
Oh, Trump to speak to supporters. You're right. He's going to come out. How they're going to wait? They got to wait till one of these other ones go, right? Pennsylvania or Georgia, or maybe both simultaneously. Then he comes out. You think that's going to be the tipping point?
That makes sense. Look at NBC still has it 194 to 246. Oh, NBC just said we have a lot of good news for Donald Trump. Oh, yeah, they're looking at Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that was the big one that everybody talked about, right? It was like Pennsylvania was essentially going to be the decider of the election.
And it is, right?
I mean, it should already be called. We're at 90% of the votes counted, 51% for Trump and 47% for Kamala. I also hope that, assuming Trump is elected, that we really do see some of these things that he's been saying manifest in a positive way.
It sounds like he's going to act fast. Didn't he act fast last time?
Yeah, he did. I mean, he gets it done, right? And like he comes in and he cuts out a lot of the red tape and gives people decentralizes and gives people the permission to go. At least that's what it seemed like when they talked about it. So if that's the case, I think he'll put a lot of things. And here's the other deal too. Like he's not coming in green, right? Like he's
Right.
got the playbook, and he, like, if you remember, he didn't really answer the question when Joe asked him what it was like that first day in the office. But you could tell he was like, you're just trying to come in and everything's a little awkward and you're trying to like feel it out. It's kind of the impression I got, right? Like you got to get your head wrapped around who you're appointing, who these characters are, and try to like untangle
he
that
admitted
mess.
he admitted he wasn't ready for the job.
Yeah. And so it'll be interesting. And he moved fast then, right? So it'll be interesting to see now that he knows it inside and out. He's had 4 years in, 4 years away, and now potentially 4 years back in. He could really shake things up quickly, I think.
Look at this. With 6% reported, Trump's ahead by 50% in Nevada.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's really early, but wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Wait, so did they call it? Did they just call Georgia and on that list right there? Yeah. 246 for Trump. They just called Georgia.
Is that my screen? Oh yeah, that is my screen. Okay.
Yeah. Because I just looked, I was like, oh shit, I just realized. So they just called Georgia. So Georgia's declared 246 for Trump now, 210 for Kamala Harris. So
even though the reporting didn't change. In Michigan, he's winning by 6.1% with 62% of the votes in, according to NBC.
So what's that mean? He's at 246 right now. He needs another, gosh, if I could do the math on this, 24. 19 of those are in Pennsylvania. And another 15 of them are in Michigan, another 10 in Wisconsin. Dude, yeah.
They're saying Alaska's too close to call.
No, I don't think. I think Alaska will definitely go to Trump, but it's only 3, even if it is. So, like, I mean, look at the heavy hitters: 19 electoral votes, Michigan 15, and Wisconsin 10. I mean, he only needs 24 to get across the line. So there's 19 of them in Pennsylvania, 19 out of your 24, 10 of them in Wisconsin, another 15 of them in Michigan. Not to mention if Arizona keeps holding the way it is, if Nevada goes to Trump, and then if we see Alaska.
I don't think you have to refresh this page. I think this page is live.
It is live. I keep refreshing it, but it was updating for us live because I got 247 now for Trump. So I don't know what else they just called.
It does look like he's going to come out any second. The Fox keeps floating over to the crowd, and everyone's on their feet.
Yeah.
Still have that have not been called yet.
This is earlier.
We will continue overnight.
Yeah, so that's they're fucked.
Yeah, and they knew it.
Vote is counted. That every voice has spoken.
Yeah,
so you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will.
They're toast.
Yeah. They know it. Hey, dude, if you're about to win the presidency, do you go home?
No.
No, fuck no, you don't.
I mean, hey, the thing is even if I was going to lose, I wouldn't go home. I think it's
right.
She should have stuck it out. She should have stuck it out.
Yeah, exactly,
Mike. It's not cool. So many people put in all this work, all this effort, hung by her side. Fuck that. Don't leave. That's crazy. Give me a Waka Flocka concert. I don't know what that is. You want to see the let's see, they got a camera over here. I keep trying to get it to you guys to show you the Trump crowd. But every time I get over there, it's gone already.
I really do think they're just
All right, now let's continue on. Let's bring in Rich one more time here on Live Now from Fox. Before we hear from the former president, Donald Trump, could be the next president as well. How critical was Georgia being called for him, and maybe how closer is he to regaining the White House?
Very important state. It's a state that Bill Clinton won in 1992, lost in 1996. Barack Obama was the only president to Barack Obama did.
Is that Putin?
carried it, and Joe Biden certainly carried it in 2020. So it's a very critical state. It's a state that Vice President
There's the
Harris spent
crowd.
2 days just simply going around the state, going from event to event. They spent an inordinate amount of time trying to muster the electoral votes of Georgia. I think they viewed it as absolutely critical. It does.
So Georgia, it sounds like they're counting Georgia.
Yeah.
I'm still not confident, dude.
I mean, look, even if once Pennsylvania is declared and even like Michigan or something is, like, I think everybody's going to be sitting on eggshells just because of what happened in 2020. But I think at this point, dude, I mean, a lot of those states that typically would have shifted, which is like, if you're going to do some sort of shady business with the election, you're not going as a Republican and you and I are like, hey, let's go flip California, right? That ain't happening. And the states that were right on the, as they called, like the swing states or whatever, like those are the ones that if you were going to target something to make it swing in your direction, you would focus your efforts there. And I think that all of those states, as they fall now to Trump, like, I don't think there could be as big of a exposure to some sort of funny business after everybody goes to bed.
We need to stay awake to keep them from stealing the election. Trump just got one more. Where did that come from? It may have been one of those states where you get like 2/3 or 1/3 or whatever. There were two states, Maine and I want to say Nebraska, had some weird fucking electoral. They have to wait for the counties and the populace to come in to get all of them. Maybe it was one of those.
It was Alaska. It was Nebraska. You were correct.
It was okay.
Yeah, because they got like that one electoral vote and then they like checked it off and called it for him. So I think that's when it went from the 246 to 247.
Yeah, Ken says Nebraska.
Yeah.
They're showing some. Showing Sage Steele in the audience at the Trump rally. I'm surprised she's not at. Oh, maybe. Oh, so this is at Mar-a-Lago. This isn't at the Palm Beach place where the rest of his supporters were gathering. Wow, fucking. Fox has 700,000 people watching live.
Wow.
And this is their ass station.
It's like the ESPN Ocho.
What state is this? Missouri. It looks like Trump's up. 52.3 to 46. He's and just shifted right before our eyes. Up 222,000 votes with 60% counted. 65,690,000 for Trump, 60,873,000 for Kamala. California is slowly coming in. It looks like Trump's actually closed the gap. He was down by 2 million. Now he's down by 1.8. MSNBC is saying Trump has always had a way to have turnouts happen in a way that doesn't make sense to Democrats.
Yeah, we know. You guys just don't get it.
Wow, they're talking about super masculinity. They're just fucking taking shit. They got 3 women and 3 men up there. The men all look like cucks, and the women are all attractive, and they're talking about super masculinity and in like some sort of derogatory.
Yeah. Super masculinity.
75% counted in Nevada. Wow. Yep. Wow, that's a good sign. Wow, Alaska fucking went from closing the polls last to just crushing the count. Nevada, 51% Kamala for Trump and 47.5 for Kamala. So he's up 3.5 there.
Dang.
Oh, they're saying young male voters were the deciding factor in this election on MSNBC. Yep, 210 to 247 seems to be what most people are calling across the board. No Trump yet out in the crowd.
You know those crowd shots? You know what that reminds me of is like back when I knew I screwed up an order or something happened to the kitchen when I was bartending or serving tables. I would like walk by and like drop the ketchup or something, preemptively there, kind of like refill or get the silverware going because you're like, it's coming, guys, just hold on. But like, you can't like actually like let them know like when it's coming. They're like, hold on.
Arizona, Proposition 139, right to abortion, 63% in Arizona. Just like Trump had planned, leave it up to the states. They voted. Looks like Trump it looks like he's going to win Michigan also. That hasn't been closed yet, right? Michigan 60% in with a 6.3% lead. Wow. Massive.
Yeah.
God, I wonder how much we're gonna have to give Kennedy and Tulsi credit for this fucking massive victory.
Yeah, I mean, definitely helps having all those guys jump over, right?
I want to Google riots. Election riots, a giant insurer in Connecticut and the state's top lawyers. We asked Portland candidates how they want police to handle nothing yet. Dystopian Washington prepares for riots amid election results. Washington, D.C. preps for potential unrest. All right. No riots yet.
No.
Wow,
I
destroyed Garvey in the Senate race, 60-40. That sucks. Here in California.
And I have a feeling like if there were any unrest or something like that, it'd have to be that fire's got to be stoked a little bit. Like, I just don't think you're going to see like your screen change on Associated Press, right? And then be like, all right, dude, let's go. Let's get outside and start, breaking windows. I think if we do see something like that, it'll most likely come as we have the transfer of power, right?
Right.
That's when I could start to see that things will start to get ramped up and stoked, and you'll have gatherings. So you're going to have people outside of their homes. You're going to have them there for the inauguration. You're going to have them there for different speeches. And so I think certain things like that could start to stoke some unrest. But by and large, man, I just feel like it was such a weird time with the BLM things, and you had so many people with not much to do, and a lot of stoked up, pent up aggression, misplaced, frustrations, different things like that helped kind of create that perfect storm. And I just don't think. I mean, fuck, man, most Americans right now are living paycheck to paycheck, are swimming up to their ears in credit card debt, are barely affording groceries. It's really tough to get outside and break a few windows.
Whoa, I like that. Keep them poor so they won't break the windows.
Yeah, just not too poor. You got to keep that little bit of hope.
251 to 213. 251 to 213. Thank you, Jeremy. Courtesy of the Daily Wire. Kamala campaign just confirmed that she will not be speaking at Howard University tonight. Large crowds have already begun to leave. We saw that.
Yeah, Olivia, mostly peaceful. Oh, Brianna has no credit card debt. Careful, Jeremy's really gonna start trying to court you here.
Oh, damn.
She's got no credit card debt. Where's the flaw?
Hey, that guy has put on basically 100,000
subscribers.
This cat.
On the map there at the bottom right, Trump at 251 to get to 270. Of course, he needs 19 electoral votes, and it's going to be the votes from Pennsylvania that get him over the top. Trump is now at 270. Kamala Harris at 226.
Wow.
With those cities in Alaska and Pennsylvania, we can project that Donald Trump is going to win the presidency. Now, the mainstream media is going to take a lot longer to call this, but it is pretty clear to us here that Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania, and he is going to win the election.
Wow.
Yeah.
In an incredible spot right now. But Pennsylvania, that is the big call. 19 electoral votes, the Keystone State. It's the state that we've been talking about. That's going to be the state that gets either candidate over 270, and it does end up being Pennsylvania. This was one of the states that I had going to Trump in my final forecast.
No.
This also, of course, does mean that we are projecting that Donald Trump will win the entire election. I think, that's obviously the bigger call at this point.
Wow.
Yeah.
The black Democrat Juan guy is on Fox saying he can't believe Americans put a guy in the White House that led an insurrection.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah, and that's what I was saying, man. Like all those other things mathematically, like when you look at 90% of the votes being counted, Trump being ahead by 4 percentage points in Pennsylvania. Michigan, same thing, 62% of the votes counted, but he's up 7 percentage points. Wisconsin, 86% of the votes counted, and he's up 4 percentage points there. So like just mathematically, it's done.
What do you think about this thing? Like everything is leaving mainstream media. We just got the fucking that seemed like the most reliable source to me, not mainstream media. Best interviews we've had from the presidents, whether it be the candidates, whether it be Kamala or Trump, was in that long form content. It exposed Kamala, made Trump shine, made Vance shine, made Elon shine.
Yeah, dude. I mean, the more I think about like the term is used is like independent media, right? Like the more that I think about how much of an influence that we've seen this have in like this election, basically swaying mainstream thought and opinion. I truly think that this is kind of just at its infancy. And that's why we're seeing such a land grab, right? Like all of a sudden, if you knew in like whatever 1950 that Malibu was going to be Malibu, like you like knew it, like you could see around the corner.
Right.
You and I would start doing everything we could to get a piece of that property. And then on top of that, think about how everybody would react that already lived there. They'd be like, holy shit, no. Hey, we thought downtown was thing. We need to swing over now and make sure that we start getting land in Malibu as well, too. And I just think that's what's happening with the state of media.
Now Google is saying that 90% is in for Pennsylvania. Let's go over to Nevada. 75 still the number. Nothing's changed over there. Minnesota looks like it's going to go to Kamala. Wisconsin, 86%, and Trump's got a huge lead, 320,000 votes. Michigan, nothing's changed. Georgia looks like it's 94%.
Yeah, they declared that. That's checked off for him.
I think you still got to watch them. Look at Florida, still only 98%. New York.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Does anything ever go? So Kansas is 97%. Oklahoma 99%. That's the highest we've seen. Texas 90%. Arkansas 97. Louisiana 99. Mississippi 98. Alabama 96. South Carolina 98. North Carolina 98. Okay, so it's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, because think about how much. So 10% of the reporting that's left in Pennsylvania, and again, she's behind by 4 percentage points. It's like, what does that mean? 10% of the things left would have to be every single thing that came across the line would have to be for her. Like, could that deficit even be made up by the leftover? That leftover 10% that's still coming in.
Yeah, that's the nail in the coffin, right? Unless there's the nighttime shenanigans, like, hey, we found 300,000 votes.
Yeah, well. And I think that's why everybody's on edge, right? Because like I keep wanting to push it, but I think you and I both have the same sentiment. We're like, yeah, he's got it. And then there's like this pause, and it's like, well, let's check these states again. You know what I mean? And even Olivia said, I think in the last comment, she's like, okay, Notre Dame says, I'm just gonna wait till it's called. And it's like, yeah. Judy even said, like, I'm getting nervous. I don't want to get my hopes up.
Look at this fucking poly market.
Wow.
Donald Trump is on his way. Oh, he's going to West Palm Beach. He's left Mar-a-Lago. They're showing his motorcade.
Hey, you think he's on like amphetamines or something like that all the time?
Hold on 1 second. Sorry. He said he wants this to be over tonight, and the ballroom is full, and Secret Service has descended on the place and shutting all the doors. Say that again, Susan.
Oh, interesting. I was just thinking, like speculating off of this in terms of Trump, like his age, his energy level, his ability to stay sharp. Like, do you think that there's any pharmaceutical intervention in that? Like, you think he's on some sort of like amphetamine, like an Adderall, or like some sort of like ADD drug that just kind of keeps his little pep in his step?
I don't think so. I wouldn't be surprised if there is, but but I really don't think so. If I had to give me $1 million and I had to bet, I'd say no, he's not. That being said, I don't want to have to say. I'd rather say, hey, those people. I'd rather say MSNBC wasn't listening and that he never threatened to kill Liz Cheney. That's just complete horseshit. Listen to what he said. He said he wants to put her in a situation where she has one gun and 9 people are facing her before she sends little boys off to war. It's obviously a dramatization. So I always want to be able to go back. I don't ever want to have to do what we had to do for Biden. And I would even catch myself doing that for Biden, like being like, well, obviously he didn't mean that, or you know what I mean?
Right.
And I hope it doesn't get to that situation. That being said, I also know that I have hope that that he's surrounded by enough people that it won't turn into a Game of Thrones scenario, which I imagine is exactly what's happening. I know it is what's happening in the White House now. It is pure cutthroat Game of Thrones, crazy shit going on in the White House. The backstabbing, the shit talking, it's horrible. And I don't think it's any shock or surprise to anyone. Kamala's horrible to work with, and she doesn't hold the authority or command the authority to make it so that backstabbing doesn't happen. I think it's probably really scary being in her circle right now. And the shit's about to just completely. People are going to start looking for jobs now is what it comes down to. They're going to start like jumping off the boat like fucking crazy.
Like crazy.
Yeah, like crazy. It'll be interesting to see who gets kept. Look, NBC has it still 194 to 246. They're not even giving her 214.
Oh, I got 214 on AP Press now.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah. So they gave her what, Hawaii?
Yeah, it's wild. Let me go over to this guy.
And yeah, a bunch of people are saying, like, if you listen to all of Trump's interviews, he says like he's never drank, he's never smoked a cigarette and stuff like that. And so the flip side to my argument there, playing devil's advocate with myself, is like, well, if somebody's lived a clean and sober life that way, like, potentially they're able to have a different energy level in their older years.
Yeah.
Than you would if you were, getting hammered and partying and doing some shit like that.
Chato Hiker, 267 to 216. Clock too big to rig. Another 267 to 216. That's probably like PBD or somewhere. Once again, the
exception.
Not
libertarians obviously not having a good night.
66,220,000 to 61,446,000.
Like sure, Pennsylvania hasn't been called by all the news sources. I think it may have been called by Fox News, actually.
I don't think Fox News has called it. Man, did you see the money fucking pouring in there?
Yeah, that was crazy, huh?
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
We got him speaking. Oh, shit.
Everybody's kind of reading into that data, looking at the statistical probabilities, looking at, what is the to win and how many votes you need left with all of the votes that have come in states like Pennsylvania. And they're doing the math too. And they know that, in all likelihood, you're looking at a victory. So again, I think both sides are doing that calculation. And as traditionally, the victor is going to address his or her constituency groups and supporters that evening of the election.
Casey, hindsight is 2020, and I just had to put up this live picture that we have there because you can see.
Jesus, why does it?
There's a lot of optimism, momentum there in Florida, even though we're way past midnight at this point. But I want to bring us back to just last night, actually, because we did have.
Not yet. Hey, it's crazy. Even when I click on the audio here, and then I move my mouse.
Campaign rallies. At the same time, we heard a speech from Vice President Harris in Philadelphia, her final one.
Isn't it weird? The B team on Fox, their internet, it's just like a totally different breed.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, you got to get nicer suits and lose 20 pounds, and we're going to give you graphics that look like they're from the 70s. It's almost like they got the old studio.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Fox called it.
Yeah, everybody's been saying that.
Wow.
Daily Wire has it 270 to 213. How is that right though? Because at AP she has 214.
I wonder if they're using that guy too, the election night guy. I wouldn't be surprised if PBD didn't contract with him.
Yeah, if he doesn't know about him for sure. I mean, I've had the PBD thing just up on here on mute, and like their graphics and shit have been insane. Have you seen it at all?
No.
Oh, here, check this. Let me drop this up because they got it at 270 winner 2 right now. Hold on. Shit, where'd my thing go? Right here. So this is paused, but this was the graphic that they had up just right now.
Oh, so he's okay. Wow. Yeah, that looks great.
But he had Tom, and I'm not sure who the lady is in the red, but they were kind of like Vanna Whiting the whole entire production there. There's that dingbat Adam, that freaking guy.
Is that him with his phone right there? He got a haircut.
Yeah, pointed at us. Like this guy right here in the corner with the beard, Rob.
Yeah.
I was really working with him for a while. Like we would be having conversation back and forth in the DMs, and then as he got like more into the show and stuff, it slowly stopped.
Damn.
I tried to get him on the show a lot, and I was like, "Dude, we had PBD on. We'd love to have you on." Like, you know, blah 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 blah, and then the conversation kind of died.
I appreciate the effort. Hey, how did their party end up going? Did they sell out?
Oh, dude. So what you're seeing right here, this area here, everybody inside of that building, it's all everybody that's there is like the super VIP. So what you're looking at here is no short of like $10,000 per individual that you see inside that room. A lot of them that were up here in the front, they already had like the spots for their private planes and everything like earmarked out. Like it was insane. Everybody else who's on general admission or just like the one step above it is outside of this building.
That's their new venue that's got the jets, right?
Yeah, they bought that little spot over by the airport.
Ken Walters, I've been here since the very first podcast years and years and years and years and years ago. And this is by far the least attention savviest page of the chat. Really?
Dude, I thought we've been like in the mix the whole time.
I've been paying too much attention. I feel like I've been relying on you guys. You guys carried the fucking show. I hate having to put that on you guys. 91% reported in Pennsylvania. Trump up by 2.2 plus 1.2 equals 3.4. Wisconsin, he's up by 2.8 plus 1.4. What is that? 4.2. Michigan up by 6.3. It's interesting. Those numbers aren't changing. Nevada's still stuck at 75%.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they're just giving them some of these states. Still no Trump.
What do you think it is that he's waiting for?
I think he just pulled up in the motorcade. I don't think he was there because he left Mar-a-Lago and went to West Palm Beach. So I'm guessing they got to pull up. They got to get all the dudes out. Probably the Secret Service is doing a one-over. I heard them say the Secret Service is closing the doors. So I'm not sure who they vetted ahead of time or how they did all that. Man, what a disaster that would be if in his acceptance speech he gets fucking a shot taken at him.
Fuck.
Austin Grant, Trump won Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it, but it is at 91%. So it did creep up 1 more percent in terms of votes counted.
God, look at these states. Look at California. What a joke.
Hilarious. Be funny if we weren't paying so
NBC
much.
still has it at 194 to 246. So you know what? I was kind of like calling bullshit on the fact that you were saying that they're trying to keep people watching. That's exactly what these fucknuts are doing. You
like it, right?
nailed it. Yeah, you've totally nailed it.
It's like, hey, we got all these. We kind of know who it's going to be already. Let's just see if we could.
Yeah, they want to keep the hope alive. 194 for the red team, 161 for the blue team for the House. Oh, that's looking good. Oh, yeah. And MSNBC is just talking about how divided the country is.
Of course.
Listen. You know what's crazy, too, is the hate from the left is even going to be more vehement now.
Yeah, it has to be.
And I want to say, hey, it just wouldn't have been that way if it went the other way. What percent? How sure are you that Trump is going to be the president?
I would say I'm solidly at like 90% now.
Okay, I'm at 78%.
Mm.
I am not.
And here's the reason: I would be much lower if we didn't see what we saw from the Kamala campaign.
Oh, if they were still up and she was still flapping her, if she came out and was flapping her jaw.
Even if she wasn't, even if they just were quiet, I would still be like, okay, there's, but the fact that he came out and was like, hey, we're still going to count every vote, guys. Like, don't give up hope, but we're all going to go home. You're like, yeah, because and by the way, they can't say anything else but that, because then all the media would pick it up and be like, hey, Kamala has, she's called it. She's, I can't think of the word right now. What do they call it when succeeded? No.
Oh, when you call the guy and you're like, okay, I concede.
Yeah. And so I think if they say anything else, or if she shows her face at this point, the media will pick it up and run with the fact that like she's like, yep, she knows that she lost already. Look, she's giving the speech. Is essentially like her, I lost, but we're gonna carry on the fight type speech.
November 5th, 10:29 p.m. I actually came up with a word for someone else. That's a first. Thank you, Matt. That was a good. You just threw me an alley-oop. Seema, for Sousa being an awesome co-host. Great job, guys.
Oh, thanks, Seema.
Thank you, Seema. My feeling is that we're gonna see just a complete fucking war from the left after hearing Raskin say he wants to bring them down. They're going the things that the rhetoric that they were piling in. There was a comment here. This loss, Chris Carter, this loss would have been even worse if Biden was running. It's crazy that Kamala was able to garner this many votes in 3 or 4 months of campaigning. Yeah, especially where she came from, right?
Yeah.
One of the least liked politicians in the history of the United States. And then to be just pushed into that position. I guarantee you her fucking headspace is poor. Is very poor. I wonder if she runs off to a Four Seasons and hides, for a month. I would.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely would. I mean, imagine your strategy be like, hey, Savon, we pretty much don't have anybody else. So you're going to be the guy. But here's the deal. You're just not going to do shit until right at the end. Right. So that way we could just try to push out as much as we can through friendly things, just to like not give them too much ammo to where they could destroy you with it, but also not give you a lot of time to where you could hang yourself by giving too much rope. So they fit it right in that window. And it's like, dude.
Hey, and here's the thing. The liberals I know that voted for her, they don't like her.
No, they're just voting for a vote against Trump.
Yeah, they think she's stupid.
How could you not?
Yeah, they think she's stupid. I mean, she hasn't shown anything. I seriously don't know who votes blue in California. Everyone I know is red. Yeah, you're in the spot. You're in the spot.
Come down over here, dude. You'll see all the Kamala Harris banners in the windows and on the lawns.
She's too delusional to be impacted by the loss. I don't know, man. I think she knows that she's surrounded by fucking haters. I don't think she has a strong man in her life. I think that she is in a really, really bad spot. Listen, here's the thing too. She's not going to be able to mourn her own loss because everyone around her is going to be mourning for her. They're going to be like, they're going to be coming to her to get console. The few people that are actually her friends are going to come to her for console. You know that phenomenon?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like something bad happens to you. I don't know what, and you go to your parents for console and they're crying. I mean,
yeah, then you have to kind of like flip it and be like, oh, guys, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, you have to help them process your own loss. And so, yeah, I think she's going to be in a really bad spot. My theory, well, it's not just mine, is that she suffers from imposter syndrome. Hence, she's likely to be very relieved that she can escape it. Solid.
It's funny. I didn't read Clock's comment before, but that's exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say, I honestly think that finally when the door shuts behind her and she has like a moment alone and she really thinks about it, she's probably like, I am relieved, because that was a tough 3 to 4 months. Imagine 4 years of that.
Pennsylvania. Oh, yeah. It looks like Pennsylvania, Arizona, all these places, Trump's kicking ass. Yeah, exactly. Well, that would be a great outcome for her. Judy Reed, Clock, I agree. It's probably so stressful for her now. She's going to be exposed any day. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll just hide her. I don't think anything's gonna come out to like expose her more than she's already done to herself.
One of my liberal friends just texted me and called it for Trump. He follows the polling data close. Said he's got it. Here's the thing, man. Even if they, the thing is like I don't feel. I'm waiting for the accusations to where a truck pulled up and dumped in 300,000 Trump votes. You know what I'm saying? Like they will do anything. Like if this is really happening, what we're saying is happening, 312 electoral votes. The Matrix. It's like Elon said. Like we're fighting with the Matrix right now.
Mm-hmm.
And if he is who we think he is, we have a serious fucking problem on our hand.
Mm-hmm. But
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, so assuming this system is like one big entity, right? Like as we kind of refer to it sometimes, the they or whatever.
Yeah.
If you knew that this was gonna fall and it was gonna go to Trump right now, you're better off just kind of receding, licking the wounds, coming up with a new strategy and coming out, rather than being like, okay, this is the hill we die on. Like this is where we just come out as the machine and like stop him from doing anything. David Weed has said in the comments a couple times, like he's like, they're gonna just go after him to go to jail. And I think we'll definitely see some of that. And if it sticks a little bit, meaning they start to throw it out there and other people pick it up and the people are actually believing it, they'll run with that for a little bit. But I don't think at the end of the day, we're just going to see stuff like that happen from mainstream. I don't think it's going to be something huge and crazy.
Kevin, I hope you're right because I hope you're right. Kevin Doyle, there's potential general election coming soon here in Ireland, but we are fucked because all the main parties are basically the same Democrats and only the independent candidates stand up against. Yeah. That from the friends that I have and the people that I know in Ireland, it sounds like it's really bad. And in the censorship that's occurring right now in the UK, basically you guys are getting your news from all our liberal outlets. It's kind of fucking scary, the stuff I'm hearing that people say in Ireland about Trump. They believe they're like the Morning Joe people. That being said, at some point the people there got to push back. The censorship is getting just fucking absolutely insane. What's going on in the UK?
Yeah,
they basically have thought police there. I saw the other day that you can't even appear. So within 200, what was that? I think it was in the UK. Within 200 meters of an abortion center, you can't even appear to be doing anything that would make someone feel uncomfortable who's getting an abortion. So you couldn't be 100 meters away and praying. Someone could just say, "Hey, you made them feel uncomfortable," and you could go to jail for that. I mean, that's straight Orwellian shit.
Yeah, yeah, and that's why you go back to like the whole liberty versus democracy. Like democracy, like don't be so concerned with democracy because without individual liberties, it doesn't matter.
Fox News Australia said that Harris' job in the House will be to oversee the inauguration. If that's true, that's funny as fuck. I mean, she has to be the one to certify the election. That's the vice president's job.
Yeah.
I'm aware that Ireland is not the UK; it's the EU, but it might as well be the UK.
Well, it's important, I think, to everybody over in Europe that it's starting to experience their loss of free speech and, like you said, the thought police and everything else. Because if America now goes the opposite direction of that and starts to rid itself of a lot of the censorship, and we don't no longer have anybody in office of power touting it as well or toying with the idea, that Europe can now use that as like an anchor for them to be like, hey, look, like we can't continue to go down this path.
Hopefully. Yeah. Jeremy, good night. Thanks for sticking out. I know it's late for you. Thank you, buddy.
Later, dude.
McGregor has spoken about it, but he's too much of a cokehead to be allowed to run anything. Carr Smith, between now and January, there's going to be some major shenanigans by the deep state to keep Trump out. Yes, of course. I think so. Australia wokes are going crazy. They don't even know what they believe. They just follow. Yeah. I mean, they're basically Fauci pawns.
Mm-hmm.
Just like America is Africa, you dumbass. Not even close, you fucktard. You guys are all listen. You guys aren't even fucking individual countries. You're fucking segregated fucking states. You're all under the European Union banner. You fucking cuck. You fucking anti-fucking patriot. You should be fucking runaway. You're a fucking runaway. Pussy. It's amazing how clear the red blue line is based on large cities and rural America. Fascinating, right? We'll get into that tomorrow at 7 a.m. with Greg.
Mm.
He has some great takes on that. Yeah, exactly. They are all one. You jackass. You guys all use the same fucking money. You're controlled all by fucking Klaus Schwab. We know it. We see it. You ding dong. Unlike you, we've been there. We travel. You jerk off. Good morning, Jake. Good to see you, buddy.
Say Minnesota went to Kamala. She's at 226. It still wouldn't matter because they already had that projecting for her anyways. I'm telling you.
With Wisconsin, 88% in. Trump's winning by 3, 4, 4.5. Michigan, Trump's winning by 4, 5, 6, 6 with 66% in. Pennsylvania at 93% of the votes in, and he's winning by 3%. Arizona, Trump's winning by 1% exactly with half the votes in. Nevada, wow, Nevada is not, man, they got to 75% quick.
Mm-hmm. From nowhere to 75% quick, huh?
Yeah, and then they're just stuck. So I guess this Scott Pressler guy got 150,000 Amish to register to vote in Pennsylvania, made a huge difference.
Wow.
Is that who did it?
Him and Elon. I know Elon was campaigning there too for Trump.
Hey, dude, if that's the case, you're 100% right. They fucking won it for him.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it would be fucking neck and neck if that's accurate. That's incredible. Hey, they shouldn't have fucked with their milk. They shouldn't have fucked with their milk supply. The Dems killed a squirrel in wherever the hell that was, upstate New York. And they took the milk from the Amish. Bad move. Good night, Dix. Love you. Good night.
Good night.
Did Nevada count mail-ins early? No, I don't think they did, Susie. I think the rule was they have a law in their state. They're not allowed to start any counting or opening of ballots until every last person has voted. Mostly because the shows this week will be enjoyable rather than a week of moaning about Kamala. Man, I don't think it's a done deal.
Is he on pace?
214 to 247. MSNBC saying Pennsylvania is not looking good for Democrats. Wow, and they're blaming it on once again, they're saying it's because the Republicans are uneducated. That Trump got the uneducated vote. You mean the unindoctrinated vote?
That's crazy. Prime time hours.
Hey.
Shit.
Missed his call.
Trump's?
No. Yeah, Trump's call.
He's calling in.
We got RFK up on the monitor. Hey, dude. Yeah, it's looking good. But you know what? I think it's going to be another month of shenanigans. Yeah, I think it's going to be wild. It's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be interesting to see if Kamala certifies the. Yeah.
Disappointing when Freedom Team won. Pennsylvania called.
Right.
Was called in Alaska 270. Let's see. Still no change though on the AP side.
Oh, he is? You think 330? It looks like he's about to come out. I'm still live. I've been on for 6 hours and 40 minutes. I'm going to listen to him talk now. All right, dude. See you in the morning. No, tomorrow morning show is going to be great. Bye. Greg thinks he'll get up to maybe 3:30.
Well, we'll get up to 3:30.
What'd you say? Yeah, the electoral
Oh, wow.
for Trump.
So he just thinks all the rest of them are going to fall for Trump, essentially.
He said the same thing you did, Susie. He said as soon as Kamala went away and didn't come out tonight, he knew.
Yeah.
He knew she knew.
Oh, Discipline Equal Freedom says Mark Cuban just tweeted congratulations to Trump. Wow.
MSNBC still has it at 194 to 246.
That's weird. AP has it at
NBC says
214.
they're the only news station left at the Kamala rally, and they're shutting it down there.
Yeah. Yep. They're going home. One party is bringing out teleprompter plexiglass and shit, and the other one is packing up and calling their Ubers.
Yeah.
You know, that says it right there.
1:44 in the morning in Palm Beach. Natalie, Cuban must have pulled his tampon out. Discipline. This is what Susan was saying. I think the news is lagging to keep people watching longer.
Yeah.
We'll try to stay on here until Trump comes up and talks. I am very curious what he's going to say, if he's going to declare victory.
He probably won't come out and like fully say it, but you'll probably
Trump has 4 of 5 electoral votes in Nebraska. Sorry, go ahead. He probably won't what?
I would just say I don't think he's gonna come out and full on be like, hey, there's gonna be 4 more years of me. You think it's gonna be like a full on like I won speech, or do you think it's more or less gonna be like, hey, things are looking great. We're excited to talk to you guys tomorrow, or whatever the case may be.
So not a full victory lap.
I don't think he'll take the full victory lap.
He's not going to be like, and I want to introduce to you the next vice president of the United States.
Not now. I think it's still a little too early for that, but I think it'll definitely hint at that.
Kevin Doyle, I really hope this sparks a worldwide move away from the woke culture and RFK gets to make the changes he wants. I agree. It will have an enormous impact. You know what I was thinking, Sousa? I wonder how it's going to affect just media markets if they do force Big Pharma to pull out of sponsoring, doing ads on TV. If it's like where are all those billions of dollars going to come from to pay? I mean, that's who's paying fucking the NFL, NBA, MLB. I mean, that's all those super high salaries are coming from fucking ads, marketing.
Yeah.
How are all those things going to sustain themselves without Big Pharma?
I think they got too much of a stranglehold over it, especially in terms of like corporate media. Like if you pull the funding, the pharmaceutical funding out of those news stations, they capsize. Like that is what
you don't think they're going to be able to do that?
No, I don't think so.
God, it'd be so fun to watch that happen.
Yeah.
Glassman is running. Is Glassman in the running for an advisory role with RFK? I mean, if Trump was smart, he would appoint Greg to some fucking super high level position. I mean, he is a fucking disruptor, and he's willing to fight. He ain't afraid of shit. He might be, but he may have run so far out ahead that even RFK can't see the shit that Greg knows. David Weed, nothing will change. Sevon, can we look at Senate seat results too? What I was seeing is that the Republicans have the Senate. They already had 40. It was like 51 to 44. I don't know how to actually see the. Here, Senate results. Here we go. 51 to 42. The House is 187 to 163. Governors 27 to 23. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah.
It really was a giant fucking, what do they call it? A red
wave.
A red wave.
Judy Reed, Dave Portnoy called it. It's official.
Oh, nice. All right.
But I did see on PBD's thing that I had up here, they were all kind of jumping up and down because they did have Fox officially calling it. You know, I don't know. Kind of want to see more of them do that. I imagine Fox would try to be the first one that calls it. And I don't think it's too far-fetched to do so now, but it would be nice to see it across all the platforms.
I wonder if they whack a net now.
What?
Trends have changed. If the markets are normal, we'll know Trump won for sure. If Kamala has a chance, the markets will be crazy. Senate in Nevada is tied. Too close to call. Sam Brown and Jackie Rosen. Wow, Sam Brown looks like he got burnt in a fire. Michigan got a Republican senator, Mike Rogers. They're saying it's too close to call, but he's winning by 4 points. Second president in history to win twice.
You mean like to lose and then to win?
Yeah, I need that explained to me. News in Kamala is on the phone to Megan the Stallion getting BB.
I read that one too. I was cracking up.
Oh my God. The crowd is going crazy at the Trump rally. The stage is set. The flags are there. People have their hats off, waving them around the air. Everyone has their phones out. I still don't see anyone on the stage.
Fox just gave Trump Wisconsin. So then we'll probably see Wisconsin on AP soon. They've kind of been just behind that.
And MSNBC, 194 to 247 still.
One of the cool things to see with this campaign, outside of the Taylor Swift endorsement, all those celebrities that came out for Kamala at the end, it was like unheard.
What was unheard?
All the celebrities that endorsed Kamala right at the end.
Yeah.
It was just like nobody gave a shit.
Right.
You know, which to me that was promising because like ultimately like we shouldn't. You know, like who Leonardo DiCaprio endorses, like that guy pretends to be somebody else for his whole entire life.
God, I'll be so glad that the climate change shit gets fucking a giant bucket of water on it. Only Grover Cleveland had non-consecutive presidential wins. Mike McCaskey. 277 to 226. He won, for fuck's sake. Buddy, I wish I was as confident as you.
Yeah, we're not disagreeing.
Yeah,
but we're just waiting.
MSNBC said Elon may have been a factor.
May.
Oh, it's interesting. They're saying Elon put a ton of money into the campaign. Listen, we already saw that Kamala spent twice as much as Donald Trump.
Yeah. And that didn't include the big endorsements that came in at the end.
And I think that's the largest from that chart that you pulled up. That's the largest disparity of all the elections that you pulled up of the last, whatever it was, 10 elections.
Mm-hmm.
Auden, you heard it from me first. It's over. It's over. He won. Listen, we won't know until January 5th or 6th. And, Raskin was saying that the vote will go down on January 20th to say that because of the 14th Amendment, Section 3, he's not president. Then I wonder, let's say that did happen. Does J.D. Vance become the president?
I don't know how that works, but I also feel like that's kind of a stretch for them, right? Like to put him in jail.
All they have to do is find him guilty of insurrection, and he can't be president.
Yeah. I don't know. I have it at 248 Trump, 214 Kamala now.
Is that
On
Google?
AP,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
looks like Wyoming or something. 3 more. 1 more.
Pennsylvania's at 94% now. Michigan at 67. Wisconsin at 89. Nevada moved to 78%.
Yep. They'll probably mark and call that for Trump pretty soon here too. Which will put him
Alaska,
at
he's making a killing in Alaska. Only 26% reported.
Yeah, he's up quite a bit. Wow, 4.5% for other candidates in Alaska. That's pretty high.
MSNBC just said
they're calling it, but they're also saying it's not official.
Yeah, they said another network. They won't even say Fox.
Oh, God.
It reminds you of someone else.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
MSNBC just said another network has called the race, and that has to be weighing in on Trump's thoughts.
Why would you say like another network? Like, isn't that's just so weird? Like, why do people think that by not explicitly saying what they're talking about, is that some sort of like status thing? Like, oh, I'm above that. Like, I'm using certain etiquette because I'm above that.
My wife just texted me, Trump won, time for Dexter.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I agree with you, Seth. Wow, I can't believe it's over this quick. Me too. I did not think we would find out tonight. That is a good sign, by the way.
Yeah.
Did you think we would find out tonight?
No, and in fact, I was like curious as to like how far you were gonna, how late we were gonna go.
Yeah,
I
thought maybe we'd be around till 2 or 3 in the morning.
I was like, yeah, I was prepared for it. I was like, okay, let's just see what happens. But I think at this point, there's not. I don't know. And again, we said that before, but who knows?
Did he win Maine? 61% of the votes in Maine, and he is up 6, 7, 8, 9%.
Well, in that weird like district thing.
Gotcha.
Good night, Judy. Good night, Brianna. Thank you guys. At least it's 2 in the morning. Wow. Yeah, Kevin, you're right. The money spent on these campaigns is criminal. And a good point Seth brought up before is like how much of it on Kamala's side is taxpayer dollars.
Yeah, I don't mind big campaigns. I think it's you know, if the criminal part is that it's somehow there is illegal shenanigans going on, that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Or if it's used for the money is there's money laundering going on of some sorts, which I'm sure there's a little bit of it. What a perfect place to do it.
Yeah, for sure.
Dem influencers are sad now. No more Kamala money. Hard for it to doctor it too, because it's one country all of a sudden have lots of votes for Kamala would look suspicious when she literally underperformed JB in every county.
Yeah.
What's JB?
Joe Biden.
Oh.
Meaning like it wasn't like last time when we went to bed, it was like a little bit closer, but it looked like Trump had it. But this time it's like all those swing states that they predicted were going to be the big deciders are all looking like they're his.
Still 600,000 watching Strong on Fox on their ass network. No Diddy pardons now. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, and they weren't even going to pardon. They were probably just going to pull the DOJ off of them, lighten up the load.
Let him off himself in jail.
Yeah. The deep state, how many politicians in D.C. are shaking their boots? The deep state is definitely tripping. They're looking at the unemployment line. And Hollywood's butthole did just pucker. Correct.
Yeah, no, could be pretty interesting.
J6 pardons incoming. Thank God. Oh, can you imagine if you're in jail right now for that shit? You've been sitting there with no fucking lawyers, not allowed to talk to anyone, being held like fucking like the Taliban.
Yeah.
and now Trump's been elected. You're like, thank God.
You're probably on the edge of your seat watching this thing. It's just crazy to me how this has not moved in like basically since we had Seth on. This like has not moved.
The Google one.
Yeah, it's just stagnant.
Their
Even
staff,
though
their staff's probably fucking on the rooftop. Half their staff's on the rooftop and jumped off.
I mean, the number of votes coming in, that percentage keeps creeping up over time, and nothing changes except for Trump in some cases widens his lead. Like in Michigan.
I went to I typed into Google Trump, and first comes up obviously is CNN, then AP News, then NBC, then Washington Post, then finally The Hill. Trump wins presidency for second time, completing improbable comeback. So The Hill's declared him the winner. Oh, I wonder what's going on Polymarket. 99.3. Oh, it's over 100% to 0.8. Look at this. This ain't mathin'. This ain't mathin'.
Yeah, that's a little off, huh?
Yeah.
Where'd that extra 0.1 come from?
Pennsylvania, he's up 3. Arizona up 1. Michigan up 6. Wisconsin up 4. Nevada up 4.4. The House is 196 to 167. NBC still has it 194 to 247. Let me see what's going on with the popular vote. The popular vote, he's got 67,449,000 to 62,442,000.
Yeah, steady 5 million out ahead.
God, I wonder if anyone gets off the Supreme Court in the next 4 years. What if he appointed another justice? That would be amazing. They're saying Arizona's too early to call with 53% of the votes in, although he's up by
Not much.
1%.
Mm-hmm. It's tight.
Michigan, he's putting the fucking hammer down.
Yeah. That's continuing to widen that lead for him.
Yeah, she fucked up with the Arabs there. Wisconsin, putting the hammer down 4.5%.
When Kevin said Google has left the building. Yeah, it seems like it, right?
Totally.
They're just
Hey.
like, fuck it.
Hey,
get up and go home.
Hey, and you know that all these MSNBC people, they're all waiting for Trump to come out and talk, but they just want him to come out and talk so they can go home.
Yeah.
They're like, fuck that.
Yeah. And his campaign's going to be smart here because they know that now it's just about playing the gotcha with Trump from the other side. So they're like, hey, don't come out too early. Watch what you say in this first portion. You know what I mean? Because they would love anything and nothing more for him to come out and do some victory speech or something and then utilize that to be like, you know, that was some issue.
What I'm going to do is suspend the Constitution. The president of El Salvador congratulated Donald Trump as new president-elect. Wow.
Wow. So now we're starting to see those come in, huh? The congratulatory calls.
I hope he goes back on Rogan sooner than later.
I bet you he does. I bet you he does. I bet you once that seal is broken, it'll be like an Elon, you know? We'll have him on like twice a year, 3 times a year, or something like that.
Oh, that would be great. And I wonder how I wonder what YouTube's going to do. I wonder how they're going to handle him if they're going to try fucking with him again. They're going to make it so every time he does an interview, they pull down the videos. I wonder how the social media is going to handle him this time.
I think they're going to have to. I think they're going to have to recalibrate
and just deal with him.
Mm-hmm.
Jorge. All right, guys, calling it a night. It's late here in Texas. I'm done. All right, brother. Have a good night.
Later, dude.
Miss Ridow, Elise, Carl Ridow. I'm going to bed. Love you all. Good night. Don't be surprised when you wake up in the morning and Kamala is the president. Who are the 9% here that voted Kamala? Speak up. Is that what we have? We have 91 to 9.
Yeah, something crazy. Let me get the poll.
Phones are up.
Yeah, 91 to 9%.
And whenever I see all the phones up, I start thinking he's going to walk out.
We almost had 1,700. Oh, we almost had 17 total votes, 1,700 total votes.
Wow. Let me see if I like watching the poly market. The poly market is now 99.4 to 0.5. It still ain't mathing.
Yeah, that's weird.
Thank you, Paper Street Coffee, for keeping me awake all night. Tonight's sleep's gonna be crazy.
Yeah.
NorCal Classic behind the scenes part 1. I see it uploaded. So you guys will have a fun treat for tomorrow. Thank you, Patrick Rios. Rios is the man.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, it's already rocking.
Wow,
Cool.
tonight's show is massive.
How cool.
We're approaching we're over 10,000 views on this show tonight.
Whoa. And that does not counting Twitter or X, who had like 1/3 of our viewership too.
Yeah, crazy.
Now it's damn near, actually, it's exactly half. There's 234 people on X watching this, and there's 469 people watching on YouTube. So we have damn near exactly half.
And thank you guys for hanging in there all night. Pennsylvania 2.9, Arizona 1.1, Michigan 6.3, Wisconsin 4, Nevada 4.4. Nevada now is approaching 80% of the votes in. Oh, that'll be great if he wins Nevada. Oh, shit. NBC just gave Pennsylvania to Donald Trump.
They did?
Yep. And they got him. He got 51%. She got 48%. Difference of 188,000, 150,000 Amish.
Wow.
They got 194 to 266 now. Okay, now he's going to come out, right?
He has to.
Now they're projecting 272 for Trump very shortly on MSNBC.
Yeah, if they're doing it on MSNBC, that's gonna be the wrap. I'm telling you, they saw that writing on the wall, and as soon as that dude came out and spoke for the Kamala campaign, that was the end of it.
Trump left Mar-a-Lago, headed over to West Palm Beach. It does look like he is now within 60 seconds. Speaking, it looks like all the broadcasts are pumping over there. Wow, the crowd's crazy.
I bet. It's probably insane over there right now.
God, DC is going to be wild during the inauguration, huh?
Yeah. Oh, they just posted it up on PBD's thing too. Breaking: Pennsylvania has been called. Donald Trump has won the election.
NBC just called it. And they called the Senate.
Yep, in the state of House of Representatives. All right.
And they only need 4 more seats in the House to get control of the House.
Dunzo.
Wow. He's at 266 now. Can you hear my TV on in here?
Yep.
Oh, they're saying he's going to get Maine. They say he's going to get Maine tonight, and that'll take him to 269.
You mean Michigan?
They're not giving it to him yet. They're not giving it to him yet. But they are saying he is headed back to the White House. It's interesting. They won't call him as the victor, but they said on January 20th he will be the president of the United States.
Yep. Because right now he's just president-elect.
Still nothing on Google. Still, Google's not giving him Pennsylvania.
No, I think Mike nailed it when he was like, "Did the Google guys just go home?"
Yeah,
they did.
They're done. They're like, "Fuck you, we're not going to do it." He's up by 5,100,000 in the popular vote. Wow. Oh, will she call Donald Trump tonight? Is what they're asking.
Kamala?
Yeah, they're saying Hillary called Trump in 2016 in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening this time. Well, check it out. If he's got Pennsylvania, puts him out what 267, and then Alaska is his for sure. So that's 270. And then if he ends up with Wisconsin, if he ends up with Minnesota, if he ends up with Nevada, all those are looking strong for him.
And Maine does not look strong for him.
No.
Hi. Is that more coffee? Oh, water. Oh, that's awesome. You're the best. I'll give you that. Thank you. No, I probably shouldn't have more coffee.
It's a throwback to the original podcast.
Predicting 312 electoral votes for Trump. Up 6.4 in Michigan. Man, he really fucking dominated the show. Michigan. He really dominated Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
No, not a fit aid right now. This is just a polar. Brought to you. James Hobart introduced me to this.
And think about that too. Michigan has 15 electoral votes. He's got that sealed up there. I mean, there's only 70% of the votes counted, but he's up 7 percentage points, 6 percentage points.
In where?
Michigan.
Yeah.
So if he gets Pennsylvania and Alaska, that's enough for him to win. Alaska is going to get Pennsylvania. I mean, you could make the call. It hasn't changed at all, and they only have 5% more of the votes to be counted. That gives him the win. Michigan would push it over, 100, 285.
And it looks like he's going to get Wisconsin.
90.
Yep.
Then that would push it to 295, potentially Arizona. Let's just say he doesn't get that.
300. Oh, okay.
But then if he gets Nevada, then he's at 301. And then if he ends up with Arizona as well, too, then he's at the 312 mark.
Yeah. NBC now has it 194 to 266. Now they're talking about the Supreme Court. Wow. I'm getting emails now from news organizations saying Trump won.
Oh, wow.
They're talking about his 3 legal battles.
Yep.
He has a November 26th court date. He has a sentencing case in New York.
They're already starting it.
All right, dickheads. I've been saying I'm going to bed for 30 minutes since 10:30. Love you guys. Catch y'all on the flip side with Greg. Yep. See you tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. They haven't declared Michigan as a victory for him yet.
Are they getting him ready to speak yet, or is that still another carrot?
Yeah, there's something definitely going on stage. They're adjusting the mics.
Yeah.
They're talking about a Supreme Court intervention on his sentencing. They're saying Michigan's too close to call, but it's 273,000 votes. Trump's ahead with 74%.
Yeah, that's not right. I mean, he's
of the votes in.
He's really far ahead there. Good night, Susie. Kevin, adios.
Yeah, they're they're setting up what looks like teleprompters. Is that what that glass is? It projects what people are supposed to say on that glass. They're
Yeah.
setting up teleprompters. People are scrambling off the stage. People running around with their cell phones. It looks like someone's filming off stage, which makes me think that he's about to walk on. They're showing Vivek up in the front row.
Trish, more Democrats are pissed off about the hand-picked candidate than I thought.
Fox projects that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States. He is the second president in history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland. The supporters are gathered in West Palm Beach to hear him speak. He should be coming out any minute. Fox is still holding strong at 600,000 viewers on their stream. More teleprompter adjustment by a guy who looks like a monster. This guy has like some sort of weird mullet thing going on. God, the guy looks like he's out of... Oh, and he's running off the stage. Wow. So they took off the teleprompters an hour ago, and then they rushed back out just now and reset them up.
Oh, weird.
And Eric Trump just posted a picture of Trump backstage. I'll pull it up for you guys. Okay, so there he is. There he is. There's Trump backstage. Eric posted, "We did it." You can see Trump standing off backstage. And they're saying that he's holding a stack of papers in his hand, so he's getting ready to come out and read something.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if his story... Okay, what's this?
Minimums.
That was 19 hours ago.
Minimums.
Okay, so that's them rolling into Florida. Let's see what if Donald Jr. has posted anything. Oh, Trump's live on his
account.
Lady needs to wear a blindfold for a reason. We got to stop this prosecution of our political enemies.
I mean, literally, his polls went up.
Would be the Attorney General.
Absolutely.
We need a really solid Attorney General.
Is he streaming Fox on his?
Sorry, John.
Those sound like the Fox commentators.
Sorry.
There will be a lot of talk about cabinet
My fucking
members.
leg is doing some
Treasury
weird shit from
Secretary,
sitting in this chair
Secretary of
so
State,
long.
I know.
Yeah, Tom Cotton, Mike Pompeo. You have
Well, you also have a Republican bench. And sometimes, like you were saying, that the
Yeah, I think it is just the Fox things, huh?
Yeah, they had they were streaming Fox for a second.
That's funny.
I don't see anyone else in the front row that looks familiar to me. I just see Vivek Ramaswamy. I see old guy leaning on the stage. Looks like he's fucking exhausted.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, standing up, asking what their government is going to do, asking their government to see them.
Oh, that is Fox. I thought I had an echo in here. Yeah, so someone's streaming from his phone.
Yeah, it's
to his-
interesting.
yeah. From his Instagram account. He's got 70,000 watching live.
Instantaneously too, huh? And it's not even anything but just a mic and a stand.
That's where we're at, dude.
And at least the preliminary numbers suggest that. But as much as we talk about the unconventional aspect of this was conventional also. People believed him. He resonated with voters. He resonated with communities, rural communities, urban communities, suburban communities.
I wonder what that is.
Tonight, I didn't.
It sounds like it's streaming.
Wish the best for my country. And I can only hope that the concerns that are articulated by my dear friend Kellyanne, that they're not realized. I hope that my party and my friends, and for that matter, Republicans alike, that we're all able, once we get past the moment here, the 24 hours of excitement and joy, and
Google's still at 214 to 248.
Yeah, Google has just not moved.
They got the popular vote. They got them still up by 5 million.
Yep.
Those are my thoughts, Brett.
I'm struck by the issue that of abortion because it was talked about so much, and it was
Alabama's got 99% of the votes.
You're a woman, and you are not going to hate all women. They said that husbands, were hateful towards their wives and the women in their lives if they didn't support this candidate. And I think it just goes to show that that kind of, manipulating, it doesn't always.
The weakest ginger, over 7 hours. You boys are great. I voted for Trump from Australia. Awesome. You boys seem glum. I thought you'd be happy that the Muppet bitch didn't get voted in.
I mean, you got to talk to the woman in full.
We're just
about the economy,
boosting up.
care about what's going on
Dude,
in
my
Ukraine
ass
or
is
Israel
doing
with
some
her
weird
banner.
thing. I have some like weird
Can't do the
tingling in
math
my
on her grocery
thigh
bill.
and shit.
It's an insult. Of course, people care, but we care about many things.
Oh,
Just as
another
we are
picture
not
by
monolithic in life. We're not monolithic thinkers politically.
Another picture
But you know
from
what?
Eric
There's
Trump.
something else happened. They put these ballot initiatives on to try to gin up turnout for the
I can
Democrats.
pull this one
And they
up.
did that, and it kind of backfired. Look at this popular
Where did
vote.
they get that
And
one?
it backfired. The other thing is, if you've got 10
Oh, that
abortion
must be on
ballot
Twitter. He
initiatives,
posted a different
you
picture on
can
Twitter, which
vote
shows Trump
your
reading
conscience on abortion.
the script.
I'm looking through Donald Trump Jr.'s Instagram right now, but all of his stories seem to be much earlier today.
5,200,000. The popular vote. He has a lead, according to MSNBC. They're still got Kamala at fucking 194.
Hey, it's just so weird that like none of those have moved, but they're willing to close everything else down so quickly. Like Pennsylvania was one of the first ones that we started watching tonight.
I
Now it just
wonder.
stuck.
I wonder if what's going on is a security issue. I wonder if they're having to do something security wise before he walks out there.
I'm telling you, I just think it's just because there's this weird hold right now.
He doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to be just standing up there.
I know.
I mean, I'm sure he wants to fucking get up there and just start yapping. Trump speaks to supporters at campaign HQ. District of Columbia, 94% in, projected Kamala to be the winner.
The other thing I would remind you, Brett, when he won in 2016, do you recall what he said about Hillary Clinton? She's been through enough. There was a lot of pressure to prosecute her. He said she's been through enough. I wish my Democrat friends could say the same thing about him and say enough is enough. Drop the cases in the
God, MSNBC is tearing into him.
They have to. They got to start it early, you know. They got to shift that focus away from the loss to All right, now how do we go back to Trump is a bad man and we got to catch him?
President. By the way, there's Nigel Farage there talking in the crowd there. Britt, this is remarkable in that some of these races were not even suspected to be close, expected to be close. Mike Rogers, he was a long shot at one point against Alyssa Slotkin.
Good candidate.
In Michigan, good candidate.
Strong candidate.
Former chairman of the House Intelligence Committee.
Right.
But Sam Brown was left essentially, he was not going to win.
He was not on anybody's list.
Nope.
Wow, Pauly is 99.4 to
Fix it 0.6 now, or are they still?
Yeah, point. I don't even see. Oh, it's over. In the unlikely event that doesn't happen, the market will remain open until inauguration and resolved to whoever gets inaugurated. If you prefer to trade the market, that is resolved solely by who gets inaugurated, set to happen on January 20th. So I guess they're waiting.
Ladies and gentlemen,
$3 billion.
Oh, was that it? Were they announcing him up there?
I'm over on Fox too. I'm watching Fox on this other screen. I don't.
welcome President-elect Donald J. Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, and the
Where is
Trump family, accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
Why are you talking like that? Can we switch that up to watch it? Okay. Are you going to pull it up? Obviously not to listen to the song to get us copyright dung, but
for joining us here, of course, at Live Now from Fox as we continue to track all of this, such stunning results really on this election day. But Frank, we're going to let you.
I have it on the main channel
We're going
here.
to head over to Florida.
Oh, you pulled it up there?
No, I could pull up this. This is him here. I don't know what was going on with yours.
Yeah, mine's all fucked up. I don't know why Fox's must be behind. Okay, yeah, play this. Let's play it.
Yeah. I'll unmute it as soon as I see him talk so we don't get hit with the copyright.
Can you make it bigger? I want to see who's up there.
Yeah.
Oh, Dana. He got Dana. JD.
Yeah.
Wow, how exciting for Dana. He's stoked. Vance's wife.
Damn, they're loading that thing up right now, huh?
Yep, that's all the staff.
Oh, Google called PA? Sure did. Yep, they called Pennsylvania on the Associated Press 267 now.
214 to 267.
Yep. So that's it. Just Alaska. Alaska's going to go.
Melania's on the stage.
Got the whole fam bam out there. Is Elon on stage? No. I thought that was Ben Shapiro. I think, what the hell, this dude?
Didn't we see one of those chicks' nipples today on the show?
Yeah, that one right there. Look at this guy. Who's that guy? Looks like a turtle. Turtle. Do you think they rehearsed that?
Oh, all walking out there?
All walking out there where they stand.
Is that the nipple girl? Oh, you're looking at a different screen than I am.
Sorry, I got the one, whichever one's playing up here.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Let's do it.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly.
We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
I need to pardon Derek Chauvin. I need to pardon Derek Chauvin.
He did?
Political victory that
Oh, wow.
our
That'd be
country
crazy.
has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but that
Nevada.
Yeah, he'll get all those
it's
ones
much easier
too.
doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that.
Wow. How was that?
First time since Reagan.
Thank you.
Republicans won popular vote.
Damn.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you.
Very nice.
A great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with
the largest
unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
Yeah,
Wow.
baby.
And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Not the House
We're
yet.
all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And we have have some great senators
Yeah.
and some great new senators.
7 foot damn near.
And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
7 to 190. And 218 for a majority.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
Loving on Mike Johnson. That's weird. There he is on the far right.
Yeah, look how tall that dude is.
Baron,
He's tired as fuck. Look at Baron. He's done.
Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard.
I like how our
Works
buttons
very
are
hard
right
to
where
help
nipples
people.
are.
So I just want to thank her, but I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. And we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing. That's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one.
He's winging it.
Beautiful inside and
Yeah.
out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
How happy his wife is. She's so proud.
She the blonde?
Left. Indian chick.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, she's stoked.
Blonde's the one we saw the nipple of.
Okay, that's Ivanka. All right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That Ivanka? Okay.
I think so. Yeah, yeah.
Remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance.
Chavez. Yeah.
And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks and fake news. A lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates it.
Amen.
Say a couple of words. Sir.
He kisses his wife on the lip.
Wild.
How cool of Trump to
Well,
pass it
Mr.
over.
President, I
Yeah, that's cool.
appreciate
Oh, there's
you
Dana.
allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Oh, I got goosebumps.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Oh, good.
Perfect. Perfect.
Short and sweet. Yeah, I was hoping that that's how that would go.
Thank you
Perfect.
very much. You're
welcome.
He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous
That's what Seth was talking about.
appreciation for Susie and Chris. The job you did. Susie, come, Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Come here, Susie. Come here, Susie. Come here, Chris. 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 Come here, Susie. Come here, Ch Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice baby. We call her the ice baby. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background.
He's like, what the hell do I say?
This was unexpected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Look at those eyebrows on that dude.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie.
You see how everyone
I've never seen it be
point
shot
to their leaders? These are smart people.
Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star.
Well,
a star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket. I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat.
No strong women, huh?
And but I saw it come down and turn around. And there was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon could do this. It must be an Elon. And I told the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby.
Where's he going with this?
It was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was.
This is the
I
greatest.
said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives.
I hope he
But
pivots.
he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius.
No way.
We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today, the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace.
Bryson DeChambeau.
What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also
love how he
have
spreads it
Dana
around.
White, who has done some job.
Yeah, Dana. Yeah, Dana.
He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC.
He looks real proud, huh?
Came to
He's
me,
getting emotional.
"Mind if I use nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him.
Yeah.
No, that's cool.
Damn, he's really spreading it around. What a good dude. Fuck
Yeah.
Dude. Fuck, I love Trump.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least,
Joe Rogan.
the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That's basically saying I got this podcast for Trump, right?
No,
Yeah,
he's amazing. He's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank
Joe said that too.
millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory. Like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do.
Great if you mentioned Ron
China
Paul.
doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally, we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine?
Damn, that's insane.
901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the
Google
job
has
that
Trump at
you've
267.
entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this.
Yeah,
This
Kamala
is
up to
the most important
224.
job in the world.
He's up by 15%.
Just as I
last
did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto:
up 5%.
promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right.
There she blows.
That's that.
Nothing official yet from the AP. 224 for Harris, 267 for Trump.
Oh, there's the dance. You did it.
Oh, damn. I missed it. I looked away.
I got you. Little 10-second rewind. There it is.
Nice. MSNBC said that they still haven't called Trump the winner, although I did hear them say he will be inaugurated January 20th.
Yeah, it's done. I mean, the only ones left are Michigan to be called. He's still firmly ahead, even as the votes continue to come in and stack up. Wisconsin, same thing. He's moved a little bit further ahead, and they're at 91% of the votes counted. I mean, those two together will give him 25 more electoral votes. Not to mention Alaska is already going to be in his favor for sure, up by 15%. Arizona will still be tight, but he's ahead by 2% right now with about just over half the votes counted in Nevada. Clearly the front runner in that as well with 80% of the votes counted. So it looks like all of those potentially, except for Arizona, will fall in Trump's favor.
Damn, Barron's tall.
Yeah, dude's almost 7 foot.
Popular vote is 63,500,000 for Kamala and 68,600,000 for Trump. Still up by 5 million.
Yeah, I was gonna say on the AP one, it has him up by oh yeah, a little over 5 mil, 5.1 mil.
Oldest president ever elected.
Crazy.
All right, guys. Thank you to Two Brain Business for sponsoring the affiliate video contest, giving us a bunch of times to take pee breaks during the show. Thank you to Paper Street Coffee for keeping us awake. Thank you to CA Peptides just for all your support. Make sure you grab some Matuthian. BIRTHFIT. Love you guys. Can't wait to have you guys on in the next couple weeks here. Exerciser. Make your penis giant. Make your penis great again. Make your penis great again. MP. MPG. Hey, wow. Okay. And of course, Vindicate. Get all your CEO gear there. VNDK8. I can't tell you. I actually was reflecting for a moment about us starting the podcast and just coming out hard from day one, going against the woke mob. Although I'm late to the game in many ways, I think we were one of the first ever anywhere to stand up to the woke mob. Definitely ahead of all the top 10 podcasts out there. I appreciate you guys being around every single morning. Love you guys. Tomorrow morning, Greg Glassman will be on at 7 a.m. It'll be great to get his take. Probably one of the biggest brains in the country today. We're lucky to have him on every Wednesday, if not maybe the biggest brain. Love you guys. Sousa, thanks for hanging in with me all night. Thanks for putting everything together. Thanks to Rich Froney for coming on. Thank you to Seth from Jump Ship. Of course, thanks. Pat Lang was great tonight. Love seeing all you guys. Huge show. I think we're up over 12,000 views just for this show, live views. Pretty crazy. Thank you, Scott Pressler. I'll look up to see who he is for the Amish vote. See you guys tomorrow morning. What a great show.
Had a good time.
Almost 8 hours. Bye-bye.